the moral realm come from? That's
God.
my question. Is like where is like so you pinpoint this that so is it a certain doctrine that people come from their morals, or is it a point in time or a point in stuff or a moral figure or like but where? That's this question that everybody keeps kind of debating is like where does our moral subjective come from?
Moral
And I know
subjective.
maybe I'm not saying this right, but where do morals come from? Where?
God.
Yeah,
God
God
creates us. God gives us express purpose.
I am a Christian and I believe in that. But how to explain that to everybody else is like where does this really truly come from, other than just saying God?
Well, that just
Because
sounds like
problem.
that just sounds like yes, but no.
But how do you define God? And where does God give you the moral things that you believe in?
Okay, so God has property rights over all of existence. God owns us. God owns everything. He sets the rules. He gave intent to us. We are made in God's image for His purposes, and so that's how He constructs the rules and how we relate to everything with ourselves, with each other, and everything that He has made. So it doesn't get higher on the authority than God. It doesn't get more true than God.
What is that?
How?
What is God? He asked you what is God, and then you ended your sentence with God. I always say God is very, very, very bad at being a word. The purpose of words is to take the thoughts and ideas in my head and transfer them over to your head. But with the word God, we only have our own understanding of whatever it is, which is why I'm agnostic, because when people ask me if I believe in God, that's why I've dropped the atheist part of it, because maybe I do believe in that, but I don't know what it is that you're referring to.
Okay, yeah, so God is the personal foundation of truth, the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. He is, just the person who is the foundation of truth, transcendent, all glorious.
So God's a person?
Okay, so Rev,
so God is personal.
I get where you're going
Trinity.
here, and I agree with this, but I'm poking you to, like, how would you explain to this that somebody that just totally, like, maybe there's this thing, but you gotta convince me other than just these terminologies.
I don't think I can convince anybody. I can tell you what my stance is. I can give you some definitions. I can tell you to read the Bible because God is better at defining Himself than I am, because God does speak of Himself in the Bible. But as far as convincing you, I don't think that's within my realm of possibility. I can just tell you what I believe and go from there.
Sure, but like, and not in the notion of convincing, but say that I'm genuinely asking. If you say God is the Alpha and the Omega,
yes, meaning that He is outside of time. He is non-contingent. He is not reliant upon anything else. He is self-sustaining. He sustains everything else that exists.
Eternal.
So then that brings me to, how do you know that?
Yeah, but the impossibility of the contrary.
How so?
How do you know anything?
So, we
do. I'm an absurdist.
Yes. So, the impossibility, I would have to go through my religion speed run, but basically, God provides the basic preconditions for intelligibility. We have personal realities, we have mathematical realities, we have spiritual realities, we have moral realities, and you can't have many of those realities without and unified in the same universe, in the same reality, that are existing harmoniously and actually interact with each other, unless you have a personal God who has founded all those things.
Why? Well, how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, okay, so you're aware of abstract realities, right?
Yeah.
And you're aware of concrete physical realities, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you believe relationship is between those two? Because you have one that is outside of time, not subject to physics, and completely conceptual, and then the other one is not conceptual, subject to physics, and yet they interact with each other. What's the relationship between those two in your mind?
I don't know. I think that's a great question that hopefully we will one day understand.
Okay, so what reason would you have to reject God as an explanation for that?
Because that's not how I don't take like that's not the way I would work. I would need a reason to believe it was God first. I don't just accept things because I don't have a good reason not to.
But that's what I'm asking. What are the reasons that you don't accept it? You say you don't. You say you might not like those reasons or whatever. But what makes the reasons invalid in your mind?
Okay, so now are we talking about the God of the Bible, or are we talking about some concept of
God of the Bible?
I don't believe in a lot of the truth claims, like the the resurrection, so on and so forth. There's a lot that I just don't like. I don't believe in the miracles.
Okay. Do you believe in evolution?
Yeah.
Do you believe in abiogenesis?
I don't know.
You don't know.
No, I don't think we know how life started, but I think it's not a question that once life was started, evolution is how we got here.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe people have moral agency?
Yes.
At what point in evolution did moral agency come to be?
Again, I don't know. At some point, in the same way that a toddler becomes a teenager, well, not a teenager, a toddler becomes an adult at some point, but it's not like a moment. I mean, that's the point of evolution. And so we might have started with more primitive understanding or a more primitive theory of mind, being able to understand how other people feel and how our actions. That could be hundreds of generations.
So you believe the moral realm was always there; it just had yet to be discovered by whatever achievements in evolution we would have reached at that time. We're waiting for the moral antenna to develop over time, but it was always there and always transcendent, right?
Yeah.
So that would mean there was a prescriptive will for humans before humans existed.
Why? How so? Because the moral structure doesn't necessarily have to be something that is outside of. I could see it as just a more mechanistic. Morality could be mechanistic.
But then that's just descriptive, right? If you're saying it's mechanistic, then it's no different than how a flagellum works in some kind of single-celled organism, right?
Yeah, and I'm not sure that it is different.
Well, then how is that agency?
Yeah. So the reason I paused when you said that is because I have a half-baked. I've been like literally for years. I've been trying to understand my perspective on this because I don't believe in free will, but I believe that we have agency. And I don't know how to square that circle, but I'm not there yet. But I don't believe in free will because of a deterministic material universe, and our brains are material. So if whatever the earliest point in the universe, everything from there has to be materially. Sorry, I'm fucking stoned. Materially determined. I do think there could be, a spiritual or metaphysical realm that allows that agency, and that it's not because like randomness or straight determinism doesn't leave room for the concept of free will, and so I don't think that we have, but there is something to us making choices, and I know that's not.
Now I feel like sort of raising
even just to have this conversation with re-examination right now, right? Do you agree that you're both relying on like logic, truth, reasoning?
Yep.
Right. So like the question would be for you, Lutch, is like what justifies those things in your worldview, right? Because in re-examined's worldview, in mine as well,
just the fact that they work. Like
just the fact that they work.
Yeah, we
define work, and are you using logic to say that logic works?
Yeah.
Maybe the fact that we're all able to understand each other right now means that everything that all of the logic that went into us understanding the language, the internet, the phone, all of that is based on that logic that 1 + 1 = 2.
Hey, Lutch, are you familiar with an author named C.S. Lewis?
Not as much as I should be. I know the name, but I haven't done much.
He wrote Chronicles of Narnia. Really good author. A book I recommend for you specifically is called Mere Christianity. You can pick it up on Amazon. It is a great read. And then after you read Mere Christianity, I do suggest that you read The Abolition of Man. And that'll give you a good understanding of where we kind of ground things.
I mean, Indian.
I'm sorry, I had
raised a kind of point that I think was kind of glossed over somewhat, which I think is kind of interesting, because when I have conversations about free will, my experience is that people quite often mean very different things by the term. So those of you who are advocating for free will, can you tell us what those two words mean?
Oh, you're talking to me?
Nah, one of you's better pipe up, because as soon as I start talking, you're gonna start answering, motherfucker. That's not. Listen, somebody better pipe up right now.
Yeah.
Because you're not gonna wait for me to answer to start adding on to my answer like what just happened. Get the fuck in there, motherfucker.
Right. So when
oh my god.
So if I was going to answer that, that's a great question, and I wish I have a better answer to that. But I think a way of saying free will is having the faculties to make choices so as to have the possibility of counterfactuals. So it's possible for me to, go to my fridge right now and pick up some milk or whatever, and because I have the faculties to do so, the awareness of the faculties to do so, but I choose not to.
So,
right. Can I ask you? Sorry, can I just ask a quick follow-up question? What does the word free, like what is the word free from in this context when we're saying when we're using the term free will?
Yeah, I would say free from being subject to the laws of physics and the surrounding world, so as to think independently of those influences and make the choices regardless.
So a causal.
I wouldn't say a causal, because I believe in a spiritual and physical distinction, so I wouldn't say a causal.
Okay. And what would be the cause of your actions?
The will, which is in the soul, which is not subject to the physical world. Yes.
Right. Okay. And so and the soul is not subject to the physical world. So therefore, presumably, it's not part of the causal web, is immaterial.
What do you mean by causal web? What do you mean by causal web? I don't know if I'm going to sign off on that. What do you mean by causal web?
I suppose I'd take a fairly maybe physics-based approach to causality. Events in the world cause other events. Yeah.
It depends on what you mean by in the world. Like if you have a spiritual and physical distinction, yes, there are interactions between the physical and the spiritual. I don't deny that whatsoever. Right. Obviously, if you punch somebody, you incur moral guilt. There is a physical action, and then there's a spiritual consequence for that.
Okay, and so right, and that's because you. So I'm guessing maybe the soul would be the locus of action.
Define locus.
The
location.
Source. Yeah. The source.
Yes, but here's the thing. I don't want it to be confused with like lack of predestination or lack of God's decrees or providence. I think there's some nuance in there with that, but for the sake of this portion, yes.
And is the soul eternal?
The soul is everlasting. Eternal is usually what we think about with God, of being always existing and never not existing.
When you say everlasting, what does that mean?
It means that upon its beginning, it never ceases to be what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. So
does it ever end?
Personhood. No.
That's the definition of sempiternal.
So there's a point at which an individual soul doesn't exist and then begins to exist?
There's a point in which God creates a soul, yes. And from that point on, they have an eternity in front of them.
Okay. And And so, I mean, that's interesting. for me, that presents a lot of problems. Not the least of which.
Yeah, I'm faded. I'm gonna head out.
Lunch. You have a good one.
I was already drunk when it started, but all right, you guys have a good one.
See you later, man.
Night, brother.
Find that
Later,
button.
boy.
Find that
Can't
button.
even figure it out.
Find that button.
He can't handle his weed.
Well, it is pretty late.
Oh yeah.
It's like 7:30 in the morning here.
I'm definitely in a not late time zone. It's just
Shiva,
12:30.
Your examination literally answered every single one of your questions, but you still said you had a lot of problems with it.
Well, yeah, because he's making a claim that there's a thing called a soul, which is eternal and unchanging, but still somehow interacts with the world.
Correct,
And,
because there's soul and body. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have a
Right, and so, well,
But you still reject it.
You boost.
well, I don't need to have a counter.
If you have no counter to it, then you should accept it.
Why?
I don't think that's necessarily true. You can have qualms about something. Like if I want Shiva to accept it, not on his own terms, I want him to accept it because God is right, but I want him to be genuinely convinced of it in a sense of like, not that I feel the urgency. Like Shiva wouldn't tell me that, Patrick, if you don't have an answer right now today on this stream, you should immediately feel the urgency to do it. And if you don't do it, you're being dishonest.
No. What I'm pointing out is that literally you answered every single one of Shiva's questions with a valid answer.
Well,
And
no,
Shiva
wait.
still said, "Well, that-
He's going to
that-
disagree with the
valid-
validity.
One sec.
Well, hang on, valid doesn't mean sound.
But like in terms of the thing, like you have no like direct counter to it. Like there is no
Well,
counter theory to it, which means that you have no.
well, I mean, yeah,
you have no
my
reason to reject
my
it.
counter theory. My counter theory is that phenomena arise in dependence upon conditions, and that includes our actions. So, like that would be my counter proposal. My counter proposal would be that the idea that there is an agent that is unchanging and either eternal or everlasting, but it seems to me untenable because he's saying that this thing, which doesn't change, is capable of a change of state because it has to come into existence. And so, it seems somewhat contradictory.
Well, the thing itself wouldn't be changing if it hadn't priorly existed. That wouldn't be a change in the thing. It would be a change in how many souls there might exist, right, upon when God creates them. But it's not a change in the thing itself.
And does the soul reside in the body?
So long as the body is alive, the soul resides in the body.
Where?
It's not a physical location. I don't know how a you are here map, mall sign to tell you exactly where that is.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair because my sense of being, if you like, isn't like my sense of who I am quite often can be diffuse.
Yeah, well,
it's not located anywhere specific.
Like you and I discussed that you don't believe in the concept of the self, which I thought was kind of congruent with what I understand of atheism in general. Because if you think of entities as I think of like fire, right? You can take two things that are on fire at the same time and put them together, and they seem to create one fire. Was there two individual fires, or were they just as much the same fire when they were physically separated from each other at a distance before you brought them together? That's how I think of all material belief. It's just like it's a grand wavelength, as if all reality was a blanket, and maybe you shake the blanket, everything in the blanket shares upon that wavelength, right? And all reality is just this one kind of.
It's been my experience that atheists are just as resistant to the idea that there's nothing fixed that they can identify as being a self, that they're just as resistant to that idea as Christians are, in my experience, because it's kind of threatening.
Well, think about this. let's because you're talking about a soul here, right? Let's start first with,
right?
Like obviously you would agree with this, that the physical matter doesn't doesn't explain your subjective experiences by itself. Like we could like scan your
agreed.
brain activity,
Yeah.
but we couldn't like measure what it feels like. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and also we can't say what it is. Like science can't tell you what consciousness is; it can only tell you how it behaves under certain conditions, right? Like,
right?
Because that's what science does. It doesn't tell you what stuff is; it tells you how stuff works.
But what do we use? Like, if that would mean that it's not a result of physical processes, right? Like your thoughts.
Right. No, you're going to have to. There seems to be a disconnect there. So can you just run that by me very quickly?
If the consciousness itself can't be reduced to those physical processes,
right,
then there has to be a non-material aspect of the person, right?
That, or we don't know how to explain it.
Okay.
Like that's also just possible, right? That there is a process that could be explained, and we just don't know how to, and maybe we'll never know how to. So maybe it can't be explained, but yeah. So like, let's assume that.
But if your thoughts were only the result of those physical processes, would you would you trust reasoning to discover truth?
No, and I'm not I'm not a materialist.
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't really know what the mind is.
I just like having
yeah, and it, like the experience of it is that like quite a lot of what I take to be mental, I think is actually physiological. Like I think a lot of our emotions are actually physical. That there's like physical processes kicking off in the body. Like when I'm angry, I feel a certain way. And it's kind of predictable, like how I'm going to feel physically when I'm angry. But
for you,
but there also appears to be this like non-physical aspect to it. Like I can't tell you where my mind ends. There doesn't appear to be an edge, right? And I don't really know what that means.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like if your brain was just like neurons and atoms colliding, your beliefs, your thoughts, these would just be caused. There wouldn't be true or false.
But it does appear to be the case. At least I'm not aware of any evidence to the contrary. But it does appear to be the case that without the body, then like I mean, well, we can't say what happens to the mind. Does the mind end, or does it go somewhere else? I kind of tend to lean towards end, because I think in order to claim that a mind could exist independently of a physical form, I think you would probably need to demonstrate that somehow.
Well, real quick, Shiva, because I think one of the things he was driving at is how can you reason without free will? Because what is reason in a mind that is completely dictated by the dominoes of physics? What is reasoning if it's just a preconditioning from previous causes that were also unreasoned?
Well, I mean, look, in my personal experience, my ability to reason is quite often dependent upon states of mind that are actually rooted in physiological causes, right? And like, so it's not entirely clear to me that reason is infallible. Like it seems to be pretty fucking fallible. It's not entirely clear to me that even stuff like that seems infallible, like maths and logic, like they get refined over time, right? Like it's not like logic just appeared fully formed. It's kind of been adapted and changed over the couple of thousand years that we're aware of, like engaging in that type of thought, right?
Well, has it changed? Do you think it's changed to become more sharp on what the laws of logic are, and not, just something that actually exists, not concretely, but something that actually exists objectively, and that the sharpenings you're referring to are just more reflectant of what was always there?
I'm not sure that I would agree that the laws of logic exist independently of us. Because it seems to me that the laws of logic, one, there's a clue in the name, the laws of logic, and two, there's a clue in how the laws are formulated.
What's the clue in the name?
Logic, which is a type of reasoning that we engage in.
Right. So Speakeasy and I would be more of the mind that the fact that we're accessing it with our minds, and we're not accessing it with our fingers, and we're not accessing it with metal detectors, is because it exists on the level of minds. It's conceptual from the start. It's that's the reason there's no other.
And even if our brains were damaged and our minds couldn't access it, it wouldn't mean that they no longer exist. Same way if you're playing a radio.
Right.
And you're playing, and it's playing some radio station you love, and then somebody comes and smashes your radio. Well, yeah, you don't get to hear that station no more, but the station still exists. It's still there. So that's why I wanted to bring you back to what you were saying. It doesn't appear that without our body and our physical brain, that minds exist. But that doesn't prove that's the source. That just shows that it's a dependency. Right, and that's why I bring up the
And I'm not claiming that the body is the source of the mind. I think classically, and that would require justification.
Because that is one of the things that the mind is emergent of the brain. It's what the fuck does that even mean?
But it's it does appear to be the case that in order for a mind to exist, there needs to be a body. Because I'm not if you're going to say that's not true, I would, I suppose, ask for evidence of some sort.
Well, is there more brain for more thoughts? And what I mean by that is, with every thought, does more brain exist?
I don't know what that question means.
Right. So you would agree that thoughts are of the mind, right?
The thoughts are of the mind. Yeah, sure.
Right. So you can have many thoughts, and it would have no effect on your physical appearance, your physical.
Well, no, I don't think that's true. For example,
obviously there are kinds of thoughts. If you're depressed, it would really shrink your what's the frontal lobe would shrink if you were really depressed for a long time. But I'm not talking about that. I'm saying wait.
If you're depressed for a long time, then your face is your body posture will change. If you're angry for a long time and your face is used to habitually frowning, then eventually your face is just going to, when it's resting, is going to be more frowny, right? So I think the thoughts that you think actually can change your appearance.
Okay, yeah. Well, okay. Let me back up. What I'm saying is, do you believe that thoughts are physical things?
Do I believe that thoughts are physical things?
Yeah, because I'm trying to make a discernment between the immaterial and material here.
Yeah, my response to that is I don't know.
Okay, so you're open to the possibility.
It doesn't feel like when I'm thinking a thought or picturing a pink elephant, it doesn't seem like that's a physical process. But I'm not really knowledgeable. I'm not a neuroscientist. I couldn't really I've got a vague understanding of where various bits of the brain are and a vague understanding of what odd bits of the brain do, but I couldn't tell you because I'm not entirely sure that's within the purview of science. I don't know, maybe
it's fun to know about.
You would think math would be math would be in the purview of science, though, right? And you wouldn't think that you wouldn't think that 1 + 1 as a concept is a physical phenomena.
No.
Right. So that would be conceptual. And I think that's what we're getting at is it's conceptual, and it's a conceptual
I understand that.
fact
I'm
that
not denying
predates
that.
us and transcends the physical.
Oh, well, no, that's the claim. That's the claim that I would say requires justification, because it's not entirely clear to me. Like, so take maths, for example. When we say like 1 + 1 = 2, what's happening there is that we're assigning symbolic values, right? Like, so like 1 has a symbolic value, and then 2 has a symbolic value, and then the operators, they manipulate the symbols, right? So you have the addition operator that manipulates the 2 2s, and you have the equals operator that gives you the output, right? So it seems to me that it's just a symbolic language. It's just a very abstract one.
But if we look past the symbolic language to the truth that the symbolic language points to, we would agree that the truth that the symbolic language points to is the object we're really talking about, right?
No, I don't know what that means.
So like, when you're
say
talking
2 + 2 = 4,
then you can't say no, Shiv, if you don't know what it means.
I can say that. I just did.
No, it does not follow to say no. You can say I don't understand.
No, it does follow. I don't know what that means. Is synonymous with
So
I don't
if I said
understand
2 + 2, if I said 2 + 2 = 4, you don't say no. Right. You say I don't understand.
I didn't deny that 2 + 2 = 4. What I denied was that the claim that this points to an object in the world, right?
Well,
you also claimed you didn't know what
maybe I misunderstood what re-examination was.
Well, when you say object in the world, you mean on the conceptual level, or what? Okay, since I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, but did you or did you not agree that 1 + 1 was not referring to ultimately a physical phenomena?
I agree that it's not referring to something physical. Yeah, I agree with that.
Would Absolutely. It follow from that it refers to something immaterial?
I mean, it refers to something conceptual, and if you want to say that concepts are immaterial, then yes, I would agree with that. I don't have a problem with that.
And you'd say that concept would predate us, regardless of whether our mind. No. So hold on, but it's outside of us, right?
Well, because wait. No, I didn't agree to that either. I don't agree that concepts are outside of us, because they appear to arise within our minds. So it doesn't seem to make any sense to say that concepts are external to us.
So when we make an observation of something external to us, we are not making any. We are not necessarily referring to anything in reality at all.
Wait, what? No.
Okay, hold on though, because you said that if we are using symbolic language, which we could argue that any language is symbolic, because
Agreed.
it's a means to communicating understanding or processing understanding. So Agreed. if there are things outside of ourselves, the things that are not ourselves that we share an understanding of, then that thing would have to exist outside of us and independently of us, right?
If you're talking about objects in the world, like chairs and bookshelves and stars and planets and whatnot, yeah, sure.
Great. Okay. So do you use mathematics to describe the existence and the proportions of the chairs and the stars and the planets and things like that?
Yep. And quite often mathematics is used to determine the size and proportions and all that sort of stuff as well. Yeah. Sure.
So you would say that nothing, if we all vanished from the existence of the universe, then everything we have measured ceases to be what it was when we were looking at it. As in, let's say that there were 27 billion molecules that made up a certain stretch of matter, right? That the 27 billion is a unit of measure. Would that
yes. Yeah.
Would that cease to be if all humans just vanished from that same universe? Would it cease to be 27 billion now that all the minds are gone?
Well, I suppose the 20 let's say no. There would still be the same number of objects until those objects cease to exist, assuming that they will at some point cease to exist.
So that unit of measure was still valid absent of minds.
Well, but yeah, sure.
All right, that's what I'm getting at. The conceptual
right, okay,
truth exists absent of human minds. Yes.
Sure. So when let's say we're measuring the temperature of something. Let's say we're measuring the temperature of water, right? Let's say that we're measuring the boiling point of water. Does the water boil at 212 degrees Fahrenheit or at 100 degrees Celsius?
I agree that there are different measures and different constructs. That's why I choose to use something a lot simpler. But I agree that there's Fahrenheit, and then there's
the
meters,
same principle applies, right? Because it's the same process.
But it still has an objective referent.
Right, but our measurements are subjective, right?
Yeah, but if you measure me
because like for one thing, our measurements are based on what we can perceive, and I think it would be probably false to say that we can perceive everything. And so
I'm not saying we can perceive everything, but if you measured my height by the metric system and then you measured it again by the imperial system, nothing has violated the law of non-contradiction.
Right, but both are true, right? Both measurements are correct.
Right, but here's the thing. I pointed to numerical molecule or whatever, atoms or whatever, because that was something that was a very tight metric. These are conventional metrics which are much looser. You could argue that like one is conventional or whatever, but then once one is just conventional and merely and has nothing to do with objectivity,
one is conventional.
Then we've ceased to have a grasp on any validity of math.
Wait. One is conventional. I mean, now I haven't read,
but it has a reference. Whereas a foot doesn't necessarily.
It has a proof. I'm not sure that's the same thing.
Okay, I'm interested. Explain.
And now, like I said, I haven't read it, and I might be getting this wrong. But I think, didn't Bertrand Russell publish a book basically like proving that 1 + 1 = 2? Where he had to kind of go into quite length, like he had to go into length into defining what 1 means, like what 1 is.
But he was referring to something in reality, right? When he said 1,
he was referring to a concept
that reflected something in reality, right? Because otherwise, if it's just a concept like a chair, like he wasn't talking about like is a hot dog a sandwich. He was talking about something concrete. So to speak.
When you say it's reflecting something in reality, what is it reflecting?
What I'm saying is he wasn't saying that this convention is a convention. He was saying that
what is it reflecting?
I mean, from my understanding, if you get me on the spot like this, I would say an identity in the singular.
An identity in the singular. I would argue that identities are imputed onto phenomena.
I agree.
Rather than being present in the phenomena.
I agree. They are imputed by God.
All right. Well, I would say that they're imputed by us, but okay.
Right.
Would you reject that black woman?
That is kind of interesting. That is kind of interesting, though, that we both agree that identities are imputed, like their conceptual imputations. The source of that imputation we would disagree on, but I kind of find it interesting that's a kind of point of agreement between us. I kind of wouldn't have expected that, to be honest.
It is because God is the one that, in my worldview, gives purpose and meaning to things. When you read Genesis 1, he's not only creating the things themselves, but he is giving them names and purposes, and like the sun, moon, and stars were to tell the times and seasons. Huh?
Oh no, Adam just names the animals, doesn't he?
Adam names the animals.
Not
Adam
else. Yeah.
Yes, Adam. Well, and his wife. But and probably
does he name Eve? Does he?
Yes.
Oh,
yes,
right, okay.
in the Hebrew, man is Ish, and in the Hebrew, woman is Isha.
Right. Okay.
So anyway, yes, and that's also an illustration of Adam's authority as the man, and all these sorts of things. So, but yeah, no, I think it is interesting. I've had a blast with this discussion, Shiva. So
yeah, me too. I enjoyed talking to you.
Is this better?
Oh yeah, that's better. There we go. Yeah.
Okay. I feel guilty because I wanted to just talk to the chat because I'm working on stuff right now, but I just didn't mind asking questions. But it's interesting that you say that truth is recognized in individual statements. Is that a fair representation of what you're getting at?
I would say that truth is a property of propositions. So the sun is neither true nor false, but statements about the sun can be.
Okay. I probably have to think a little more on the statement of the sun is neither true or false. I agree that, yeah, the sun in and of itself, we're talking about the matter and energy that subsists of the sun, is not a statement about the world. Mm-hmm. Then yes, I agree with that.
Right.
Correct. So, but when I say truth, what I mean is the that which is real in sum total, and that includes all categories of truth, like legal truth and moral truth.
I mean, wait. When you're saying to me, when you're saying, because I don't know what you're talking about when you say truth, unless you, what you think truth is that it's a property of statements. But if you're saying that truth is some kind of thing that exists in the universe.
If you want to get literal, I believe that truth is a person, specifically that truth is the person Jesus Christ. So there's that. But what I'm getting at, and I won't spend too much time on this call because I don't want to distract too much from your thing. I just want to have but I feel bad for teasing you in the chat, so I wanted to give you some back and forth.
I would say that the assertion that the truth is a person embodied in Jesus Christ, that's a bold claim that would require justification.
Okay. And I would say that truth, because there are personal realities, and those personal realities, we are also persons, and we're accountable for how we live as persons, and we relate to the things around us, and that therefore truth must be personal. I mean, I'm kind of reverse engineering from the conclusion a little bit, but I think there are observations which can lend itself to the understanding that truth must be personal, because otherwise, if truth was merely material or just energy, impersonal, conceptual, then where is the relationship between us and each other? Where is the relationship between us and matter? Why are there relationships at all? Unless God is a relational being.
Yeah. Those are all very good questions, but the fact that those questions exist doesn't mean that truth is a thing that exists independently of statements.
Yeah, I think the statements are the statements of the mind of God, and I'm not able to, in the course of this call, prove that, but that's what I believe, and I'm just going to at least tell you that.
Okay. I mean, if you're just owning it as an article of faith, that's, fine. I don't argue against articles of faith in the same way, although the only, because I have articles of faith, but I think perhaps the difference between your articles of faith and mine are that mine are held provisionally. And so if something comes along that seems to conclusively demonstrate a view I hold wrong, or just shows it to be that it's untenable to hold that view, then I'll drop the view.
Yeah. So what, when you say untenable, what caused you to choose the framework that you chose for what truth is?
Well, I mean, that's we're kind of switching gears now because we're kind of moving from philosophy to my own personal experience, which is unique to me and doesn't mean anything about truth itself. It only tells you about my relationship to certain types of statements.
Sure, and I don't mean to pry or make you uncomfortable. I was taking it merely as like either maybe you use a deductive approach or an inductive approach, or you have justifications to the exclusion
it sort of depends. Oh, right. Yeah, it sort of depends. Like it depends on what the truth claim is. If it's something mathematical, then I'll use a purely deductive approach, right? Whereas if it's something that's a truth claim about the world, then I suppose I'll use a more inductive approach, or at least probabilistic, until I can ascertain whether the truth claim is true or not, i.e. accords with what's actually happening. Just speaking colloquially, if it's a truth claim about whether or not I like ice cream, it doesn't seem to me that I need to know, like, do anything other than check my own experience.
Mm-hmm.
So
would you say it would be objectively true, regardless, like stance independent, that supposing that you like ice cream, that you do like ice cream regardless of if the entire world said otherwise?
Would it be true?
Yes, even though it wouldn't be experience with ice cream.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean that's not objective.
Yeah. So I think the assuming that I am being honest and all of that, and that I know myself well enough to know whether I like ice cream or not, then and I did. Yeah, and I did actually like ice cream. Then I think the statement "I like ice cream" would be it would be conventionally true. Now, if you want to say that's objectively true, I wouldn't necessarily have any kind of disagreement with that. But there people seem to attach a whole lot of baggage to the word objective.
Yeah, all I was modeling it after in this sentence was that regardless of what anybody else would say, the fact that you are having a subjectively pleasant, favorable experience of ice cream, and you hold that state currently, would still be true regardless of what the thoughts of anybody else would be. That's all I'm isolating for.
Yeah. And like, if you were to say that the sun burns at whatever temperature the sun is at, like that would be objectively true, like using, whatever scale you're using, right? Like I don't,
right.
I think one of the ways that I like to think about objective versus subjective truth is with color, right? Because some people are colorblind. And so you might have two people who are looking at a tree and they'll see different colored leaves. And that might be their subjectively true experience. But the wavelength of light is going to be the same for both of them, and that's objective.
Right. Yeah. And I think both those who are colorblind and not colorblind can understand and accept that without any, any whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I have not prepared a whole lot of like notes. I just like my thing is more like trying to get my arms around like what you believe versus what I believe, in a sense of like, okay, where are the differences? And here's how I understand things. Here's how I answer these questions in my mind. And your view is so much different than mine that I just,
Well,
just interesting
I suppose like I've been an atheist since I was 4. And
you dropped a bit of ice cream on the ground and it was over. I'm kidding.
And then I suppose, although you could say I've been a committed atheist probably since my early 20s. Like if you were to ask me when I was a kid, do you believe in God? The answer would be no, but I wouldn't have been able to give you a very good reason why not. Other than it just didn't seem to make sense. And I've been a committed Buddhist since, I don't know, my early to mid 20s. That's interesting that both of those arose at a similar time. Well, Buddhism later than atheism.
Right. I weren't considering age 4 to age 20.
I think the
time there's probably some pattern you're getting at, which I won't pry into, but there's probably some pattern you're kind of discovering there.
When I was a kid, in relation to truth. I mean, there was a pattern. I don't mind describing it. I just, as long as we don't do the whole sympathy thing. When I was a child, for reasons that I won't go into, I had a behavioral pattern in which I would steal food from the kitchen, because the mouth is the main pleasure center of a young child. And then when I was asked about it, I would lie about stealing the food, and then a whole bunch of ugliness ensued. So I learned, I have a kind of almost a pathological relationship to truthful statements, in the sense of making sure that what I say is accurate. Which isn't a virtue. People often mistake it for, they'll hear me be honest about something and mistake that for a virtue, but it's not. It's a survival response.
Lawyers do that all the time.
Do what?
Make sure that what they say is accurate, regardless of how they make it seem relevant when it's not relevant, or if it just narrowly escapes them from some conclusion that they don't want to have, even though they probably should. Like, say they're in a courtroom and they say true statements, but the true statements are meant to paint a picture of answering the question when they're not.
Yeah, that's not really what I'm talking about, but yeah.
Right, but you were differentiating being honest from being accurate, which is not the same thing.
Well, I think that being accurate is part of being honest. I mean, maybe if you're talking about honesty, I mean, there's kind of being factually honest, then I suppose there's being how emotionally authentic. Yeah.
Anyway, I interrupted. Go ahead. I thought I was helping, but I was hurting, objectively.
Were you? Hey, Robert. I mean, did you want to carry on listening to these three? Do you know these three individuals that we're
I know the
watching?
ones on both ends. Well, actually, you know what? No, I'm familiar with all three, just because when you do what I do, which it's not anywhere near professional grade, but when you watch the things I watch, you inevitably come across the vertical, pwn your God, atheist sort of thing, where it's like I come home, I sit in a chair after going to Jimmy John's, and then I talk about how your God doesn't exist for 8 hours.
Have you heard of some channel called Monkey Boy Logic?
Maybe, but refresh me.
He's he's fairly young. I'm guessing in his early 20s, and I'm guessing that he's at university studying something, American, but seems to be very interested in logic. So he debates Christians as an atheist, and he often teams up with a guy called Jack Anstreek, and both of them are the arguments on initially appear to be really abstruse, but quite often they're just trying to get the person to explain exactly what they mean. Yeah, if you like heavy philosophy.
It sounds like one of those paintings that people have done on an iPad, and then as you zoom in and zoom in and zoom in, you realize that
with the infinite. Yeah, the infinite painting thing. Yeah,
isn't that Xenu's paradox? They just turned Xenu's paradox into a podcast with somebody's brain.
Xenu's paradox. No, that's a misunderstanding about motion, isn't it?
Well, I thought maybe I'm thinking of the wrong paradox, but I thought there was a paradox that talked about if you close the distance by halves, you'll never reach the end.
Yeah. Well, that's a misunderstanding. So, like, I think that's been mathematically solved.
Interesting. People still banter it around as if it's a real thing. So I just never looked.
Well, I mean, like, you can have fun with it philosophically, but I think the because you can have an infinity bounded in a finite space, right? I mean, that's what fractals are.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if you just made a road that circled the globe on the equator, then you could run infinitely along that road, but it would obviously be bound to the size of the Earth.
Correct. Anyway, just please don't mean to distract you. Just very curious. Every time you come up in my stream, it's always interesting talking to you. I don't. If I had more time, perhaps I would be a little more bold. But this is your show, and let's get on with it. Thank you for having me.
All right.
Hey, T-Jump, I don't know if you remember me. We ran into each other in real life at some point. No, okay. We were at a sandwich establishment, and I noticed who you were.
Jimmy Johns, yes, we met here in Minnesota. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
We talked
guy from Chicago.
for sure.
Yeah, so good to see you again.
Fucking explains who the fuck this moron is.
All right, so question for you.
The person in the bottom right, Spin City News, he seems quite annoyed.
It's because I wasn't able to see the whole thing. What gives value? By value, I
How's
mean
the audio levels?
Prescriptive to
Like if I'm talking at the same time as the video.
Law of physics.
The law of physics. Okay. So, is there anything prescriptive to what gives value? And by value, I mean any trait that is prescriptive to contingent moral agents.
Law of physics.
The law of physics. Okay. So, is there anything that says somebody ought to forgive somebody?
Well, oughts are a separate part. Oughts aren't necessary, but I would say that the truth maker of a moral claim is the correspondence to the law of physics. So, like, if it's moral to forgive someone, that is a descriptive fact of something that corresponds to a law of physics.
So how would forgiveness act in a law of physics where a wrong was done, but justice, it was not the preferable thing, but forgiveness is the preferable thing? How would you explain that?
I don't think forgiveness is a moral thing. If forgiveness is optional, it can be moral, but it isn't necessarily moral. So I would.
Is forgiveness real?
Sure.
Okay, so you of yourself can absolve somebody of something they've done wrong, even though they've done wrong, and it's too late. You can't take it back.
Yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily be moral. May or may not. Doesn't really make a difference.
Does it affect what actually happened? The person's forgiveness of the person? No. So does that mean that the guilt stays even after forgiveness is given?
Maybe yes, maybe no. It depends on the person.
Do you believe in a status of guilt?
You mean like do people experience it? Sure.
No, it's like someone is objectively guilty, and in the sense that you have committed an act that is wrong, and therefore you have a moral status of being guilty for something.
Oh, that's an interesting question. Is being guilty a moral status or just a status? Sorry, Jesus Christ, I'm not an American. Or is it just a factual one? Is it just a descriptive one? I'm not sure that you could say that it's a moral status necessarily, because you can be guilty of things that aren't immoral. Like it's just a descriptor, right?
For blameworthiness.
Okay, so then blameworthiness is real. You have blameworthiness realism in your rubric.
Sure.
Okay. So does the person who forgives that person erase the person's blameworthiness for it?
No.
Does that mean that there is a call for
right,
justice
yeah, I mean,
on
that's,
that person?
Yeah, no, because forgiveness is just means that you're not going to seek retribution. Like it doesn't really do anything, like it doesn't change anything about the individual that you're forgiving. It just changes your relationship to them. Yeah, that would be my take on it.
person regardless of whether or not their forgiveness has happened.
I don't know what that means.
Do you believe? Okay. So does the person who forgives that person erase the person's blameworthiness for it?
No.
Does that mean that there is a call for justice on that person regardless of whether or not their forgiveness has happened?
Well, there might be, but it wouldn't be on the part of the person who has forgiven them, because society might have a call for justice separate from the kind of needs of the immediate victim.
Do you believe in justice?
Probably
do you believe justice
not.
is a real thing? So, for example, okay, so for example, let's say do you believe that, well, maybe I should ask this. Do you believe that government is preferable for society as opposed to like anarchy or something?
As a pragmatic evil, yes, it's the lesser evil.
A pragmatic evil.
Yeah, so it's bad. Like taxes are an immoral thing that we impose on people, but we do it to prevent a greater immorality, which is anarchism. Yeah, I don't think anarchism or libertarianism work. They're bad, but I also think governments are bad. They're just less bad.
Okay. So the blameworthiness stays upon that person for the rest of their life, and it can't be.
It doesn't ever go away. If you committed a crime, you're eternally blameworthy for that crime.
Right. So, but when I say you believe in justice, you mean that there is a calling upon other people to impose a punishment or penalty to somebody? No,
it's never moral to impose a punishment. The moral thing to do would be like what Jesus said, turn the other cheek, or what Gandhi said is to forgive all of your enemies. So it's never moral to impose a punishment as a form of justice. That's simply just a pragmatic thing we do to try to prevent greater harm. It's never good. It's never moral to impose punishments.
So would you say that it's sometimes moral to do wrong then?
No.
Well, but you're saying there are, I admit that what you're presenting are different tiers of priorities, and some priorities are superseding while there are simultaneous evils and considerations and lesser evils, right?
Right. So yeah, it can sometimes be the rational decision to do a lesser evil to prevent a greater evil, but it's still always an evil. It never becomes a good. It's still a lesser evil. So like the trolley problem, if you have to option between killing one or killing five, you can rationally choose to kill the one, which is a less immoral action, but it's still an immoral action. It never becomes good.
Here's a problem I got with that.
Sure.
Let's say you steal $5,000 from me. Isn't it just to force me to give the $5,000 back if I'm unwilling?
Sort of. It would be a lesser immoral action. So it would still be immoral, but it would be a lesser immoral action.
How is that immoral to give back what ontologically belongs to you?
Well,
I mean, you do believe in stealing, right?
The other cheek. The moral thing to do would be like, I will let you have it. That's the moral thing to do. That's like
very Christian.
In a way, sort of, in parts of Christianity.
Super Christian. I'd say cut their fucking head off.
So like,
okay, but turn the other cheek presupposes that you have had something immoral done to you in the first place, right?
Yes.
Right. So why would you honor that thing by establishing a thing as if that were the thing to keep continuing, as opposed to justice?
Be moral, that would be the thing to do. Morality is self-sacrifice. So if you want to make a self-sacrifice of the 5,000, that's the most moral thing you can do. Taking it back isn't the moral thing to do. It's justified. It's a justified immoral action, but it's not the moral thing to do.
But do you believe in private property?
Sure.
Okay, so then why wouldn't giving it back be the moral thing to do that supersedes anything else?
Because that's not what morality is.
So there's a different, I think, like giving it, it seems to me that T-Jump, and maybe this is going to be made explicit in a bit, but T-Jump seems to be arguing that taking money from somebody to return to a victim would be an immoral act, a lesser immoral act, but still immoral. But it seems that presumably he wouldn't feel the same way if the perpetrator volunteered to give the money back, say the $5,000.
Logical. It's not moral. Moral is a voluntary assistance of will. Immorality is an involuntary imposition of will. So if you voluntarily give it back, that's moral. Being moral. If you forcibly take it from him, that's another immoral action. The moral
what gives will value?
He's kind of expressing the Buddhist attitude towards theft here, which is that theft is described as taking, like what you're enjoined to refrain against is taking the not given. And so like you could make an argument that from a Buddhist perspective, taking something from a criminal and then giving it to the victim forcibly, like you could maybe make an argument that it breaches that precept. I'd need to think about that.
Will value? That's
yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, what makes will prescriptive for other moral agents in your worldview?
What makes will prescriptive? So it's kind of like why?
Yeah. So why should your will be prescriptive over mine in my actions?
It's like asking why do we have moral value?
All right. The easy answer to that is it shouldn't. But if you're going to try and impose your will on a collective who have come to some sort of intersubjective agreement, then I think you're going to find yourself in a very difficult position because, you know, they have more power. Like the many have more power than the few. So, you know, yeah. I mean, assuming that the few aren't billionaires or generals or whatever.
Part of nature. Part of nature.
We're talking about your framework tonight. We can talk about my framework maybe at some point.
No, I'm trying to answer your question by giving you an analogy to compare to your worldview. So when you ask what makes something good, you say it's because of God's nature, and you ask me what makes something good, it's because of the nature of physics. It's the same answer. I'm just trying.
Yeah, but you would agree the nature of physics doesn't give us purpose, right? It's just it's a thing that is.
No, I'm saying it does. I'm saying morality, purpose, meaning they're a law of physics, just like gravity, just a different law.
So how does an unconscious...
because this is like 2 hours and 45 minutes into a nearly 5 hour stream, did he ever justify how morality is a law of the universe, just like the laws of physics are? Because it seems to me that that's a claim that requires justification, because it's quite a bold claim. Because we can observe the laws of physics, we can conduct experiments to test various hypotheses. But how would you test whether an action is wrong or not using physics? Did he ever explain? I don't really want to have to watch nearly 3 hours of content. Did you get him to explain how that works?
For example, if I wrote a song and I said, this is what the song means, how would that be different than? Would that be any different than what physics does to us?
I don't understand your question, but I think
so. Let's say,
hold on. Sorry.
Sure.
How does a non-conscious entity give meaning? It's like the karmic field or the dharmic field. The essence of the thing is in the nature of the object. So if you ask how does God's nature define morality without a conscious decision? Well, it's just a part of his nature. The same thing applies to karmic fields or dharmic fields or laws of physics that ground morality. The essence of the meaning and purpose is the nature.
I hope he's not representing or trying to represent Buddhism here. Let's just take it back.
Give meaning. It's like the karmic field or the dharmic field. The essence of the thing is in the nature of the...
Now, maybe he may be referencing Hindu ideas of the Dharma, although the Dharmic field, I don't know what that means unless he's talking about the field of phenomena, because Dharma can just mean phenomena. And karmic field, well, karma is just action. So I suppose I'm not entirely sure what that means, but neither of those things would have an essence. And later schools of Buddhism, like the Madhyamaka school, which was very influential, explicitly refuted this idea that anything has an essence, including expressions of the Dharma. Yeah.
object. So if you ask how does God's nature define morality without a conscious decision? Well, it's just a part of his nature. The same thing applies to karmic fields or dharmic fields or laws of physics that ground morality. The essence of the meaning and purpose is the nature of the thing.
Except the difference would be with God, there is a distinction between good and evil. Good is what ought be, and evil is what ought not be. So how could what ought not be?
Because the thing about karma in Buddhism and ethics in Buddhism, and I can't speak for Hinduism, I can only speak for Buddhism, is that it's not metaphysically objective. It's instrumentally objective. Like, they're not, like, the precepts aren't an end in themselves. They're not rules. They're a means to an end. Like, they're kind of principles for training the mind.
Be just as native to reality as what ought be.
So in the
Can you say that, but in English? Like, just
yeah. So do we agree?
Author.
Do we agree that good? Do we agree that can we have a universe of 100% truth? Like everything is.
What does that mean? Okay, re-examination. What does that mean? A universe of 100% truth? Because I would argue that the universe is neither true nor false. It just is. Statements about the universe can be true or false, or propositions or ideas about the universe can be true or false. But the universe itself isn't true or false. The universe just is.
Everything is always true. You can't have
right. Okay, I'm making a point. I have a
you
follow
came
up.
off your script. You came off your script. Now you're lost.
No, I'm making a point. Is it possible to? Is it? I'm not reading a script, dude.
Not now. That's why you're confused. You were reading your script the first 30
You were
minutes.
confused. I know what I'm doing. Anyway, the point is,
we'll find out.
Can you have a universe with 100% lies?
Yes.
Again, what does that mean?
Yes.
A universe of 100% lies, because it's as meaningless as asking if you can have a universe that's 100% truth. Like, it seems to me to be a category mistake in that the properties of truth and falsehood don't seem to apply.
I don't,
a universe that's inherently not real.
Lies aren't an ontology. You can't have a universe of
So
lies.
are we?
Okay.
All right, there's a pair of scissors on my table here. Like, the scissors being on the table, like, that's not true or false. That just is. But the statement, the scissors are on the table, that can be true or false. But the scissors actually being on the table, that can't be true or false, because that's not a proposition.
Thank you. Great. So would you say that lies are typically immoral?
No. There's nothing wrong about lying. Lying isn't an imposition on anyone's will. Lies can be immoral if you cause someone to accept something without consent. That can be immoral. But lies, like if I say, you have the prettiest eyes I've ever seen, is that immoral? Like, no, there's nothing wrong with that. Most lies have no moral value at all.
Does gaslighting have moral value?
Yes, it can. If you are deliberately trying to interfere with someone's consent by giving them an incorrect comprehension of reality, that can be immoral, yes.
But if their view of themselves and their will is untouched, how is it immoral if their will has not changed?
If you give someone a incorrect comprehension of reality that causes them to give false consent, that would be immoral. Doesn't matter if their will changes.
How do you define false consent?
Like if I say,
who judges what false consent
sign
is?
this contract and I'll give you $1 million, but actually I just get to take all of your money, that would be a false consent. I've lied to you, which has then caused you to lose money.
Yes, that's lying. That's not gaslighting.
Gaslighting would be giving you like a false perception of reality. Like
no, gaslighting is a form of lying, isn't it? You're misrepresenting what's true, or at least you're attempting to, in order to achieve a desired psychological response.
It's their fault or something.
Gaslighting would be telling people that their brain is not working properly, that they don't have a grasp on reality.
Well, it's not always that their brain isn't working correctly. It's just giving them a false perception of reality, usually causing them to believe it's
like
their
religion.
fault. Like religion.
But they're trying, but in the case of gaslighting, they're trying to convince the person that they don't have a grasp on reality, and therefore they're dependent on some other interpreter to do that for them, right?
No, they're just trying to convince you something that's false. It's like you have a belief, this belief is false, which gives you a false perception of reality. So it's when they say that gaslighting is trying to give you a different perception on reality, just trying to make you to believe something that's false. That's all it means.
Examination.
But then how does gaslighting differentiate itself from?
Or are you making an internal critique? I'm just curious. Is this an internal critique or is there a claim? Because I'd love to hear if there's a claim.
Yeah, I'm trying to explore, because when me and T-Jump talked last time, we got into more of my worldview, and I wanted to get more into his, because I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out how there can be prescriptions within a world where evil or immoral things are just as negative to the world as moral things, because in my mind they're not the same thing. Because where I'm trying to figure out where
my answer would be free will, but he doesn't believe in free will.
Yeah, I believe in compatibilism, but go ahead. What was your question? Something about how can?
Yeah. So do you think good and evil have the same prescriptive power? Like for example, if you're saying that evil is just as natural as good, it comes just as naturally because of physics. Evil is real because of physics. Good is real because of physics. Does that mean that good and evil are just as naive to each other? Is this dualistic? Is there?
No, I don't understand your question. Like there can be multiple things that reality creates. There's like the positive and negative, up and down. Like what is? I don't understand your question.
I mean, the answer would be yes, right? Because, like, I mean, I suppose in order for evil to be prescriptive, you would need to have a system codified and formalized, and whoever came up with the system would need to acknowledge, I suppose, that they were trying to prescribe what it means to be evil. evil.
Everything is reality. Everything is physical. Just like God created everything. God created evil.
So in my mind, good is prescriptive, and you said it's not
prescriptive. Is irrelevant. So prescriptive is a debate in morality. It's irrelevant to the topic. You can have prescriptive moralities. You can have non-prescriptive moralities. That's just not relevant to the topic.
So if I said that you should teach your children to do good things, I've said essentially nothing, according to you.
I think the problem from my view is that you're coming from, or you seem to be coming from a view where what is good and what is evil have something essential to them. But on my view, what is good and what is evil depends upon whether you're in a system that has explicit definitions for what is good and what is evil, such as Christianity or Buddhism, or whether you're in part of a society, which we all are, whether we like it or not, in which there is an intersubjective definition of what is good and what is evil, and that often but not always defines the laws that are made. And it doesn't seem to me that any of those situations gives rise to a situation like a context in which good or evil have some kind of essential properties. I mean, I get that from your view, good and evil do have essential properties. But that's based upon a claim that, on my view, is non-falsifiable, the existence of God, of a God who has defined what those properties are.
Or have I said something?
Prescriptions exist as a construct of language, yes.
So if I say to my children that you should stay away from strangers, or that you should not hit other children, is that just an exercise of language, or is that because there is an ought associated with what it's good?
Oughts are not required for morality. That's just not a part of requirement for morality. Oughts.
Yeah, the oughts are linguistic here, right? You're saying you should not do this. presumably you're attaching some sort of consequences as well, right? So it's actually like instrumental. So, because generally you say to a child, you should not do this. And then maybe let's say you say to a child, don't hit your sibling, right? And let's say the child hits a sibling, and being a reasonable parent, you might give them a pass the first time, or maybe even the first couple of times. But then you say, okay, if you hit your sibling, these are going to be the consequences. So you ought not to hit your sibling, right? And like oughts can be derived just from conditioning. This doesn't seem to me to be a difficult question to address, particularly.
Descriptions exist as a construct of language, yes.
And that's, I think, also fair. Like, because if you're going to say that prescriptions exist independently of language, then you need to demonstrate their presence in the universe.
So if I say to my children that you should stay away from strangers, or that you should not hit other children, is that just an exercise of language, or is that because there is an ought associated with what it's good?
Again, oughts are not required for morality. That's just not a part of requirement for morality. Oughts,
yeah, that's the part. Can you?
Although to say like prescriptions are a function of language kind of seems trivially true, like because any statement is a function of language, really. Yeah.
Flesh it out for me, because that's the part that's hardest for me to get.
Sure. So it's a common misconception that people think that oughts are synonymous with morality. It's there are many different models of morality that have moral facts without oughts and prescriptions. I have a list of them on my website. It's a part of the fact.
His audio is a bit ropey here.
I don't have them memorized. There's a bunch of them.
While we find that list, can I ask Spin? Hey, Spin, what kind of popcorn are you eating?
Actually, before anybody does this, I wanted to wait. I wanted to wait for a good point to chime in here. Okay, so first off, Ross Khan sent in $20 and said, "Bring Clay back." All right, so that would be booting the shaman back out. But then, and then Spin came in with the 20 on here that says Clay with the protection. So that's
well. It depends on what you mean. When you say meaningless, the meanings of words are derived through usage. Like words don't have intrinsic meaning. So, because we decide what words mean. And that's why dictionaries are descriptive, not prescriptive. They don't tell you what words are supposed to mean. They tell you what words mean according to how they're being used at the time, which is why they get updated every year. Like this idea that words have some kind of intrinsic meaning that is unchanging is ludicrous. But that's not the same as saying that because words don't have an intrinsic meaning, that words have no meaning whatsoever. It just means that they have a meaning that is derived from context. If good or bad is meant to distinguish real things, what are we talking about in his objective framework? Yeah, which was I might need to go back and watch. How long is the interview? Is it like an hour or something? Yeah, it seems to be about an hour. When does it start? There's a bit of... Okay. And that's on his channel rather than Sarah's, I think. On his channel rather than Sarah's? Yeah, okay. All right, so yeah, maybe the interview is like 40 odd minutes or something. So I'd have been interested in hearing about how he arrived at the conclusion that physics somehow determines what's moral or immoral. Because it seems to me that's the real question, and everything else, like, until you ascertain how he's like arriving at that mechanism, or how that mechanism works, you know, because, like, I don't know, to compare it to the laws of physics seems weird, because we can measure the laws of physics, like we can, like, let's just kind of talk about light, for example. Like, we can measure light and its speed and its properties and how it behaves under different conditions. I mean, I did see in and there was like a little intro video on the stream where he was kind of talking about what he means, and he did make the distinction between metaphysical objectivity, which is what Christians typically refer to, and he mentioned a couple of others, like he mentioned scientific, and there was another one. He didn't mention instrumental. And it seems to me that if your moral system, assuming it's arrived at outside of your own thinking, but if your moral system is aiming at some sort of goal, even if that goal is just like an orderly and peaceful society, then it's instrumentally objective.
That's 40.
How much more of this interaction is between you and he, or is that it?
For Clay City, who go then next up
morality that have moral facts that I can answer.
And then next up in line was
that I can answer the question. So here's a list of models of morality that have moral facts but no normativity: descriptive moral realism, anti-reasons moral realism, pure moral geometry, structural moral realism, value realism without practical authority, non-normative fitting attitude theory, non-natural moral realism minus oughts, metaethical moral classification models, pre-normative moral realism, moral topology, moral space models, imposition ethics mine. So there's lots of academic models. This is not a novel thing that I've introduced. Having moral facts without oughts is very, very simple. Oughts are just an added thing that we add. After you know what's moral, you can say you ought to do this, but the ought isn't required for it to be moral. That's just it's not relevant.
Well, in my mind, when you're talking about respecting somebody's will, that comes with an ought. That comes with, like, do you believe in the conscience?
Yes, consciousness.
No, conscience, as in a part of you that it can be injured. So, for example, like if I do something that, we'll just say for the sake of argument, that I believe is wrong, and I just keep willing myself to do it, and then that bleeds into me doing many other things that I believe is wrong. Do you believe that there's a part of you that can get damaged, that imposes a moral structure, that if you go against it enough, that you will damage your psyche?
No, that's not a thing.
You don't believe
Speaking
that? Okay.
of
Well, so that's like an
damaging
empirical
psyche,
question.
Husky, are you still with us? Do we have a boot ready?
He's grabbing. He went to go grab the thing for the stunt.
All right, we'll give you a second to get the boot, and then you got an actual boot coming after that. All right, back to you, Tom.
Yeah, so there's no part of your brain that's damaged by doing immoral things. Like that's been studied pretty extensively. You can have certain parts of your brains that change through neuroplasticity, but no parts like damaged by doing it, unless you're like doing something that literally has a physical impact on your brain, like drinking or drugs heavily or something.
Yeah, you would say that trauma can have an effect on the brain that's measurable, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'm still. So you've listed a bunch of models, which would of course require me to do a lot of reading on those and how those work.
Sure.
But because you've told me the titles for those models, I'm still having, based on my understanding of morality, I'm still having a lack of understanding as to what it means to even be moral or immoral if it's not prescriptive, if it's not purpose, if there's not an ought to it, or if purpose means something that is unconscious, that because for example,
let me
to the
try
song
to answer.
argument.
So like in Christianity, what makes something wrong is that it doesn't coincide with God's nature. It is a fact. It is a fact that this action does not coincide with God's nature. There is no prescriptivity there. You don't need it. There's nothing in that sentence that's anything about prescriptions or oughts. It's irrelevant. You can then say this action does not coincide with God's nature, therefore we ought to do it. But that's just irrelevant. You don't need any of that language at all. And you can do the same thing in naturalistic pantheism. You say, this action does not correspond with the nature of the moral law, therefore it is immoral. And you don't need to add any.
So it seems like what he's pointing towards here, which isn't something that I know an awful lot about, is an idea that, as far as I'm aware, originated with David Hume, who is a Scottish philosopher. Called the is-ought problem. Like, how do you derive an ought from an is? And what he seems to be saying here is like, you have this situation where there's this objective morality, and that's the is, but that doesn't necessarily give rise to oughts.
No prescriptions, none of that language is required at all. You can then add that and say, once we know that this is not in correspondence with the moral law, we know it's immoral, and therefore you ought not do it. So you can add prescriptions to any moral model ever. All of these you can just add them to, but they're just not relevant. So what makes something wrong is that it does not correspond to.
Well, it sort of depends on the system. If the system is instrumentally objective, then the oughts are relevant. Because then the question is, well, does this action lead to move you closer or further away from the goal that the system of morality that you're following leads to? And if it leads to the goal, then you ought to do it. And if it leads away from the goal, then you ought not to do it. So like it seems to me there are situations in which you can derive an ought from an is. Like, I'm not keen on this idea of trying to blend science with morality, or trying to derive morality from science. Or vice versa, deriving science from morality. Well, I suppose you could do a study, but anyway,
The moral entity, whatever grounds morality, that's what makes it wrong. That's what a moral object is. Then after that, you can add prescriptivity. You can add, you ought not do it, you should not do it, but whether or not you do, the prescriptivity is just irrelevant.
Well, wouldn't you agree that if God does exist, he has property rights over us and can tell us what to do?
No.
Why not?
Even if he existed, each individual agent has rights over themselves. No one owns you. It's immoral for someone to own you. And so he absolutely does not have rights over you. And it would be immoral for him to do things without your consent.
Yeah, I mean, I would also say no, because I'm not even sure if in the Bible God does assert property rights over other sentient beings. But even if he does, merely making the assertion doesn't mean that it's correct. Not necessarily. Maybe God's lying.
Yeah, that doesn't make it. I don't think that makes any sense. If he created your will, he's purposed for what it is. So if he has, so again, back to the song. If I write a song, and I say this is what the song means, this is the correct interpretation of the song, and then somebody else comes and says, no, I think this is the correct interpretation of the song, and I say X, he says Y. Are we both equally correct?
For a song, no. A song isn't a conscious agent.
So when I make something, then it is, for my purposes, I can give the meaning to it that I intended, right?
Only if it's not a
No, you can't. Again, because I hope he's going to reinforce this point. A song is not a conscious agent, right? Like, you can't do that with your child. Let me just take it back and see exactly what you say.
Of the song, and then somebody else comes and says, no, I think this is the correct interpretation of the song, and I say X, he says Y. Are we both equally correct?
For a song, no. A song isn't a conscious agent.
You say God is truth, and I suppose that's quite a bold claim, and I would have to ask you how you know that's the case. And if your response is because God says so, I would argue that a being's assertions about themselves, if all you have to go on are just the assertions, then I don't think you can necessarily assume that those assertions are true. Like, because if God were deceptive, then it might be in his interest to convince people that he is truth.
So when I make something, then it is, for my purposes, I can give the meaning to it that I intended, right?
Only if it's not a conscious agent. If it's a conscious agent, you don't get any rights over it at all. It has its own rights. It intrinsically has rights of its own.
And also, you're wrong about just like acts of creation, like artistic creation. Once you release something into the wilds of public consumption, an author's original intent becomes irrelevant because the audience will map their own interpretations onto the work of art, whether you like it or not. And then for them, that's what that work of art becomes about. I mean, that's just kind of how it works. And, you know, that can be annoying perhaps, but, you know, that's just what happens.
Has value because it's a conscious agent. You have no rights over it. You get to say nothing about it.
Oh dear. No, that's the impossibility of the contrary is not an argument. First of all, in order to make that claim, you would need to be aware of every single contrary position, and you can't be aware of them because there are going to be contrary positions that haven't arisen yet. And then secondly, even if all other positions are impossible, that doesn't mean that yours is true, because yours could be impossible too. It could be that any expression of metaphysical reality is wrong due to the limitations of our minds and language.
It gets to decide for itself.
But if you create the conscious agent, you have property rights over it to tell exactly what to do. Absolutely.
Creating another agent, the agent itself has rights over itself always, in every libertarian value, in every conscious value, in any moral system. A conscious agent never becomes your property because you create it, ever.
Yeah, like I don't think you can make the claim that a conscious agent that you create, because that you have property rights over, because that means then that you could sell your children legally, and rights like property rights especially, I mean, that they're a legalistic claim, right? They're not a moral claim.
That's just an immoral system. Just obviously, it's just slavery.
Immoral based on what standard?
Based on every independent measure of morality we possibly could ever have.
So even if you made physics and the people that live in physical world, that would still be why?
100%.
It doesn't.
Because every conscious agent intrinsically has value, and for you to own them would be slavery, and slavery is immoral.
So that's prescriptive. Right there. Usually telling you what not to do.
No, remember, so you can take a moral fact.
Does that mean owning traffic cones is immoral?
Yeah, no, to be fair, he didn't say that God should not have property rights or should not assert property rights. He's just saying if God is asserting property rights, that's immoral for this reason.
Well,
no, he didn't say that one.
While we're in
re-examination. You're straw manning in. That's not good.
Husky ought to do. Dear God, on a traffic cone. All right, let's do it.
So,
here we go.
Gibbs, you might remember this traffic cone. I cut a hole in it so that I could use glass
Nice.
Do you remember
I thought it was for the hoochie mamas, but never mind.
Oh no, that's just for you actually.
Hit it.
Depending on what y'all are talking about, though.
Hold on. Before you do, let me get through the rest of the super chats, please. I appreciate it. I actually agree. Tire exchange. Wants to come up. Husky U5 says it wasn't me. It was a fake Roscon. The Wiseman gifting out to all.
It's now.
Aw, how's she doing?
It's still swollen up, and she honestly
rolling in the dough. Now, let me ask one point because it does apply. All right, so like an argument many people make is that we're in a simulation. All right, let's just take it down to let's just say something we can see. Let's just say somehow my Sims character became sentient. Now, am I enslaving the Sims character by owning that game and running? Yes, I am. Okay, the Sims character doesn't exist if I don't continue to play that build. Would it be moral or immoral to continue to play that build, even though I'm forcing them to be slaves because I played the game? Which one is
lesser immoral action? So it would be like a justified immoral action to continue playing, like the trolley problem, killing the 1 instead of the 5. You'd be doing a bad thing because you are trapping them against their will, but it's the less bad option because if you stop trapping them, you kill them. So the best thing to do is to continue playing until you have a way to free them and give them free rights and individuality.
Okay, so then you would just say let them go on and auto or let them do the sentient choices and then not take part in it. So would it be immoral or moral in that sense? If say I let them do whatever they want, would it be immoral or moral in that sense to I don't know, run the world in any form or way? Because
hang on a minute, let me check the Discords. 14936. 14936. Yes.
Leans on this really just is whatever we decide. If he decides that he's going to fight me for it, or if I decide.
Right. Okay. Keep playing. All right. make your fucking mind up.
And then I'm going to fight him for it. This might be a death scenario where
that would be immoral.
Clay, is the fight taking
the desert?
Let's say you real quick back to pregnancy. Let's say you didn't abort the child. If you can say that on YouTube. Let's say you just before they were born, you removed both their arms, so that when they were born, they had no arms. Is that morally acceptable or no?
That would be immoral. So imposing constraints on a child, a conscious entity, would be immoral.
So you can end their life, but you can't take away their arms.
If they consent to it, you can take away their arms.
Also, wait,
what?
Is it just right before they're born?
So specifically about abortion, I would say that aborting a child when it's conscious is immoral. It's a conscious agent, so killing it would be immoral. But it's a justified immoral action to protect the sanctity of the mother. So I would agree it's immoral to abort a living conscious entity, and it would also be immoral to take its arms off. Sure, yes.
But in the case of when he was on when the woman was on a starvation strike,
I never said that
strike,
wasn't immoral. I don't know why you keep going back to that. So that would also be immoral.
Okay, I thought you said that. I thought you said that the nature of putting the baby inside the woman was immoral. I thought that's what you said.
Well, that's a different thing. So that causing pregnancy without consent is immoral. So like if someone
but that was not the scenario.
Right. That's why I didn't talk about it just then. But you brought that up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So removing arms is bad. Killing them might not be bad. Okay, real quick though.
No, so if they're conscious, killing them is always bad. If they're unconscious, it's always bad to kill them.
But if they're not conscious and you remove the arms before the consciousness, then it's fine to give the birth later without arms because at the time you took the arms off, they had no consciousness?
No, because you've imposed a constraint on them before they were conscious. It's still imposing a constraint on their body, so that would still be bad.
Okay. So even though the will is not there, that the will is irrelevant because the constraint came before will.
Well, no, so the creating a will isn't bad because you haven't imposed on anything. But if you're complying constraints on that will, like damaging the body to once the will is then created to limit its abilities, that would definitely be immoral. So
are you saying there's a way a body ought be? Like there's an actual solid ontology to humanity that's immutable?
Well, yeah, it ought to be free for the conscious being to choose itself. That's what it.
So that's prescriptive. There's an ought there.
No, I remember we already covered that you can have moral facts without oughts, but you can add oughts to any moral fact.
Okay, so I agree that they're I'm trying.
I mean that seems to be quite a good point that he's making there. Like the moral facts themselves don't require oughts in order to be moral facts, assuming you believe in moral facts, but you can add prescriptions to moral facts. I mean, and that the prescriptions are separate from the moral facts.
To get my arms, no pun intended, around what's going on here, because if we're talking about will here, then I want to know at what stage will has play on this. For example, let's say you have let's say there's a guy who's a PDF file and he's just alone in his room and he's thinking PDF thoughts all the time, just drooling, slobbering in his room, being that kind of guy, right? And there's no actual victim. Did he do something immoral?
No, there is no thought crime. Thought crime is not a thing.
There's no victim.
Okay.
What if he? Okay.
I mean, from a Buddhist perspective, he would be, although not for the emotive reasons that you're bringing the example up, but because engaging in that kind of thought process is more likely to lead you to actually commit the act, and then that's harmful. And then, but even so, even leaving that aside, from the Buddhist view, being overly invested in sexual activity is detrimental to your well-being. You reject the emotive charge. Yeah, no, of course it was. That's why you brought up paedophilia. It's a very specific rhetorical tactic. Come on, re-examination. Just own it. It's fine. I do it all the time. God condemns for thought. Right, okay. But I mean, that may be true within the Christian paradigm, but if you're going to convince me that the idea that God condemns for what you're thinking is something that I should consider, then you need to demonstrate that God is actually real. And I haven't had a personal experience of God, and none of the arguments seem particularly convincing to me. I mean, some are stronger than others. Some are complete dog shit, like Tag. I think maybe there's a version of the cosmological argument that I think is quite strong. Yeah.
But also, from earlier, then it just sounds like that your morality in this.
Well, yeah, but okay. but you could have used any act, and I find it interesting that people don't tend to, when they want to make an example, a kind of moral example, they'll use the most extreme acts they can think of, and which would be fine, except then they won't actually talk about what they're talking about. So they're kind of being cowards. They'll say grape rather than rape. And I just sort of think, if you're going to discuss controversial topics, you should at least just openly fucking discuss them. But the same question could be just as equally addressed by something that's much less emotive and that's much less likely to trigger some sort of emotional response in people, such as, shoplifting, right? And it's the exact same point can be made. Right, precisely. It was a rhetorical tactic. Yeah, because it was emotive. Yeah, I know. Just own it. It's fine. like I do that sometimes. Although I have started calling out this particular tactic, especially when it's combined with trying to adhere to TikTok rules, because it's if you're not actually going to be in a position to discuss this topic like an adult without substituting fruit euphemisms,
instance does not stem from imposing on something's will, because you said that when you're removing the baby or the arms from the baby before they were a conscious being, then it wouldn't have a will to impose upon them. So it can't be the case that it's immoral under your
the
view.
Immorality is implying restrictions to a consciousness, not the creation of the consciousness. It doesn't matter if you imply those restrictions.
You've already demonstrated. You've already said that it wasn't.
I mean, under his paradigm, T-jumps, abortion must be immoral, because if you terminate the life, then you're restricting the consciousness from doing anything. Because if his argument is that if you remove the arms from a fetus before consciousness has developed, right, that's immoral, because then when the baby is born, the lack of arms is going to be a constraint. Then surely, if you terminate the fetus before consciousnness has developed, that's equally as immoral, because there's even less potential for that consciousness to express itself in any way, like it can't express itself in any way whatsoever because it doesn't exist. See,
unconscious.
It doesn't matter when you apply the restrictions. If you're applying restrictions to a consciousness after it's created, that's immoral. Just the act of creation isn't immoral, but applying restrictions is. So if you're going to, I don't know, glue sticks to the baby's back or whatever, that would also be immoral. It doesn't matter if it's before or after it's born.
So let's work off of that. Let's say that the mother knows, in this case, that the baby's going to miscarry before they're ever a conscious being. Does that make it immoral then to remove their arms and mess with their limbs?
Right. What's the new timestamp? 11037. Oh, do you know, it's quite nice. I've got I got my Cintiq out of the box and hooked that up. So now I've got 3 screens, because I also have David's monitor from his computer, which was my old computer. All right, let me see. It's 11037.
choose.
Is a valid choice.
You can. That's an option. So you can choose not to do it. That's fine. Go for it.
So you can go on a hunger strike as a pregnant woman?
You can. That's an option.
Oh.
You can?
Yes. So
and that would not be immoral. So you put the baby in a vulnerable situation. You go on.
Is a valid choice.
You can. That's an option. So you can choose not to do it. That's fine. Go for it.
So you can go on a hunger strike as a pregnant woman?
You can. That's an option.
Oh.
You can?
Yes. So
and that would not be immoral. So you put the baby in a vulnerable situation. You go on a hunger strike. Baby dies, and you've done nothing wrong.
All of the options there were immoral. Pulling the switch one way or the other are both immoral. So like, I don't know why your example is bad. You
wait. Hold on. Why are we supposing that not going on a hunger strike was also immoral?
No one said that.
Okay, but you said all the options were immoral. So one option is not to go on a hunger strike.
That would. Okay, that could be it. Like if she doesn't want that, that would be immoral too. It would be an immoral imposition on her.
So all options.
What? Wait. So is pregnancy a moral imposition?
It can be. Yeah, absolutely. That's what rape is.
Well, no, rape is different than pregnancy. I think you'd agree to that.
Rape causing pregnancy would be immoral. Yes.
Okay, but so it wouldn't be immoral to you to do a hunger strike while you have a baby.
It probably would because you'd be imposing on the child. Yes.
Why
I never said it wasn't.
Okay, so why wouldn't what would you differentiate from a pregnancy that is an imposition of will versus it's not? Are you a pro-choice?
Yes. So a pregnancy that would not be consensual is like if you didn't consent to get pregnant and you got pregnant against your will, that would be a non-consensual pregnancy.
So the baby would be immoral while it's in the womb.
No, nature would be immoral for putting the baby in you. The baby didn't do anything.
Would the man be immoral for putting the baby in the womb?
Sorry, did he say nature? Did he say nature would be immoral?
A non-consensual pregnancy.
So the baby would be immoral while it's in the womb.
No, nature would be immoral for putting the baby in you. The baby didn't do anything.
I hope you didn't let that one slide. Re-examination.
Would the man be immoral for putting the baby in the womb?
No, nature would be immoral for putting the baby in. The man didn't, unless the man deliberately impregnated her, like with the.
Well, the man participated in the nature's ability to put the sperm in.
Nature doesn't have abilities. I don't quite understand what's being said here. Like what's being argued here. Nature doesn't do stuff. It's a way we have of describing like biological life and I suppose the environment. Well, I mean, yes, you could argue the environment does stuff, but it's not like nature is this entity hovering over people who are procreating and deciding who gets pregnant and who doesn't.
Yeah, but
if I throw a rock at somebody's head, I don't blame nature for the rock I threw at somebody's head.
Right. I know what will happen if I...
Do you know it's funny re-examination. There's a passage in the Bodhicharyavatara who by Shantideva. I think it's probably in the chapter on forbearance. Where he asks, you get annoyed with the person like striking you with a stick, but you don't get annoyed with a stick, which is a bit mental. I'm paraphrasing massively. Let me see. I'm actually. Doopy doopy boo. Well, maybe. I mean, I can't just sit here reading the entire chapter, looking for one verse. Although I did find a verse that's slightly opposite. His the knife and mine the body, the twofold cause of suffering. He has grasped the knife, I my body, at which is their anger. Anyway.
I participate, I know what the potential is, right?
But that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant. So knowing the potential doesn't mean you're to blame.
It's easy
for
to
the
say it's
potential.
irrelevant, but it is relevant.
So if I play Russian roulette, knowing the potential isn't irrelevant?
I mean, yes, like there's nothing immoral with playing Russian roulette. But
Well,
so to answer the
we're
question,
talking about potential now.
So to answer the question,
All
in the case of pregnancy, if the man and the woman both do not
bullshit.
Stop talking, Glenn.
Yeah, he said nature. Yeah, which is hang on a minute. How's that? Let's bring you back up. Yeah, nature, which is a bit weird because that appears to be an act of reification on his part that I would have thought he would have resisted, because it's like, well, what does he mean when he says that nature makes people pregnant? Like, yeah. I'm surprised no one picked him up on that, really.
Stop talking, Clay.
Yeah, that is painful to hear.
Stop talking, Clay. Stop talking, Clay. If Clay doesn't stop talking, I'm just gonna leave. I don't have time for this. So, Sarah, if you don't like, calm me down.
You're on open panel,
let me
dude.
read
We're
some
on the
super
gauntlet
chats
now.
and maybe I can let you guys reset. Maybe that'll help you out a little better. Fourth Wiseman says, "Gold done. P.S. Husky loves water. Husky, do you love water, sir?"
Absolutely.
And of is a conscious agent. Will that mean a 5-year will impose their will upon you and you will
acquiesce?
Thank you. That hurt my brain for a second. Go ahead.
So again, kids can't consent, but yes, the moral thing to do would be to acquiesce to children. So if children want to play and bang pots, it's moral to let them do so rather than stopping them. So yes, if you can acquiesce their will and there's no greater consequence that you have to prevent, it is moral to let them play with pots.
Well, I'd say that's less. Well, yeah, I mean, because he would need to be imparting an agential self to the rock, such that the rock was capable of making decisions, and was capable of acting upon those decisions.
Break stuff.
I do not consent, sir.
Well, I would like to jump in on what examination is saying with T jump here. Or I think this is important. This is why I brought up the Sims thing. I asked about like, oh, if I like some people consented and they knew, and oh, everybody did this one thing, and some people would still suffer. If there's no choice that is moral, and it's only more immoral and less moral, that means the morality doesn't exist at all, because everything is shades of immorality, because that way the word means nothing. If we all choose our word mean nothing, then it's subjective. Like, and that's really like kind of where you're going with this. And like examination is exactly right to keep hounding this point to you, because you keep saying, oh, well, it'd be more moral this way, but it's still moral that way. Well, if there's all immoral, then there is no morality.
No, that's literally stupid. Like if you have two immoral options, simply defining one as moral is called moral laundering. This is the thing in this philosophy for idiots who try to do this. If you're saying that if one of these two options must necessarily be the good option, and the two options are kill one person and kill 5 people, then your morality is called utilitarianism. And utilitarianism has this major problem where it says the bad option, the least bad, is necessarily good, which is why we don't accept utilitarianism, because it has moral laundering. This is a very stupid position, very stupid argument.
It is a stupid position. I agree. It's kind of why
it's literally just what you just argued.
I know it's not what I argued. I was pointing out how stupid it was. But once again, thank you for picking up what I'm putting down. Again, you're just explaining my positions again. I love it. But you're really failing. I love it. It's amazing when these people come on here and they try to explain words and like
and you don't understand them because you're stupid. It is amazing.
But yeah, you're right.
It's very amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, okay.
All right. We had a little switcheroo. Re-examine.
Well, I think we watched the second part, didn't we? I'm fairly certain we did. Let me check. Let me check the Discord. 14936. I'm fairly certain we've actually watched this. 14936.
Leans on the this really just is whatever we decide. If he decides that he's going to fight me for it, or if I decide that I'm going to fight him for it, this might be a death scenario where
yes, that would be immoral.
But Clay, is the fight taking place? Is the fight taking place when you're walking on grass?
No, there's no grass. It's a desert.
No. Okay.
It's a desert.
Then you're not killing grass, so you haven't committed an immoral act. Continue.
real quick, back to pregnancy. Let's say you didn't abort the child. If you can say that on YouTube. Let's say you just before they were born, you removed both their arms, so that when they were born, they had no arms. Is that morally acceptable or no?
That would be immoral. So, like imposing constraints on.
So, was this the second part? Oh, I keep expecting to see the comment pop up on YouTube, but there's a delay because it's OBS. Is this the second part? Let me bring this over here and bring that over here. Yeah.
On a child, a conscious entity would be immoral.
So you can end their life, but you can't take away their arms.
If they consent to it, you can take away their arms.
Also, wait,
what?
Is it just right before they're born?
So specifically about abortion, I would say that aborting a child when it's conscious is immoral. It's a conscious agent, so killing it would be immoral. But it's a justified immoral action to protect the sanctity of the mother. So I would agree it's immoral to abort a living conscious entity, and it would also be immoral to take its arms off. Sure, yes.
But in the case of when he was on when the woman was on a starvation strike,
I never said that wasn't immoral. I don't know why you keep going back to that. So
okay, I thought you said that. I thought you said that the nature of putting the baby inside the woman was immoral. I thought that's what you said.
Well, that's a different thing. So that causing pregnancy without consent is immoral. So like if someone
but that was not the scenario.
Right. That's why I didn't talk about it just then. But you brought that up.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. So removing arms is bad, killing them might not be bad. Okay, real quick though.
No, so if they're conscious, killing them is always bad. If they're conscious, it's always bad to kill them.
But if they're not conscious and you remove the arms before the consciousness, then it's fine to give the birth later without arms because at the time you took the arms off, they had no consciousness?
No, because you've imposed a constraint on them before they were conscious. It's still imposing a constraint on their body, so that would still be bad.
Okay. So even though the will is not there, that the will is irrelevant.
See, there's the inconsistency, and I suppose if it were me, I would have kind of drilled down on that, because if removing the arms from a fetus before the fetus is a conscious human being is immoral because you are constraining the physical abilities of the child in the future.
Not be bad. Okay. Real quick though.
No. So if they're conscious, killing them is always bad. If they're conscious, it's always bad to kill them.
But if they're not conscious and you remove the arms before the consciousness, then it's fine to give the birth later without arms because at the time you took the arms off, they had no consciousness?
No, because you've imposed a constraint on them before they were conscious. It's still imposing a constraint on their body, so that would still be bad.
Right. Well, terminating the pregnancy is also imposing a constraint on their body. It's like the ultimate constraint. So, I don't know. I'd probably have drilled down more into that, because that seems to me to be an inconsistency in his view. Again, I keep looking at YouTube rather than OBS. Let me make the OBS window bigger.
Okay. So even though the will is not there, that the will is irrelevant because the constraint came before will.
Well, no. So the creating a will isn't bad because you haven't imposed anything. But if you're complying constraints on that will, like damaging the body to once the will is then created to limit its abilities, that would definitely be immoral. So like,
so are you saying there's a way a body ought be? Like there's an actual solid ontology to humanity that's immutable?
Well, yeah, it ought to be free for the conscious being to choose itself. That's what it.
So that's prescriptive. There's an ought there.
No, I remember we already covered that you can have moral facts without oughts, but you can add oughts to any moral fact.
Okay, so I agree that I'm trying to get my arms, no pun intended, around what's going on here, because if we're talking about will here, then I want to know at what stage will has play on this. For example, let's say let's say there's a guy who's a PDF file and he's just alone in his room and he's thinking PDF thoughts all the time, just drooling, slobbering in his room, being that kind of guy, right? And there's no actual victim. Did he do something immoral?
No, there is no thought crime. Thought crime is not a thing.
There's no victim.
Okay.
What if he? Okay, let's move.
But
on
also, from earlier, then it just sounds like that your morality in this instance does not stem from like imposing on something's will, because you said that when you're removing the baby or the arms from the baby before they were conscious being, then it wouldn't have a will to impose upon them. So it can't be the case that it's immoral under your
the
view.
Immorality is implying restrictions to a consciousness, not the creation of the conscious. It doesn't matter if you imply those restrictions.
You've already demonstrated. You've already said that it wasn't conscious.
No, it doesn't matter when you apply the restrictions. If you're applying restrictions to a consciousness after it's created, that's immoral. Just the act of creation isn't immoral.
Well, I don't know why he keeps bringing up the act of creation, but so on his view, then I suppose I would have asked him, would it be immoral to kill a baby that's already been born? And he would presumably answer yes, because you're impacting that child's ability to exercise its will. And so if the argument is that taking the arms from a fetus that doesn't yet have a consciousness is immoral because you're impacting its ability in the future, then similarly, taking its life must also be equally immoral. Like, so this does appear to be an inconsistency in T. Jump's position here. No doubt, driven by ideological concerns, but yeah.
But applying restrictions is so like.
Well, I say that would be my challenge to him. That this inconsistency is being driven by ideological concerns rather than logical ones.
If you're going to, I don't know, glue sticks to the baby's back or whatever, that would also be immoral. It doesn't matter if it's before or after it's born.
So let's work off of that. Let's say that the mother knows, in this case, that the baby's going to miscarry before they're ever a conscious being. Does that make it immoral then to remove their arms and mess with their limbs,
No,
so long as that the baby's still alive before they're
then it won't
miscarried?
affect anything. So yeah, if you know for a fact it'll never be conscious, then it wouldn't be moral or immoral.
But how do you know?
I don't know. That was he asked.
The hypothetical said he would know.
That's what I'm asking. But how do you
I've
know?
I've got a question.
That you would know that they aren't going to be conscious.
Is attaching the knowledge of good and evil into a single fruit immoral? Or should they have been two different fruits?
Well, the fruits aren't conscious agents. You can do whatever you want to the fruit.
No, but we had to find out about both to eat one.
I mean,
Is that moral or immoral?
It was immoral to force them to be alive without that knowledge in the first place.
Well, I would argue it was immoral
Admiral
to
Gibbs?
maybe force them to be alive without that knowledge and then put them in a garden with the tree and give the serpent access to the tree and make the serpent deceptive and make it so that Eve was susceptible to being deceived by the serpent. He didn't need to do any of that. He could have put the tree on Mars.
About kids.
Wait,
it's immoral to create human beings or conscious entities without full knowledge. Like that shouldn't be a thing.
What was the question, Omar? I'm sorry.
But then how?
So if they didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, then you can put the knowledge of good and evil. Okay.
God is all powerful. He can snap you into existence with full knowledge. You don't need to eat apples. You don't need to start as kids.
Yeah, but we're not talking about necessity, because earlier, didn't you say something about not consenting to knowledge that you don't want, even if you're not aware that you don't want it?
Sure.
We're talking Genesis, 6 billion people on Earth.
So if they're not even aware that they want it or don't want it, if they're not even aware that they want it or don't want it, how is that immoral? I thought you said...
Because a conscious being must start with a certain minimum level of ability to consent. That's like a requirement.
Well, no,
is this an example of you attaching an ought to something or not? Because when you say you can attach...
Well, if a conscious being must be able to consent, then a rock impeding your way can't be immoral, because you can't give your consent to a rock because a rock isn't making a request.
Something, does that mean
all moral facts can exist without oughts, but you can add oughts to any moral facts? Oughts
when you say you can ought, does that mean you can add oughts? Does that mean that the oughts exist when you add them, or they're all fictional?
They're all fictional.
So if we want, so there's no reason we ought to work towards the best possible world. It's just there is a best possible world, and we can work to it if we want to, but we don't have to. We can go for the worst possible world, and it's not actually violating anything to work towards the worst possible world.
Well, it'd be violating truth. That's what it'd be violating.
What would that matter? What gives value to truth then?
Well, whether you care, I don't care if you care or not.
No, I'm talking about objectively. If we're talking about if something's good or bad, we're making a value claim.
So like, you are being immoral.
See, this is partly, I think, if you're... One of the reasons why I like moral emotivism is that it's a very easy position to defend. Because you just argue, look, when I'm saying murder is bad, I'm not actually making a statement about the ontological nature of the act of murder. I'm telling you how I feel about it. I'm essentially saying, I don't like murder, don't do that. and then you could say, well, why should the person respond? And it's like, well, there's no shoulds in a way. Like, it depends on what you're wanting. If the person isn't interested in a harmonious society in which people can prosper and flourish, then there's no argument to say that he should do that, except that the people who are interested in a society in which individuals can prosper and flourish seem to be the vast majority. And if you disrupt the ability of those individuals to peacefully go about their lives, there are likely to be legal consequences. So, you know.
If you do immoral things, whether you care, whether you think it matters, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. What matters is the objective fact. You are doing immoral things. Now, if you want to say you ought not do immoral things, you can add that if you want. It's just irrelevant. It's just irrelevant to any moral system. You can just get rid of all of the oughts from every moral system, and it makes zero difference.
No, that's not true. If the system is instrumentally objective, then the oughts are like instrumental. Like, so saying when the Buddha says, you know, like, murder is wrong, he's not saying murder is wrong because there's something intrinsic about the act of murder. He's saying, look, murder is wrong, like, one, because it's, you know, you are depriving something of that's of supreme importance to them, and two, it has a deleterious effect on your own state of being as a murderer. And so if you want to avoid the deleterious effect, and in fact, if you just want to be experiencing beneficial effects, then you ought to behave according to these rules, like precepts. Nearly used the word rules there.
So, but when you say moral, you're making a claim about physical phenomena, because you say the mind and the will would be physical phenomena.
Are we testing how long? No, I was testing. I was trying to test out something called Social Stream Ninja, but I couldn't get it to work properly, and so because like Talk Studio is going to be running out in April, and at the moment I can't justify paying for it. So if I'm going to stream in the future, it's going to have to be on Discord and OBS, which means that fewer people will be coming on the panel because some people don't like using Discord, especially if you're on a phone. It can be difficult, I suppose. Yeah. So do I have a guess on the nature of the mind? Other than to say, all right, someone, yeah, he has. Let me put headphones, hang on a sec. Hi, re-examination, how's it going?
It's good, how are you? Okay,
Yeah,
well, how about this? Good to see you. We'll do that. We'll do that.
I mean, I'm kind of distracting myself with video games at the moment, so
Understood.
superficially, that's enjoyable. You know, although I must admit, there's a part of me that is just kind of thinking, oh, this is actually just a complete waste of time.
Well,
which I suppose is part of the point, maybe, but
I mean, let me put it to you this way. It's very tempting to be like, well, everybody else who's got a debate style stream or a worldview oriented stream is doing a video game. That looks fun. I'll do it too because it's relaxing and it's cheap content, you know. Like even when I do live streams, I think my live streams would be better if I spent some time reading a book and then distilling what I've learned from the book into the live stream. Now, I've done that in terms of things of the Bible I've already known, but that's, you know, I could know it better, I could know it deeper, and those are things that I, you know, lament in some way. However,
well, you don't need to lament it because it's a very easy thing to fix.
Oh yes, I agree. I agree. It's more about my character than it is about the possibility of it happening or my ability to do it. That's not the question. So,
right.
but yeah, dedication. But I can't bring myself to, at this point, take my channel and then look into the trend of content, and then one day it's like, oh, you know what? Crash Bandicoot. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, to be honest, I mean, I tend not to play video games when I'm debating, mostly because
you're not Destiny.
Well, I'm not Destiny, and also it requires concentration. Like both of those things require concentration. If you're going to be good at either one of them, so yeah, it kind of like I have done it before. And generally what tends to happen is if it's something like VK, because I think I've actually played this game on VK before, what tends to happen is I'll either be focused on the game and so therefore won't be participating in the debate, or I'll be focused on the debate, so I'll have the game paused. But what I don't do is both at the same time. So,
right. It's like jungling boomerangs and painting at the same time. It's, you know, so forget about it. Yeah, I was kind of amazing how Destiny can do that with Factorio. And Factorio, of course, is basically using your engineer brain and your math brain along with your design brain and your.
Yeah, although the thing with Factorio is that I suppose it's a knowledge-based game. So once you know how to set up a certain process, especially if you're at the point of having blueprints, then it can be almost like you're not really thinking about what you're doing. You're just kind of doing it because it's what you need to do for the game. Yeah. I suppose it depends on how anally you play. I don't know how anal he is about ratios and whatnot.
Yeah. I just know he's set on his Unbleep America tour stuff. He's just like dead set on political goals right now.
Right.
But it's, I've not paid attention to politics all that much, although I did get done watching Ryan Mullally's stream about the Supreme Court case in America on birthright citizenship, and he predicted that Trump is going to win on the temporary part and he's going to lose on the illegal part. So illegally born babies, I will say, for lack of a better, more precise term, he predicts will probably still retain their citizenship, whereas temporary residents will not if they're born here.
Right, okay. I mean,
so that's his.
Yeah, that seems to be an issue that concerns Americans quite a lot.
Yes.
Personally, I couldn't give two wet shits. I don't have an opinion on birthright citizenship. I don't know if we have a similar concept over here.
I would say ask the BNP, but they're gone now.
So, well, yeah, but the BNP were racist fuckwits.
Absolutely,
so,
absolutely.
I just
remember when that was a thing, and then the cover got blown right off of that thing. I was like, oh, that's disgusting.
Well, I don't think it was ever. I mean, I think people in the UK always knew that the BNP were racist fuckwits. Like, I don't think it was a secret.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Well, let's put it this way. From the little dribs and drabs we got in America, at first it looked like, defending national security and identity and all that kind of stuff that was not necessarily explicitly racist or race-based. But then when certain things came out, it was like beyond denial, to anybody who had 5 seconds to look at it. So glad.
Well, I think I think when you have groups of skinheads wondering who are affiliated with your organization, wandering around beating up minorities just because they're minorities, like, it's difficult to get away from accusations of racism.
Right. And I don't know about the UK as much, although what I've heard about, oh gosh, who was that Labour guy, the old guy, white hair.
Well, I mean, that could be any of them.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the main guy. Oh my gosh, I used to know UK politics.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Yes. The horseshoe theory with him and shall we say the Uden. It comes across on both sides of the extreme, and so I work with a guy who is a leftist for sure at one of my jobs, and we can still talk as human beings and intellectuals, and we have he's basically a Satanist, and he knows.
Right. Okay.
And I'm not using that loosely. He actually has satanic. Anyway, yeah. So
I mean, on my view, Satanists are just a type of Christian.
In my view, Satanists are a type of atheist. They just like to troll Christians with
well, maybe
theology.
Well, isn't that Luciferians, which I think is.
In my understanding, there's two kinds of Satanists. There's the ones that literally, consciously, intentionally worship Satan, unironically, and there are those who are ironically, although albeit consequentially, worshiping Satan or LARPing as such just to get a rise out of Christians.
Right. Okay.
So, where was I going with that? Anyway, both of us agree that those on our side, ostensibly, who hate the Uden are a problem.
Who hate the what?
The Hebrews, the Israelites.
You can say Jews. I don't hate Jews, but
right. The reason I'm avoiding it is because there was a stream of mine that got shut down, and the only reason I could think it got shut down, there's two reasons. Right? Number one, it was criticizing Andrew. And it like even tangentially, I wasn't even showing any of the footage, but I was going over the comments in Andrew's and my debate on divorce and remarriage. And then I had like 20 simultaneous viewers, which for me is big at that time. And then
when you say it got shut down, what was the reason?
No reason, no strike alert, nothing. Just the stream ended on the YouTube. It kept going on X and Twitch. Stream ended on
Right.
YouTube and was pulled out of my library. So all my stats gone, all the gains gone, all the algorithmic candy gone. And then the next live stream I did, also just gone for some reason. So I wondered if there had been some, not the Crucible and not Andrew, calling in some kind of squad, but just probably some Andrew fans who are not, a little upset with me, with my thought that
Right.
maybe they did something. I have no proof. I'm just saying that it's mysterious to get 2 live streams in a row pulled, no warning, no
Well,
strike,
I
no
would
notification.
contact YouTube because maybe it's an error. Maybe it's just like some kind of glitch that's hit your channel, and they can sort it out. Because generally, if YouTube are going to take a video down, they'll at least send you an email saying we are removing this video either because it's got a copyright strike or because it breaches terms of service.
Right. Well, I just went around sneakily, and because I got no notification, I just re-uploaded what was stored on my streaming service, and then and they checked, and it got checked, and it went through. So maybe I will reach out to YouTube and see if I can get all that, so I can get my stats back and everything.
Yeah.
And give them the days, but anyway.
Or at least, like, if there was something wrong, you could get them to tell you what the issue is with the video.
Right.
And,
so that's
and if
theory.
it's copyright, yeah, then it's just fair use, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, if it was copyright, it should have got caught in the scanning when I uploaded the file. You'd think.
If it's a copyright strike, you will get a notification, and you'll get, because that's a legal action. Mm-hmm. So, and I think copyright strikes aren't automated. Someone has to actually file it. So if it's a copyright strike and it hasn't come from Andrew, I'd maybe get in touch with Andrew and then get in touch with YouTube with Andrew, or at least get something from Andrew in writing saying that he doesn't mind you reviewing the video under kind of fair use conditions.
Yeah. So
because I think Andrew would be up for that, right?
So here's the deal. I don't know. Oh, I'm sure there's a guy named Birds Aren't Real who said that Andrew said live that he's no longer allowing people to use clips, or no longer allowing people to review videos, something along those lines. And again, I have no proof of that either. That's just hearsay as far as I know. But I haven't reached out, haven't contacted. But the first stream that got taken down was actually not me reviewing a video from his channel, but it was me reviewing the comments from that video, because a lot of people have an understanding of divorce and remarriage from the Bible that I believe needs to be corrected. And so I wasn't even like reviewing footage. It was just the comment section.
Right.
So I don't know if, and seeing as he's not, in charge of YouTube, the comment section doesn't technically fully belong to the Crucible, I would think. It would be a public YouTube space. My understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Well, yeah,
they have moderating powers, but they wouldn't have
each individual commenter would own the intellectual property that their comment is.
Right, and they could. Oh, am I missing something in chat?
No. I'm just kind of no. I was just highlighting Crafty Cat saying hello, but that's not what I was laughing at. I was just kind of laughing at the idea of people copyrighting their comments.
Right.
It seems kind of
LOL.
silly.
I would like to submit my LOL to the U.S. Copyright Office. Nobody take this LOL from me.
Well, I don't know if you could. I don't know if you could copyright individual terms. Otherwise, I'd like to copyright the word "the."
Some word.
Well, I think you can copyright phrases, can't you?
It depends. For example, Paris Hilton America tried to copyright or trademark the phrase "that's hot." And that's just, of course, way too broad.
Yeah.
Because then you burn yourself on the stove, and then it's over. You're in the hole for like $17 million or something. Anyway,
you know what entered into public domain recently?
I know Mickey Mouse at one point in Winnie the Pooh, but
Batman.
Batman.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But the really early version of Batman. So
are we
you can't.
Are we talking even pre West, even pre Adam West Batman?
Oh yeah. Comics.
Yeah.
So no Bat gadgets, no Robin, no Joker.
Right. When it's just Batman, beating up the local jewel thief, and that's his worst villain.
Well, I suppose you could invent a new villain. I mean,
right. Yeah, the local dog thief, even better. So, but yeah, let's see. Where did my line of questionings begin here?
What did I think the nature of the mind was?
Yeah, the nature of the mind, and like what category of real you would put the mind in. And you would say, I think where you're getting at is I don't know, and I'm satisfied not knowing. Is that fair?
Yeah, although I do have some sympathy with certain idealist views. Not so much that the view that everything is mind, like that seems to me to be a stretch, or at least that would require justification. But certainly the view that like I think I have some sympathy with the view that the only thing that I can know to be true beyond any shadow of a doubt is that I have a mind, and then the rest is just guesswork.
So are you saying that you are sympathetic to soft solipsism?
No, because I tend to assume that other people also have minds. Like I think that's a reasonable inference to make, because I'm not going to go down the brain in a vat route, because I don't really see how that helps me. But it's like, I suppose, other than the fact that I have a mind that is capable of having experiences, everything else, every other claim that I make is kind of provisional. And some claims, I can make with a fairly high degree of certainty. So I could say that I'm 99.99999999999 recurring percent certain that you exist in America or wherever you are, and that you are similarly sitting at a computer or on your phone, and that we are having a conversation. So I suppose it's somewhat Bayesian, perhaps, but
define Bayesian for me and the kids.
It's a type of, I haven't looked into it very much, but it's a type of method of evaluating knowledge claims based on the probability that the claim is going to be true. So rather, so you might say, well, okay, I'm 70% certain of fact X. Yeah.
So when you say experiences, they will have experiences. Do you consider the thoughts that occur within your own mind a kind of experience, or is that different?
Yeah, I tend to adopt the Buddhist view, which I don't often articulate because it sounds a bit wacky, but in that I treat the mind as a sense organ that perceives mental objects in the same way that the eye perceives visual objects. So your mind perceives the thoughts and feelings and emotions and intentions that rise and fall within it.
I'm curious. So T-Jump tomorrow is going to have an open panel debate on moral realism. He wants to debate against the idea that God is the grounding for moral realism. But he himself is an atheistic moral realist who believes that morals are emergent from matter.
Morals are emergent from matter.
Correct.
I mean, that sounds interesting, although like when he says morals are emergent from matter, does that mean that he's making a claim to some kind of metaphysical objectivity?
Yes, that how to this. The way he put it to me, because I actually fun story. I actually ran into him in public once, and we had a very fast paced mini debate, even though it was very friendly, and I got to take a selfie with him. The way it sounded like is matter is like primary, like the material is primary, and as a result of that, there is a what it seems to emanate, the rules of morality seem to emanate or are intrinsic to matter, so as that what we experience materially and how the way the universe works confers absolute morals or moral absolutes of their own. I don't know how exactly it works.
Like saying that morals arise from matter kind of seems trivially true. Like, of course it does. The universe has to exist. Beings have to exist in order for... Right, but it seems like, because the argument that he's saying, if he's saying that morals arise from matter, then it means that, like, does that mean that there's a that I don't know, say the sun shining has some kind of moral quality to it?
No, I can't speak for him. My response to that would be that the sun or sunshine and radiation are not moral agents. But
well, yeah,
well, I can say it. Yeah, so they themselves are not moral agents. They themselves have no.
Right.
I suppose
it would be.
The exception I might make is if you said that the sun does and all its rays do not belong to God, then you have by proxy of what you have, how you have regarded the sun. Yeah.
But I'm just trying to think through, like that. Can you DM me the time, or where that debate is happening? Because I'd be interested in hearing this argument that morals are objective because they're kind of tied to matter in some way. Because that means even if you say it's just tied to action, well, like what does that say about animals that predate upon each other?
Right. So I'm pretty sure he's not a vegan. So I think he gives some kind of ontological separation between humanity and animals. I wish I knew how his whole thing works, because I didn't have a whole lot of time, and I have reached out to him here and there, but I don't. He will say hasn't seen my attempts. Let me find it for you, because it's going to be tomorrow night in America.
East, what time EST? I can work it out from EST, I think.
Yeah, so 9:15. Wait, shoot, 8:15. Sorry, 8:15. I'm gonna get you the link right now.
Okay, that's 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh dear, 1:15.
Yeah. Let me. Gosh, where's the private? There's a private chat. Okay, so it's gonna be on Sarah Tomato's stream. I was just very interested, because that's like something. Not only I would be interested in being in that discussion, but I can't because I work both jobs that day, unless I come as a really late participant. But I would also be extremely interested in hearing you and him discuss and hash that out, just because of your position.
I mean, yeah. I mean, do you think he'd be up for talking to me? Like, I'm not exactly a big.
It's an open panel, so you can just hop.
All right. Okay. Yeah, it'd be quite good to throw some Mackie at him.
Oh, your queerness.
Yeah. I do like that argument, because mostly because I haven't like I mean, like I do present the argument quite often, and generally what tends to happen is it gets completely ignored. no one ever really addresses the metaphysical and epistemic queerness of objective morality.
Yeah, so before we get into that, I'm not trying to ignore it, but you caught my attention because many times people have accused me of saying things that are trivially true, and it's never stuck to me in my rubric of detecting trivially true statements or allegedly trivially true statements. Could you give me
Sure.
a format to understand what trivially true means so I don't fall into that necessarily again?
It's like something is trivially true and therefore uninteresting if you were to make an assertion which is like so fundamentally basic, like for example, if you were to like say try and argue that humans need to breathe in order to survive, and that you can't breathe underwater, so therefore you shouldn't submerge oneself underwater and weigh oneself down with rocks. It's like philosophically that's not very interesting to discuss because it's like trivial. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, you
non-controversial.
People need to breathe. So what what you're trying to say, and so I suppose if T-Jump is saying that morals, whatever he's arguing that morals are, arise out of matter, to me that seems trivially true because, well, yes, you can't have morals without the universe being present.
Right, but you probably using a different definition to affirm that statement of morals than he would.
Well, I mean, I suppose I'd get into what he means by morals because I'd probably start arguing that what he's arguing for doesn't in fact exist. Yeah. So that's where I would probably differ from him. And it also depends on what he means by objective, like because if he means metaphysically objective, like fundamental to the structure of the universe, I would take issue with that. But if he just means that it's instrumentally objective in some way, then I wouldn't necessarily take issue with that. Like, so if he's going to argue that morals are a kind of product of evolution that we have developed in order to help genes like survive throughout generations, say because humans seem to develop better in stable societies, right? Like, I wouldn't necessarily have an argument with that, but then that's not saying that morality is metaphysically objective because it's contingent upon evolution.
Yeah, it's what if he means it in a way that it is deterministically necessary because of the way that mathematics and physics works. It is inevitable that you're going to, no matter what, get those kinds of functions because of the unraveling of the physics equation of the Big Bang, the universe, all that stuff.
He would need to substantiate that with actual mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would be like in order for me to accept that, I would need him to walk me through the equation.
Yeah, I get that. So here's one thing. I talk about alleged stuff. This is a little bit funny. I was reading up on him and how his position worked, and there was a wiki out there that included criticisms of him. And again, I didn't see this quote, but I thought it was funny when somebody was in a debate with him, and he, I think at one point used a goal-oriented ethic in terms of like, right. So you understand that. And then,
and that would be instrumentally objective.
Perhaps, yeah. But it's weird because he says he's a moral realist, which I don't usually take to be the instrumental camp of things, but perhaps it is, and I just need it clarified for me. But here's what happened. His opponent said to him, "So if a rock is preventing me from achieving my goal, then that rock is immoral." And he said, "Yes."
Right. Okay. That's like that's. I mean, he would need to demonstrate that the rock is, one, acting, and two, capable of acting otherwise.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he can demonstrate that.
No.
Either of those two things.
All right. Okay. I've exhausted that for a little bit, but I wanted to throw that out to you because within the link I gave you, he also provides an opening statement and a basis for going forward. But he aims it at theists. But again, I'm sure you'd be interested in that discussion, even though it would have you sipping your tea up late if you do tea at all. But all right. Back.
Okay. So that's after. So there's an interview for the first hour, right? Okay.
I don't. No. What I'm saying is, within the link I gave you, there's already a prompt that he's defining his terms and setting expectations. So there's a video in that link. So you don't have to.
Is that okay? So there's the Church of the Best Possible Worlds. No, that's not. Okay. Have you found a magic? Okay, right. Yeah, I am seeing a video with him on there. Okay, I'll check that out.
Yeah. All right. Theory of queerness. Now, let's just go from scratch. Let's just go from scratch from the argument from queerness.
Right.
Oh, just go ahead and explain for me and the kids at home.
Oh, right. Okay. Sure. If you're going to claim that morality is metaphysically objective, then you're claiming that actions have the properties of ought to be done and ought not to be done, which would make it would make actions very odd, because they would be the only phenomenon in the universe that have those properties. So that's a problem. That's a metaphysical problem. The epistemic problem is that if actions have this quality of either ought to be done or ought not to be done, then we would need to have some faculty by which we could detect and evaluate that property. Mm-hmm. And we don't seem to have such a faculty other than our own reasoning. So like that would make them epistemically odd as well. So you have two forms of like queerness: the metaphysical queerness and the epistemic queerness.
Interesting. Does this argument also contain intent as an action?
No. Well, I haven't. Maybe I haven't finished the book. My reading has stalled since.
You're doing other stuff right now.
Yeah. So and so one of the books that I was reading was Mackey's Ethics, Inventing Right and Wrong, where he kind of spells out what he calls error theory, because his view is that there are no objective values, and that people who make moral statements such as murder is wrong, they are making statements that are truth apt. That is, they can either be true or false, but they just happen to be false.
Okay.
So he differs from Ayer, who has a different sort of anti-realism.
Yeah. So I think you probably already figured the reason I'm asking is because within the biblical ethic, it's not so much what you do, but why you do it. That is.
That's the same. It's the same in the Buddhist ethic as well. intent is what determines ultimately whether a given action is ethical or unethical.
Yeah. Now, I think there are some things that are inextricably linked, like the intent is inextricably linked from the action. For example, like SA. Like that's an easy one. So, but that's a whole other thing. And of course, again, the biblical ethic, intent is like 10th commandment is you shall not covet, which involves no action, no force, nothing like that whatsoever. And so it goes to like the heart of the issue. So I was wondering if that would also be in his rubric, but it sounds like it would be in a later chapter than what you've gotten to.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think I'm not sure if he's including states of mind as moral actions. Maybe he'll get into that. But I think he would like maybe make the same kind of argument, right? Like if you're going to argue that, say, anger is intrinsically unethical, then that means that you're assigning these two qualities of ought to be done or ought not to be done to emotional states as well as actions. And I suppose intent as well, like, would be another thing where we have an ought to be done and ought not to be done, which isn't an issue. It isn't an issue if you're not arguing for metaphysical objectivity of morals. Like if you're arguing for some sort of instrumental objectivity, which is what I argue Buddhist ethics are, because they're a means to an end. They're not a means, that they're not an end themselves. Yeah, like, it's not an issue, but arguing that things are metaphysically necessary, I think you then kind of have more of a justificatory burden.
Interesting. Real quick aside before we get right back to it, I'm just curious, does your branch of Buddhism include the Eightfold Path, or do all branches of Buddhism include the Eightfold Path?
I mean, I wouldn't like to say all, because maybe there's going to be some odd sect here or there that doesn't. But certainly the vast majority. But it could be that, like, the Noble Eightfold, I mean, because the Noble Eightfold Path is the fourth noble truth, so it's a fairly kind of and the Four Noble Truths are a formula, but it's a fairly well-known expression of that formula, so much so that it's often mistaken for a doctrine, often by people who should know better. But,
well, if you're talking about Westerners, I include myself in this, they're probably not going to perceive what you're getting at, and maybe it's just not meant to be perceived in the same way. Maybe it's more
well, no, I'm talking about like people who write books about Buddhism who claim that the Four Noble Truths are a doctrine when they're not. They're a formula that can be applied to any conditioned phenomena.
Yeah. So when you say
so it's the Four Noble Truths of suffering, right? You've got the first noble truth is dukkha, or suffering, although I think unsatisfactoriness is a better translation of dukkha, but you've got dukkha. Then you've got the second noble truth, which is the cause of dukkha, which is craving. And then the third noble truth, which is that there's a way out of dukkha. And then the fourth noble truth, which is the path that leads from dukkha, right? But if you could apply that to anything, you could say have the Four Noble Truths of hunger. So you've got the first noble truth, which is hunger exists, right? The second noble truth of hunger would be the cause of hunger, which is lack of food. And then the third noble truth is that there's actually a way out of hunger. And then the fourth noble truth would be the path that leads to the way out of hunger, which is to eat some food. So it's a formula, right? Like,
so interesting.
But because,
so would you say
sorry,
that? So it's a formula in the sense that if you want, say, a recipe for biscuits, you just follow the recipe, but it's not a yes or a no, true or false, right or wrong. It's just this is the formula for biscuits, period, right?
No, it's a formula in the sense that you can take out, like, if you make suffering a variable, then you can take that variable out and swap it in with a different variable, and then the formula still works. It just comes up with a different result. So it's a bit like, think of it in terms of like programming. I don't know if you've
mathematical proof, maybe.
No, if you've ever done any programming.
I am
web development, or
I'm rudimentally familiar with programming language,
so,
but extremely
so you could have like some little function that takes in a variable that you kind of feed it at the time that the function runs, right? And then depending on what the variable is, you could output different, you could like return different results, right? So it's a bit like that. It's a bit like an equation where dukkha is just a variable, and then you can substitute dukkha. But because like the Buddha talked about the Four Noble Truths of dukkha, it's kind of turned into this doctrine, like, but that's a mistake. Anyway.
And by doctrine, you mean like a dogma or an ought? Is that what you're saying is the problem with what's been done?
In Buddhism, you get two broad categories of teaching. So one is doctrinal, where the Buddha is saying, look, this is the way things are, right? And then you've got the other broad category is methodological, where he's saying, look, if you want to see how things are for yourself, this is how you do that. And I think the Four Noble Truths I would probably class under method, because of the fourth noble truth, right, which is how do you get out of suffering, and then the Noble Eightfold Path is the method.
In Buddhism, is it taught that suffering is not desirable, or is it just for those who want it? It is out there.
So there's two, right? So in Buddhism, what's taught is that you have sense contact with the world, right? And then in dependence upon sense contact, you have feeling, right? And that could be pleasant or painful. And then shit, I've lost my train of thought. It's because I'm smoking a spliff.
Oh yeah. So my question was, does Buddhism teach that suffering is undesirable?
Right. Okay. So, right. So then you have, is it on? Yes, suffering being the emotional response to painful feeling tone, but suffering is also the kind of first step on what's kind of often called the kind of like 12 steps leading to enlightenment. Because when you realize, oh, life is unsatisfactory, like this is, a type of suffering, then in like you have faith arising, assuming you've come into contact with the Buddhist teachings, that you can escape the suffering through practice, and then you, in dependence upon that faith, you start to practice. But faith in Buddhism is slightly different to Christianity. It's not like a blind belief. It's more like a provisional trust.
I would contest that the blind belief thing is also not true with Christianity, although it's been presented that way by many flippant people. But I'm not here for that today. I'm more like trying to understand, because I don't talk to many Buddhists very often, so we don't have to get into the how faith exactly works. You can read Romans chapter 1, or you can read Hebrews 11 if you want in your own time, but I'm sure you already have. Anyway, I guess what I'm getting at is, what does Buddhism say that when I hear about like suffering, what comes to mind with me is a thing that ought not be, or is not part of an ideal world, that falls short of a standard of the way things should be. And I think that the attempt to escape from it seems like a confirmation in my mind for that idea. So in Buddhism understanding, where does suffering originate from, or is it a constant eternal reality?
It originates from thwarted craving. So because that's what the Four Noble Truths, that's what that formula is saying, right? Like, it's saying suffering exists. That's the first noble truth. And then the second noble truth, because the second truth in that formula is the cause, right? And so what Buddhism teaches is that the cause of all your suffering is your craving. And but it differentiates, like Buddhism would differentiate between pain, like say if you break your leg, and suffering. And it would say that suffering is the emotional response to pain. But you don't have to have that emotional response, because you can retrain your mind. Go on.
I don't mean like in the individual, what is the cause? I mean like, what is the ultimate cause in terms of like, why does it exist at all? Like if you ask me, why does suffering exist, I would say sin, and mankind began in the Garden of Eden.
Because we seem to have evolved bodies that can experience pain, and we seem to have developed minds that have an emotional response to that pain.
Do you see the suffering as an expression of a lack of something that ought be there and is not? Or do you see the suffering itself as something that ought be there?
When you say ought, what like the question doesn't seem to make any sense. Like, I have painful hips, right? So like, because I've got osteoarthritis, so walking can be very, very painful.
Right.
But so there's two ways that I can respond to that. I can either respond with aversion, where I don't want the painful experience to be happening, and that's generally quite unpleasant, right? Or I can respond with a sort of spacious acceptance, like, well, this is what my body is doing right now, so I just I just need to survive this moment. And what I've found is that sometimes my experience of the physical pain transforms, and like, I become bigger on the inside, and so even though I'm in physical pain, I wouldn't like if you were to ask me in those instances, are you suffering? I would say no, because I'm not having a kind of response of aversion to the feeling tone.
Okay, so the feeling remains, but you are you don't understand that as a lacking of sorts. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I understand it as something that happens in your hips when you get osteoarthritis. Like,
sure. Well, let's put this a different way. This might be a term that does not agree with your worldview syntax, but I'll just put it out there and see how you react to it. So if you say somebody has a medical disorder is, I think, a comparative term to a mental order, in which something the way it ought to be in my mind. So, for example,
right, yeah.
Right. So my rubric, God made the world a certain way. He made it very good, and sin has eaten away and corroded the good things that God has made. So now we have disease and disorder and all kinds of crazy crap. And so that's my understanding. So when you hear like mental disorder, you would say that there's not a would you say that there's not an ideal versus a fallen state? Would you say that there's just the way things are and there's no ought in terms of how my body should be, how my thoughts should be, how there's nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was quite a lot of questions there.
I'm sorry.
To the first
Take all
one,
time you need.
I would, to the first one, yes, I would say that there is no fallen state. In terms of, do I think that my body ought to be a certain way? No, I don't think so, because that would imply that there's a standard that's being set somewhere. So I mean, you could say, like, do I think my body ought to be a certain way according to the social contemporary conventions? And I might argue yes, but that's not what you're really talking about, is it? You're talking about whether there's like some kind of metaphysical ought.
A metaphysical ought that results in a physical normative, if you will. If I can use that term loosely.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Because under my worldview, there's no kind of agent setting the standards.
Mm-hmm.
And so any oughts that arise are a product of our own minds.
See, that's interesting to me, because when we employ logic, for example, I would say that we are inferring that there is a congruency between our minds and the way the universe works, unless our minds are not working, a word I would use, properly, as in there is a proper way that our minds would work, also presupposing that it's supposed to interface with reality. And so when we would say to somebody, you're using a fallacy, it would seem that we are trying to correct their thinking and put it back on the right path.
Okay. So like on the Buddhist view, there is an ultimate truth, but it's non-conceptual and it's non-dual.
Is it made of matter? I'm sorry, I don't have a category for this.
It involves matter, certainly, but it's like if you're to ask me what sort of Buddhist are you, I would probably say I'm a Madhyamaka, in that I tend to align myself with the Madhyamaka school, which was founded by Nagarjuna in the 2nd century CE, and he taught something called emptiness. So his view was that because all phenomena appear to arise in dependence upon conditions, we can't say that anything has intrinsic existence, because if you do, then that leads to logical issues. Because obviously if something has intrinsic existence, it means that it can't arise and it can't end. So it would have to be eternal. But it also wouldn't be able to interact with the causal web. So it wouldn't be able to produce any effects.
Well, what if it had a will?
Right. Then you still need to explain how it interacts with the causal web. because you have something that's acausal. So, but the thing about Nagarjuna, what I find quite interesting is that because he essentially argues that you can make statements that are conventionally true, right? So if you've got two people and they're looking at a river, one could say to the other one, that is a river. And the second one could say, yes, I agree, that is a river. And what they're saying is true as a matter of convention, right? Because we have determined that that particular type of phenomena of water flowing through a course is a river, right? But you're not saying anything like so. But Nagarjuna's view is that when we're doing that, what we're doing is we're imputing concepts upon phenomena, and the danger from his view is reifying those imputations into something with substance, so that when we say the word river, in our minds we're thinking of something concrete, and on his view that's a mistake. But he even turns like his own argument, like he uses this method called the tetralemma, which is you get quite a lot in Indian logic, which is like
I'll be honest. You're going forward, and you're saying a lot of good things, or I'm saying a lot of interesting things. I'll say, but as soon as you said causal web, I got stuck. Not no pun intended, and I was like, okay, so we're differentiating the ultimate truth from the causal web, as if the causal web existed separately from the truth. Law, parallel law. So that's the thing I found interesting. I could not shake. So I got to
No, they're actually not separate. The difference is in our perspective. So Nagarjuna argues like form is emptiness and emptiness is form.
Okay, that's a new one for me.
Have you heard the Heart Sutra?
I have not. But let me just interject very quickly before I listen to you. I would say there is a way in the Christian worldview to say that the causal web is. I don't want to make it into some kind of panentheism or pantheism of nothingness and God. But what I do want to say is that God's decrees are the causal web. God's will is the causal web for the manifestation of His designs and desires. That's all I'm going to say. So go ahead.
It's important to note that on Nagarjuna's view, causal web isn't a thing with a concrete existence. It's just a way of describing the world.
Fair enough. But the way you phrased it, what it sounded like was some kind of physics that coexisted alongside something that was ontologically.
Well, he's saying that like when he's saying like form is emptiness, he's saying, well, look, say like if we take an object, say like a car, right? And we look at the car, like, well, where in the car is the carness? Like if we take the car apart into its constituent like component pieces, right? Is the car contained within any of those individual pieces?
Oh, I totally understand what you're saying, but here's why I make the difference. It reminds me of when X was all ablaze with, what is a woman? And there were whole things about like, well, the left would say, well, what is a table? What is a chair? What is a sandwich? All this kind of stuff. But the difference would be, in my view, I see all those things as human convention. Sandwich, harness, those are things that are up for redefinition because they're not founded upon concepts that come from a transcendental eternal mind. And so
so is man and woman. Look, see, when like it's interesting you brought the kind of trans debate up, because for a couple of years now, I've been like, I kind of largely avoid trans debates largely because my view is that both sides are deluded. So when a trans person says I'm a woman, and they mean that they are intrinsically a woman in some way, my response would be, no, you are wrong. But similarly,
they're both wrong because they're both using definitions. Absolutely,
right,
is that what you're saying?
when a biological woman says I'm a woman and she means something intrinsic, like, to me, she's making the exact same fucking mistake as the trans person is doing, i.e. reifying an identity into something like with substance. Like, to me,
Really
it seems like both sides.
Really quick to define reifying, because in my view, reifying is to give human qualities or consciousness qualities to that which does not have it. Such, that's my understanding.
No. It means to make a, like, something that's abstract more concrete or more real than it is.
So my understanding,
Like, so what you're talking about is anthropomorphization, when we give human qualities to things that aren't human.
Yeah. So the example I had heard about reification was the science says, and it's, I don't know if you ever had those toys as a kid where you have a wheel and an arrow in the middle, you pull a lever,
right,
and it's like the donkey says, and then, you know, and so people will say the science says when science doesn't say anything. Science doesn't have
yeah. That's a brilliant example of reification. Yeah.
Right. So
yeah.
so I misunderstood when you say concrete. I took it to be similar enough to see. I don't think of. I don't
Like, yeah, because
what
what people are doing there is taking the words the science, which is referring to a broad range of methods, the majority of which probably aren't applicable to what this individual is talking about, and then reify, like turning it into this kind of thing that then has to be contended with, like this kind of object. Yeah, like. But like, like we do that with ourselves, right? Like so that's on the Buddhist view, that kind of process of taking something abstract and making it more concrete is.
And you're using the word self loosely in this point, of course.
The kind of sense of identity that we have.
All right, so back to your point on women. Please go ahead.
Back to my point on women.
The identity of women, reification.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, just like from the whole trans debate thing is, like, it seems to me a bit of a huge red herring, which is why, I mean, I guess for trans people, it's probably really important that they have those debates. And I'm guessing for the opposing side, it seems really important. But it seems to me like both sides are basically making ontological and epistemological claims, and then assigning a kind of moral value to holding an opposing ontological or epistemological claim. And I find that a bit odd.
Here's what I want to do, and what I want to do is ask you about odd. When you say odd, so
I mean, off-putting. I don't like
off-putting. So personally, but not prescriptively, out of sorts.
Yeah. Like so. For example, like with trans people, if someone says I'm a trans man or woman or whatever, or non-binary, then I'll, try and accommodate their gender expression, largely because I'm kind of English and we're sort of polite, but mostly because I sort of don't care. Like, it makes no difference to me. But at the same time, it's like, if a trans person were to say to me, you have to refer to me by this term, I would give them the finger. Because there's a difference between, like, asking me to accommodate something within them and then demanding that I accommodate something within them. And like the difference for me is philosophical, because I think when a trans person is saying, like, say you've got a trans woman who says, I know that I am a woman, like they're making a claim, like an epistemic claim, right? Because they're saying that they know something, and then they're making an ontological claim because they're making a claim about their state of being. But I don't know, no one ever seems to really pick up on that. They get lost in the weeds of whether they're a woman or not.
Well, let's put you in a third person perspective then. Let's say you're witnessing one way or the other. Let's say it's the Christian saying, "Think come to Christ," or that it's a trans person saying, "You ought to address me by your pronouns." And in one case, the Christian is saying that would offend my conscience before God, and in the other case, the trans person might say, "That is very offensive to what I hold dear and what I think is true of myself."
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel equally perturbed or differently perturbed? Right?
I mean, I think I feel less perturbed by a Christian saying you ought to repent and come to Christ, because it's like you can certainly within this kind of context, because to me that just seems like an invitation to discuss who Christ was and whether God is real or not. And you know, then even if he is real, why does that mean that we ought to worship him? With the trans person, it seems to me like they're making much more of a power move, or they're making much more of an authoritarian move. And I kind of resist it when people try and exert authority over me because I'm a bloody minded bastard.
Now, are you saying that because of the political climate and the kind of social leverage they have at the present time? Or are you saying that intrinsic to the ideology, it is that?
Maybe both. Like, it does seem to be like the case that trans people, and there seems to be the same with gay people as well, for the most part. Like, they seem to want to make people accept them in very specific ways. And it's like, unlike, say, the kind of Christian who says you ought to repent and come to Jesus, like, the Christian is unlikely to try and get your channel shut down if you say something against Christianity, whereas if you say something about how rabid trans nut jobs can be, then, you know, and then a trans
watch out for your school. Watch out for your local school.
Yeah, right. Like,
now you know what's going to happen. Is my channel's going to get shut down.
What are you live at the moment?
Oh, I'm not live there. No, I kind of wish I was, but I would definitely, if you, with your permission, repost what I would call an interview. You know, with your permission on my channel.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't care. Yeah.
But no, that's interesting. I would also add that in the case of the Christian, they're actually saying spend eternity in redemptive joy with me, whereas the trans person is like spend the rest of your natural life, you know, doing what I say.
But it's like saying, like you say, spend eternity in redemptive joy. But I sort of feel like even if I were to suddenly start believing in God tomorrow, let's say I get kicked in the head by a horse.
Oh, thanks. see, this goes right back. This goes right back to my point about correct thinking. So, thank you very much for complimenting my argument. See, I would argue that joke presupposes my argument. My good.
That joke is actually from. Let me play it. In fact, I'm not going to spoil it. Well, I suppose I've already spoiled it. But that comes from a in the UK. There's a politician called Nigel
Farage.
Yeah, who is a bit of a clown. He seems to be popular with certain American conservative demographic, which is a bit odd, but
it's because he sticks it to the EU, and because he's more of a, is it fair to say he's a closed borders kind of guy?
Yeah.
Is UKIP even a thing anymore?
I don't think so, no. All right, this is where that joke comes from.
But sorry for Boris, Mark, or
No,
not?
hang on a minute. That's going through my through the speakers. Let me just put that through the headphones. Headphones. All right.
But sorry for Boris, Mark, or not?
That's where I've been for the last few years. I've got to say, I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Good prank.
You gotta love it when people take the piss out of politicians. I don't think Americans do that nearly so much.
No. Okay. Do you remember Michael Bloomberg? He was running. He was a successful mayor of New York. He was a Democrat, and he was running for the nomination in the primary.
I mean, like I vaguely, like when you said mayor of New York, a little bell rang, but that's about it. Like,
yeah. So Michael Bloomberg,
because I don't really follow American politics. Yeah.
Right. So Michael Bloomberg was implementing a law enforcement technique called stop and frisk, which is basically how it sounds. Is you find somebody who's up to suspicious activity, or you have good reason to believe they're up to some criminal activity, you stop their car and you frisk them, and they actually deterred a lot of crime with that method. And but among Democrats, you know, they don't like that. You know, the joke from Chris Plant is they like crime, basically. So there was one time there was a socialist who came up to him and wanted to do a selfie. And so he holds up the phone, gets his hand behind Bloomberg's back and says, "Say stop and frisk." And then Michael Bloomberg goes, "Stop and frisk." Just falls right into it. So then he calls him a piece of, well, you know what. So
piece of shit. You can say piece of shit. It's fine.
Well, it's not about YouTube, but anyway.
Are you being polite?
I
have noticed that some Americans, I mean, I'm guessing some English people are too, but they seem to be really squeamish about certain types of language use.
Right.
Like especially if it's like swear words.
Correct.
Yeah.
But anyway,
whereas I just mostly use them for fucking emphasis.
Right.
Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Of course. So yeah. Anyway, we definitely dunk on politicians, but ever since the rise of Trump, we have politicians dunk on them anyway on social media. I mean, just the AI videos alone is just insane. The things he gets. I mean, my goodness. Teriak, I believe, showed me this video. No, it was Mo Rebuttal. He showed me this video where it was Donald Trump with a Japanese ambassador or somebody from the representative government, and he was sitting one-on-one with her in front of the press. And he had said something about surprises and surprise attacks. And he's like, and you guys know all about surprises. You know, what is it, Pearl Harbor? You know, he just brings her right in. Her jaw just drops to the floor.
I mean, that sounds like something that should be an AI video.
Right, but it's not. It's real life. And if life imitates art, what's happening next?
I mean, I don't know, but you know, I'll say one thing for Donald Trump. He is certainly a very entertaining president.
Yes.
I'm
Only
sure.
Rosie O'Donnell. It will never die.
Like, I mean, you know, I still don't think he's done anything quite as glorious as suggesting that people be injected with hydrochloroquine and UV light this time round. But you know,
Yeah, I think there are people on the right who would have replies to whether or not that was the actual quote that he gave, but that's neither here nor there right now. Anyway, I've kind of lost my focus of the existential philosophical discussion, so I will politely bow out and thank you for your time. I'm sure I'll have more questions in the future.
all right, great. Well, thank you for joining. It was very pleasant.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Morning.
It's just that, like, we're ascribing properties either ought to be done or ought not to be done, in this case to the act of abortion, right? And we're saying, or at least it seems like you guys are saying, it is objectively true that abortion ought not to be done. And now, to me, that seems like quite a bold claim, because you're making a statement about the nature of actions, and it's a statement that doesn't seem to, like, isn't it's non-verifiable, right? There's no way that I can tell whether abortion is wrong or not.
Re-exam, what up?
Hey, question. Can you tell what is a lie and what is not?
Yes.
Okay.
How can you do that?
Sick.
By comparing the proposition, say it is raining, to the available evidence.
Well, that's not a lie necessarily. That might be an untruth.
Well, true. I mean, yeah, okay.
That would be
all right, yeah, okay. Maybe if someone said I didn't take the £10 note, but I saw them take the £10 note or $10 note, yeah.
So that's moral culpability. So that's
No.
Yes.
No. I'm not saying lying is wrong. I'm just saying I'm aware that you said something that doesn't accord with reality.
Okay, so
that's all.
If I intentionally say something that doesn't accord with reality, then it's not wrong.
Is it wrong on your view?
Not a lie.
Answer the
No,
question.
he's asking you. Yeah, he's asking you.
I don't think morals exist.
Okay,
I think we determine what's right and wrong.
So if I say
real quick re-examination, sorry, real quick before you guys continue that, I just want to read a couple of the super chats before they pile up.
Sure.
We had $5 from Carrie, said, ask Ghosty about the morals and ethics of the founder of Planned Parenthood and how that might connect to the World War II losers.
So Margaret Sanger is who you're talking about,
Excellent
who
question.
often gets accused of trying to, bring Planned Parenthood and abortions to Black communities in order to, stop Black populations from reproducing. But so her mother had like 11 children, I think, or like 12 children. And so this is what originally brought her to want to start Planned Parenthood. Whether or not she was racist, I have no idea. I know she did work. I know she did work with Black leaders in on this subject. So, but that doesn't mean you're not racist, right? A lot of people were racist back then. I'm not justifying it, but that doesn't mean that she started Planned Parenthood to like genocide the Black community. She started Planned Parenthood for a birth control option because she grew up with her mother who had like 12 children.
All right, and we got Are You Crazy member for 18 months. First off, shout out to you, legend. Ghosty, what is your first memory? How old were you?
I was like 3 to 4.
That's actually for me too. Actually, like as far back as I can remember, I've like talked to my mother about the stories I can remember. She's like, "How do you remember that? You were like 3 years old." So I was like, "I don't know. I just remember."
Yeah, it's like a flash. It's just like
yeah.
It's those flashes. Of
One thing
memories.
specifically, like I remember getting in a lot of trouble because I was running out in the road, and I was 3 years old, and somehow I escaped out the door and ran towards the road, and I got in so much shit for it.
That was my first memory, was getting in trouble too. I think it was for like climbing into the bathtub with my outfit on or something, but I just remember getting scolded briefly, and that's like the first flash memory.
I think everybody remembers their first F around and find out episode. I mean, I'm just saying.
Intel is wild for $2 says, "Hell no, they shouldn't be." I don't know what he was responding to, but thank you, Intel. Jeremy says, "If you don't value life, then why is it tragic to abort a baby? Isn't tragedy based on a value assessment?"
Everyone's really hung up on this tragic word.
Correct.
I mean,
and
said
value.
You
Everyone's
said
caught
many
up on
women
value
would
as well.
feel- you said many women would feel bad about it, but given all of the, and this was my piggyback off of.
Well, to be fair, she also did follow that with "she wouldn't."
I might have some hangups. I might be a little emotional, but I really don't think I would. It's not like I would be grieving or mourning or anything like that.
Yeah.
It would be difficult though. I don't know. It's an emotional thing.
And then we got Wade Boggs for 20 says, "I thought about just spamming blue super chats, but this is just a lot easier." Thank you very much, Wade. I know you wanted to help get the goal. Reminder, chat, we got a super chat goal there. If you want to keep the show going, you got an hour still, but we're at 4 out of 20. 420. No, we're at 4 out of 20. So if you want to keep it going, get those super chats in. But yeah, you guys can. One more member for 14 months, legend. For fuck's sake, go through the is ought problem. I'm spurging in the break room here.
Oh yeah, let's do the is ought problem.
Oh, crap. Easy. You just gave me an idea for my Bears gamer bear.
Wait, Elder Life can come on.
Discord is safe for that.
He said he's spurging in the break room, so he must be working. So he's like, "Come on."
He's on the job at the moment.
Welcome, Vigilante and Teriak as well.
Oh man,
welcome,
here we go. It's a party.
Hello, Vigilante. Hello, Teriak.
We got some more people on
right
the opposite side here. I like it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Ghosty.
So before
everyone-
we get sidetracked, hang on. Before we get
here we
sidetracked,
go.
before we get sidetracked, I would like us not to be deflected from my critique of your position, which is, where are you deriving the? I'm so glad that Elderline made that comment. Where are you getting the ought from?
Yeah, so because
Force.
Force. No, it wouldn't be force. No. So because truth is a person, we know truth is a person because of the existence
we
of
don't
moral
know
laws.
that.
We do. And
No,
one of the-
no, I don't. No.
Okay, then back to fourth.
I can explain my position, or we can just say
Sure.
yes or no.
Okay.
On it.
All right. Okay. Go on. I mean, maybe if you use the word "I know."
So for example, when you said no, what you were saying was you're wrong, and you ought to say right things. You ought to believe correctly.
Well, no, I was just saying that you were including me in the statement "we," right?
So is that wrong to say things that are incorrect?
What, morally wrong?
There you go. The end.
Wait, you said morals don't exist.
I'm asking a clarifying question.
I think when re-examination said we.
Yeah,
he was
I
talking
think.
about the collective
Wait. I
us
think
or
he
shit
was
in the world
asking though. He's asked you if it was morally wrong.
Oh,
Like,
morally
I'm asking a
question mark.
clarifying
Okay, so
question.
he's asking
Got it.
me. Well, yeah,
Yes.
I mean, yeah. Well, I think that's the problem. Is I think it's clear to both of us that lying is objectively morally wrong. Otherwise,
No.
we wouldn't be debating the point.
No.
Otherwise, we
no.
wouldn't be debating the
Stop,
point.
No, look. Re-examination. This will go a lot easier if you stop telling me what I think and
Is
believe.
it wrong to tell you? what you
I'm not
think?
doing it to you, so I would ask that you just extend me the same courtesy, if that's all right.
But
Yes, the question.
Yeah, but the problem is the entire enterprise of debate is based on honesty and assessment of true
Agreed.
facts, which honesty is a moral enterprise.
No, it isn't.
Dishonesty
it's a factual
is morally
enterprise.
wrong. Dishonesty is morally
Okay,
wrong. Yes.
great. Why is it morally wrong?
Because it's against God, and we know that it's against God.
Which
because
one?
Bad
Which
move,
one?
examination.
Which
Yeah,
God?
Forrest.
Wait,
The answer is
wait.
Forrest.
Okay, is abortion morally wrong because it's against God?
Correct.
Yes.
So can we then extrapolate from that killing babies is morally wrong because it's against God?
Murder is unjustified killing because we
Can you answer? Can you just no? Can you answer these specific? Wait. No. Can you
because
answer
killing
these
is an
specific?
imprecise word. Killing is an
No,
imprecise word.
it's very precise. Can you answer these specific
No, it's
questions
not
I
a
asked?
precise word because
Is the slaughtering of babies wrong because it's against God?
The slaughtering of babies.
Yes.
So when you say slaughtering of babies, you're talking about unjustified killing or justified killing?
Just answer the question, yes or no. Is it wrong?
Well,
okay, so
the context would be is it justified or unjustified? That's the
right.
context because
Okay. Is it ever? Shiva, let me say. Is it ever? One sec. Would it be? One sec. Is it ever justified? Is it ever justified, Shiva?
Come on.
This is called moral outrage.
Where does the justification come from, though?
We are having a discourse here, and oh fuck, I've lost my train of thought.
No, Shiva, is it ever justified? Ask him, is it ever justified to slaughter babies?
No, thank you. Is it ever justified to kill a baby?
It depends on whether or not you have a justification or not.
I'm asking you, is there ever a justification?
That would depend on some
moral.
moral.
On your view,
you have to give me a moral context.
I don't know. Say
holding a gun.
God orders the certain people to kill all the
say if
men,
someone
women,
told
children.
you to. Say if someone just told you to.
And for what reason? Are they
What if
telling
God
you?
told you to?
And
What
for
if
what
God
reason
told you to
would that
murder a
be?
baby? Would you murder a baby?
Hang on. So there is a context.
Because 3:15 says he who hates his brother is a murderer, meaning unjustified killing. We know no murderer has eternal life in him. Therefore, because it contradicts the character of God, that's an incoherent scenario.
Okay, great. And what does it say about people who harm innocents? I think that might be in the New Testament. It says that. Okay, great. And what about 1 Samuel 15? Easy knew I was going here.
that wouldn't be innocent because we all deserve hell.
Me too.
So it does
infants are not innocent.
It does not work according to the Bible.
Infants are not innocent.
That is not a problem with the God of the
Infants are
Bible.
not innocent.
According to who?
According to you. I'm asking you.
Where did I say it? According to you, and I'm asking you, which one?
The citizens of Amalek.
I'm asking you, which one?
Which one? What?
You said according to you, and then you switched to I'm asking you. Which one is it? Which Patrick are you talking to? Hello. Get all irritated. See, here's the thing.
Okay. Wait. Stop. I am getting irritated. That's not to do with you.
Okay. Here's the problem. The whole reason you're asking this scenario is because you know in your conscience it's morally wrong. Otherwise, you'd be asking any sort of thing. Why did you pick that one?
I don't.
Why
no,
did you
I
pick that
don't.
one then?
So here's the question: if it's against God to have an abortion, then why did God command the Israelites to slaughter a whole bunch of babies?
Does God own everything?
No.
No.
According to who?
Me.
Oh, good job. Okay.
So this goes into: are you the?
What? Do you think?
No, this is the hell we're supposed to.
Do you think God owns everything? Do you think God owns everything? Do you think God owns everything?
I don't ask you what God thinks.
Does God own everything? Does God own everything?
So wait, are you talking about the Amalek, right? Hang on, because hold on, now we're getting into my stripes.
I had a question for you.
Are you talking about why God smote the Amalek?
Because the reason why we're discussing the Amalekite.
25:17-18, where the Amalek snuck up on the Israelites as they came out of Egypt and started.
Yeah, 400 years earlier. 400 years earlier.
Just to serve.
Yeah, 400 years earlier. So it's just to kill innocent people for crimes they didn't commit.
You're smuggling in.
That's some wild objective morals he got there, pal.
Is it morally wrong?
Wait a sec for the Christians, like for Ghosty. One sec for Ghosty and Vigilante who's laughing at this. The mere fact that you're saying that look at these Christians like slaughtering innocent babies. You guys are justifying this. Ghosty, you said you're more than happy with the death penalty, so you support the Christians killing the Amalekites.
That's true.
Right?
No, because they're innocent.
There we go. There we go. See how the false moral standard.
Killing of babies. They're not just morally justifying the killing of babies. They're morally justifying.
You're okay with the death penalty. You're
Those
okay
are
with the death
innocent-
penalty,
yes,
right?
Those are innocent people that didn't commit.
No,
those
they're not
crimes.
innocent people. You're
That's
okay
what
with
he
the death
just
penalty.
said.
These are
Yeah.
difference between the
criminals.
death
He just said they came back 400 years later. And
You lot all still shouting while
so
you were
those
muted.
people did not commit those crimes, and those children
It
did not
wasn't
commit those
400 it
crimes. They
wasn't
are
400 years
born.
later, though. That's a gross misinterpretation of the timeline.
Oh, how many
well, even if it
out of
was, did the
Egypt,
children
they
do
wandered
it?
the wilderness for 80 years.
No, they
And then-
didn't.
Yes, they did.
There is no evidence to
Oh, wait.
support that assertion whatsoever.
Yes, there is. It's in Scripture.
Yes, there is. I'll actually defend Russ that there is
It's
evidence.
codified in Scripture that they wandered the wilderness for
Codified
80
in
years for
Scripture.
one generation.
And where's the
of
archaeological evidence of 3 million people fucking traveling across the Middle East?
All of this
Where did you get the number?
Wait a second. Likely wasn't.
Well, yeah, sure. You, because there's like,
You're making assumptions on Scripture that you clearly have not read. It's
No,
like
wait,
sitting-
no,
it's like
no,
sitting
that-
down
no,
at a
that's not
book
true.
club that
Rev,
read
Rev.
Treasure Island and trying to make assertions.
How
about
many
books
armed
that you
men?
haven't read.
How many armed
Among
men
those who've
traveled?
read it, you kind of look.
How many armed men traveled?
Irrelevant.
Ghosty, do you
No,
do you
no,
think
it's
that-
not irrelevant.
It is
How
irrelevant
many-
because they
how
support
many-
Shiva. It's
how
irrelevant
many
because they support
combatants-
they support the death penalty.
How many combatants
It
traveled?
doesn't
The death
matter how
penalty
many
comes
people
with a
came
trial.
out.
Yeah, God gave
How
the
many-
Amalekites the death penalty.
Hold on, let me explain this to you
Okay,
guys.
look, Rev,
Really
how many
simply.
combatants traveled according
You
to the
see,
Bible?
Here's the thing: 6 million people could have came out of Egypt. 10 million, 100 million could have came out of Egypt. Here's the thing: not a single one of that generation entered the Promised Land. Not even Moses himself. They all would have died,
right,
before entering the Promised Land. So it would be
Right.
on the second generation. How do you
Right.
get 400 years? How do you get 2 generations in 400 years? That's what I'd like to know first off. This was within 2 generations of this slaughter. Okay, they
Really?
were morally justified. Now explain to me, was the United States morally justified to drop 2 bombs on Japan?
Morally justified? What does that mean?
Explain to me. You're trying to hit us for
It's
a
your
moral
term.
justification.
You use the
I
term.
think it's
Define your own
bullshit.
terms. I'm not going to
Between two
define your
nations and
terms
the
for you.
people.
That would be
What do
wrong.
you mean by morally
No.
justified?
No, first off, you
Preference
grossly
plus force.
misinterpreted the scripture here.
What
Now
do you
I'm
mean
asking
by
you a
morally
question.
justified?
All your
Stop,
Was the
stop
United States
squirming.
morally
Preference plus
justified
force.
on
Stop
dropping 2
Stop
nukes
trying
on
to get
Japan?
away. What do you mean by morally justified?
And don't
No,
lie, that'd be
in
wrong.
on the same lens that you're trying to hold us to. That
I'm not holding you to anything. I'm just
how is
asking you
Israel
questions.
morally
I'm not.
justified for
I'm not
attacking
really
Amalek?
making any arguments.
Well, now you give me a reason.
I'm just
why
interrogating
was
your
the United
position.
States-
Rev,
yes,
Rev,
and I'm
his reason
interrogating
is
yours.
preference. Yeah, Rev, his reason is preference plus force. That's the reason
Yeah.
why.
I determine.
That's your reason as
and
well.
I
You
have the
just
power
won't
to
admit
determine.
it.
I determine, and I have the power to determine. So therefore, I make the rules. Basically,
down.
No,
No, I'm not-
the Christians
I'm not,
the Christians are actually being like logically consistent here. Like they're against abortion and they're against the death penalty. But it's the likes of Ghosty
Well,
was
so am
like
I.
she's for the death penalty. One sec, she's for the
yeah.
death penalty. She's for abortion. But
Yeah,
then
because I
she has
don't
an
get my
issue with
morality
God.
from
One
a
sec,
book.
she had an issue with God killing babies, but she's for killing babies. So I don't understand why she's against God.
No,
More-
our
there's
God
a
is
very-
not.
Also,
Because
she's-
that has
she's-
nothing to do with
she's-
it.
she's-
No, according Rev, according to
Hold
her
on,
critique, according to
real-
her critique on the
Yeah,
Christians,
Ghosty.
where it's like, oh, God will kill innocent babies, but she's all in favor of killing innocent babies. So her critique against religion or against God
That's logical
makes no sense.
fallacy.
I'm using
Yeah.
her
The
position.
mother's
There is a
choice, first of all.
significant moral-
Yeah,
there's a
God's
I
choice.
wouldn't-
Real quick, guys,
moral
hold up
difference
1 second, guys. I have a question, just because I see we're kind of going down the lane to like, is God real and good?
Yeah.
Debate here,
Yeah.
and like
I wanna
I
go
just
back to
want
the
to
topic.
say, like, for everybody on, this is why I like that Shiva came up and gave the questions that he did, because like for everyone on the, like, especially the Christian side, if you were to assume, right, which I think it's a safe assumption, that the other side does not grant the Bible or God's authority, what's
Correct.
the strongest a case against abortion
That's
using
why I was trying
their
to
worldview, right? Without appealing to a divine command. I know you did that at the starting rest,
Yeah.
but we're kind of moving now into the without
Yeah,
appealing to divine command. Where's somewhere like they can actually, like, engage with? Because I can see now they're kind of they can't really engage with something they don't believe
well,
in.
I don't see a moral
There's
basis.
one really simple construct in the United States law. If a pregnant woman is murdered, the murderer is charged with 2 counts of homicide, not 1. That means the law itself places value on the unborn. So if we're going to follow,
they wouldn't call it a
we're
double
gonna follow the laws.
homicide if
Yeah, they
it
do.
was. No, I'm sorry. They
Yeah, he's
would
agreeing
not
with you, Rick.
call it a double homicide if they did not place value on that unborn child. That's
Exactly.
The mother is placing value on it. So if she makes a decision to let it come
She's gone.
fully
And
to
how's she making
term,
the decision when she's shot as well? Like,
she was making that decision actively before she was
double
killed,
homicide.
right?
Even pregnant women who weren't aware of
she
their
was
pregnancy.
pregnant. Maybe she
Well,
was
no, because the flaw. One sec. The flaw in your thinking here, Ghosty, is the fact that human life is dependent on whether or not the mother chooses so.
Right.
Well,
Like,
the
what gives the
mother's
mother's
gone,
choice
so who
value?
places value on that
back
life
off of
now?
that, she could be. Here's would be a scenario then to counteract
Well,
that.
sorry, Tomahawk. Before you go, let's. I want to go off of what Ghosty is saying there. Why should or shouldn't it be the mother's choice of the values? So, like, let's go there. Like, why should or shouldn't it be? And I know, and I agree. But I don't put my bias here. But I agree, right? That there's a creator that gave us everything, but
I'm not even
without
going on
going
the
to that,
creator thing.
where would you guys say is the reason you or a mother shouldn't be the one that places value?
Because it's a
unborn
fact.
child's life.
It's independent of what one feels or thinks. It's still a human life, and we either treat human life as sacred or we don't. And if we don't treat human life as sacred, then this whole thing of concept of justice, murder, all this kind of shit, we're fucking all that out the window as well.
What do you mean by sacred?
Yeah.
I'm hard.
As in, we're fucking out justice, we're fucking out murder, we're fucking out everything. If you no longer have that as a core tenet that human life is sacred, then fuck it. Like murder, rape, all this kind of shit. It's all up for grabs.
Okay.
What defines personhood?
Here's the interesting thing, though, guys.
Go ahead.
In regards to what Ghosty was saying about the double homicide thing, she says if the mother places value on the baby, then it should be a double homicide, right? But just a little bit ago, I was asking her about coitus with a cadaver, and she was kind of alluded to the cadaver no longer has personhood. So if the cadaver, which is a dead body, no longer has personhood to place value on anything, then how can the mother who is dead place value on the baby for the criminal justice system to persecute a man for double homicide? You see the internal inconsistency in your logic. That's what I like to try to figure out is where you stand with like your worldview.
I
got a separate question.
Well, let her answer before everybody jumps in. Let her answer. You guys remember, there's more of you. Let her answer before y'all dogpile.
It's not something that I care about if a woman decides to get an abortion before 20 weeks. That is just not something that I personally care about. Now, if there is a mother who has her own child in her own stomach that she personally values and wants to bring into the world, and she's choosing to do so, and if somebody comes and ends her and the baby's life, that's not her decision to end the baby's life. That is somebody else's, and therefore the responsibility of ending those lives is on that person who did it, who probably didn't even care to think if she was going to abort it. It's honestly irrelevant at that point.
Just real quick, because you seems like, okay, it's not my business whether or not she wants she considered a kid or not, right? Okay. What if there's two brothers, they're both over 18, and they want to have a sexual relationship with each other? Should we stop that? Or should we say, no, that's none of our business?
Incest is something that, I don't know, legally, it's questionable. I lean towards it being illegal because I do think there's, in most incest cases, this is something where the children or these relationships are kind of groomed into, or they're brainwashed into
groomed.
these situations. Lots of times they are. So, but yeah,
this is two consensual brothers.
If two consensual adult brothers want to be together, I'm not going to throw them in jail for that.
Exactly.
Do you think it's wrong?
Okay, so
I just think it's kind of weird. I don't know about wrong or right. I think it's weird.
Okay, so I want to take it back to the other one. Let's say there's a woman, she's like in line at the clinic to get the procedure done, and somebody like shoots her, but she survives, but the baby doesn't. In most states, you actually don't get to not press charges. Like the state itself will file charges against the criminal, whether you want to have them charged or not. You actually can't force a dismissal. You can't just say like, forget about it. It's no big deal. Whatever. Everything will be fine.
Yes,
You
the
actually can't do that.
state versus that criminal.
Yeah. Should she be able to dismiss the homicide of the child? Like in the double homicide case, but let's say she survives, but the baby doesn't. Should she get to say like, no, it's okay, I didn't want it anyway, and that person not get in trouble? Would that be okay?
No, because it's still that wasn't her choice to have some person come and shoot her in the stomach to kill the baby.
Right.
So
But then
like,
after the fact, she said, no, that I'm okay, like everything's fine, I'll be all right.
this is like saying, oh, say some guy starts like touching and grabbing and groping a girl in her sleep, but she turns out like she actually likes it, she actually wanted it. That's still illegal for him to do that without her consent, even though she still eventually liked it. But initially that's illegal to do that.
Well, but like, what if she's in line at the clinic? She's in line to get the procedure done, but instead of the doctor doing it, the dude.
It's illegal to shoot somebody. Yeah, it's illegal to shoot somebody.
That was actually going to be my scenario, which was she's in line. She has, in a sense, already determined that the baby.
Yeah, she filled the paperwork out and everything. She's in the office, like the lobby or waiting room or something.
She has determined that the baby is no longer a baby. She does not want it, and therefore it is, quote unquote, by your worldview, is no longer a baby. So a guy comes in and shoots her stomach, kills the baby, but she survives.
Should she be able to drop the charges?
Drop the charges is essentially a
I don't know why
homicide
she
at that point.
would. I don't know why she would. She still got shot. Somebody is
No,
still
you said why would
killing a baby.
Wait, can you drop charges on somebody if they shoot you?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No,
it's kind of like a
no,
pointless.
that was my point. That was my point.
The reality of this is honestly not likely to ever happen but if it were the case that she essentially didn't want the baby, and so instead of getting the procedure, the quote unquote procedure would be this guy shooting her stomach and killing the baby outright, but she survives, would you even consider that a homicide at that point, because she quote unquote depersoned the baby?
I guess that's an illegal abortion. Like
not illegal.
Yeah, okay. Hey, see, that's a start. That's a start.
No, shooting
I think
somebody
we
is
could work
illegal
from that.
no matter what. So.
But it achieved the goal of the abortion. She wanted the abortion. It happened differently than
Yeah, it's
what
still
she
illegal
wanted
action. I mean, it's still an illegal action to do that. Now, whether
So
she
you wouldn't
cares
call it a
about
homicide.
whether she
Is it
cares
because she's also harmed?
whether she cares about whether the baby gets justice in court or something, like that's not really something that like
so
matters.
by your worldview,
hold on.
you wouldn't call that a homicide.
Hold on, I got a different
I'm
one.
I'm trying to understand the other side's question here. Are you asking like because that's why I asked, like, if you get shot, you can't like drop the assault charges, like the state.
Okay, I'll switch it. I got a better one. I got a better analogy.
You guys, the question I think you're trying to ask, like, I just want to try and bridge the gap here. I think the question you're trying to actually ask is, should he be able to get off of the murder, not off of assault? He's still shot
Correct.
her, dude.
Oh, yeah, correct. Is it still a homicide?
Like, could the lawyer argue, oh, she was going to get an abortion anyways, so therefore it shouldn't count as murder?
Or homicide.
Yeah,
It wouldn't
Yeah,
count
that's
as murder.
I think is a more fair
A
question.
lawyer could argue that in the court, and I'd be interested to see what the
so I
jury
got a
came
better
back
I
one.
would say that there should be a legal caveat within that law to state basically if she already has an abortion scheduled, then that baby was not murdered.
What if she changes her
Okay.
mind last minute, though? What if she's next in line and she changes her mind?
Well,
Yeah, there's already precedent by this one in the Supreme Court because a lot of surrogates make it a little ways for another family and then decide, actually, I don't want to go through with this, and they go and get an abortion, and then the surrogate family that they had already signed up, they ends up being like a civil. Most of the time, it's a civil lawsuit between the expecting
mother.
parents that were going to adopt, yeah, and then the mother of the child opts out early. So I believe there's already actual litigation cases for that circumstance. But I want to spin it. I want to spin it one more time real quick, and then I swear I'll probably hop out of here just to stop bugging. But let's say, are you okay with a woman, Ghosty? Are you okay with a woman taking Plan B in the prevention measures?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, and that's totally legal, right? In I think every state. I could be wrong.
I think
Okay,
so.
would you be okay? And it doesn't actually have a lot of negative effects on the woman to do so, right? Other than whatever it leads to. There's no like actual like she doesn't have to go and get like medical attention for any like severe side effects, right?
No, it's like a couple days of being
Like
hormonal, uncomfortable, maybe slight
spotting and stuff
pain
like that.
and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So then would you be okay if let's say a couple did it and she was intending on getting pregnant and he knew that, and so then he slipped a Plan B into her drink and when she didn't know, so that he could avoid the potential baby from being made? Would that be okay, or should he be held like legally or criminally accountable?
Criminally, I don't know, but I do think that is a wrong thing to do. Yeah,
Why
I don't
would-
I don't
why
know
would it be-
about criminal action.
Why would you
Okay.
think it's
That's
wrong?
fair. Well, hey,
but
I want to take this moment to say thank you for taking my questions, and thank you Speakeasy for letting me up here again. Shouts out to all the guys on the crew, and we'll catch you next time.
Sorry about the Packers,
man,
Rowdy.
anytime. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Ghosty, I know I came late, but my question is, what confers value to the unborn from the mother's approval? Is there like a metaphysical thing that happens when the mother says, I value this, and then it's given or denied by the mother's attitude? How does that work?
It's just she made it, it's growing inside her, and ultimately it's up to her.
So does that morally bind people to respect that wish?
Morally bind
people.
Does it morally bind others to respect that wish?
She says it's a
No,
person, so people have to respect that it's a person, and then the next moment she can say, "Oh, it's not a person
Well,
anymore." and
hold
now
on. I
people-
just want to know.
Why are you denying the rights to the sperm that came from the man?
You don't have to agree.
Yeah, she
with
made it.
Oh no!
Yeah, don't
Oh
use
no!
that
I'm not
comment.
saying
Yeah,
if I have to
she
agree with you.
made it.
I'm just
She
wondering how
made
it works in terms of like you give it value because you want to keep it, and I'm not even characterizing what it is yet, but it gets value if you want to keep it, but it doesn't get value if you don't want to keep it. What is the actual thing doing work to give value to this, whatever you want to call it?
Things only have value if we give them value.
So if we
Things
took,
are only valuable that we value.
so if the majority took value away from one individual person, does that person no longer have value?
They're not valuable to other people.
You already did that with the
They're probably pretty valuable to themselves.
So if the majority voted
Easy
away
answer.
somebody's individual value, could they kill them and nothing wrong happened?
People on death row have
That
no
person
value.
is that
There's
person is
your
a fully
answer.
viable
That
person at that
presupposes moral weights and scales. So that's not the same thing.
Well, I'm not really talking about this morally.
I was responding
like
to
you guys
Vigilante
are.
because he kind of
Oh.
got in the middle of that one.
Ghosty, I have a
Sorry, what
question
was your
for
answer,
you.
Ghosty? I didn't get it.
Oh no, I'm just, like my argument isn't like a moral argument. Like I'm even fine with thinking it's immoral to do an abortion, but I would still want it to be legal. Like it's again, it's not something that like I enjoy or I'm like happy about. I think abortion is sad. But I also think it's the best decision for certain people, and I think their reproductive rights are up to them.
When you say rights,
Sorry,
go ahead.
If I could try to bridge
Reproductive
another gap
protection.
here that I think I'm seeing, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ghosty, but I think Ghosty sees morals as just whatever you think they are.
They're subjective, yeah. So
Well, she said rights too, but rights bind everybody, not just the one person who believes they have rights, right? Because
okay, I know
if you
rights
have rights,
is like a triggering word, so I'll say just
no.
reproductive protections, like the freedom, reproductive freedom. Yeah, the freedom over your own reproductive health.
Okay, but then if you think your freedom should be protected, then that comes from a right, doesn't it? That comes from something intrinsic to
The law,
yourself and
it
others.
comes from the law. Your
That means if you
freedom.
change the law, then you take away rights subjectively.
Sure, if you want to call it that.
Isn't that how it works?
It's a law. Like you're
Laws
allowed to get
changed,
abortions
rights are either
legally.
given or taken away.
So otherwise, we wouldn't have basis for laws if the rights didn't exist in themselves, because then laws would be entirely preferences.
I mean,
which
technically,
totally
you can
deny.
still get an abortion. You still have the right to do an abortion. It's just an illegal one, right?
So
Everybody has
so
the right to do what they want. Kind
Well, then
of. Like,
rights mean
within
nothing.
the
But go back.
body.
One sec. Go back to this whole thing of like morality. It's like, is demoralization, is that an objective phenomenon? I think it is. So if that, like, what demoralization is, there's certain
She doesn't believe in
actions that either is done to humans or done by humans, that these actions will make them lose the will to live. So if we
She
look
doesn't
at
believe in
demoralization as an objective phenomenon, we can then say that there's certain actions that will either increase or decrease your will to live. Ergo, we have morality. And immoral actions are actions that will either cause you or cause the person that you're doing this to lose their will to live. This is what
There's
morality
nothing
is.
objective about that.
You're
That is
presupposing she
literally
Demoralization is an
subjective.
objective phenomenon. That's what I base the whole thing around.
That's why people
You have
get
to first
depressed
prove
when
to her
certain
that
bad
objective
things happen
morality
to them.
exists. Otherwise, she's not going to understand you.
Yeah,
yeah,
demoralization
you're
is
not
an
gonna prove
objective phenomenon.
You
It's a
have to
subject.
explain
How?
objective to her, though.
How is that?
She denies objective.
Well, let's put it
Because-
this
ask her
way.
this.
How is that an objective
Does absolute
phenomenon?
truth exist?
Well, look. You could say that the phenomenon of what was the word you used? Sorry, I'm not
Ghosty, does
Demoralization.
absolute truth
The
exist?
phenomenon of demoralization objectively exists, but the experience is subjective.
Exactly. Yes, truth.
No.
There is an ultimate truth, but our understanding of it is always going to be subjective to our personal experience and
it's not
our
objective.
capabilities. Like
That's
just
not
because, just because,
Objective is mind independent.
Here, Ghosty, real
well,
quick.
that's like
if the right
subjective.
was
No,
not-
subjective
So
is
that's
mind
fine if you
independent.
want to deny objective, but that means
What?
you're denying absolute
That's literally
truth
what
within a
subjective
contradiction of itself.
Ghosty,
means,
if the
No,
right
subjective
was
means
not in the
mind
law,
dependent,
if
not
the
mind
right was-
independent.
If the
Oh,
right
oh,
was
I
not
thought
in
he
the
said
law,
dependent.
should it be in the law?
I was
If the right
talking about
not granted-
objective means mind independent.
Ghosty,
I didn't hear the in. I thought you said
Sorry.
dependent.
What I'm saying
Sorry,
is,
God.
if the right was not granted by the law, should it be granted by the law?
In my personal opinion, yes.
Okay, is your opinion equally valid to somebody who disagrees with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Because she only believes in subjective morality, not objective morality.
Yeah.
So
And that's
you're
the problem. You're about to speak past
So-
each other because she can't understand objective. No offense. It just doesn't make sense in your worldview.
Yes.
So demoralization is not a phenomenon.
And
Well,
if
I
I
mean,
heard
to you
correctly earlier when you guys were going back and forth, I think Ghosty just said she believes there is a ultimate truth but to everybody it's going to be different and nobody can actually know it because it's always subjective.
Yeah,
Is that what
there's
you're
an
saying?
ultimate.
That's a
There's an ultimate
contradiction.
reality, but I mean, we are actually limited to our our conscious and experience and abilities. Like we wouldn't
Is
know
that a truth statement?
we wouldn't know that like some molecule exists that we can't see without the tools to see it. But that's
Is
still
that a
part.
truth
Like there's.
statement?
So
I mean, I think we
I
can
don't even
assume that's a
know.
true type
I could be
statement, yeah.
wrong about
So
that.
again, we're back to subjective.
Yes, that's why I'm saying everything
So,
is
I
subjective.
have to ask:
So-
can an unjustified belief justify a belief?
Can an unjustified belief justify a belief?
Yeah, I mean, the
'Cause that's
justification
essentially what
doesn't have to
you're
be
doing.
valid,
Is
does it?
if you can't ground
all
the
subjective, right?
information or knowledge, then you're using an unjustified belief.
Well, can you ground those things?
Yeah, that would
I would
be
ground
my.
them via God in the tag
What
argument.
does that mean?
But that's just a thing.
One sec.
That's
I
just
grounded
another
morality.
subjective
I
thing.
grounded morality in demoralization. That's an objective phenomenon that we can observe.
People feel
I don't know
bad
what you
when
mean
bad I'll just say when things happen to them that affect them in a negative way.
Shall I tell you
That's
how
the best I can say.
what I think about abortion? Because I haven't actually stated my position yet, and it's probably going to surprise some of you. My view is broadly a moral emotivist view, in that I don't think that moral statements are truth apt, and that when people say things like abortion is wrong, they're expressing an emotion about that they're expressing how they feel about the act. So I actually don't like abortion. I would prefer that people didn't abort their children, but that's not from a kind of like, I couldn't say that's from a moral viewpoint, because like were you to say is abortion wrong, I would have to say that the statement is kind of faulty.
Right on.
Is that a
Also, I
true
just want to
statement?
say that
Oh,
you
you
were
know
right
how
about
I-
that 400 years too. The Israelites didn't attack the Amalek until 400 years later, after Deuteronomy 25 was written, and that was done under reign of Saul. But that was also after 400 years of being attacked by the same people. Oh yeah, no problem. I'm definitely willing to own that one. And knock stuff over apparently too.
Right. And to be fair, God kills everybody. There is not a death that happens that God has not predetermined, including the death of Christ.
That's what makes him. Well, no, I'm not going to get into that.
Predetermined?
Okay.
Let's not get excited. I mean, there are always lovely debates we could have.
I was waiting. I was
I'm not
waiting.
even-
I would re-examine the language of predetermined there, but I think I understood what you meant.
Well, yeah, if you look at Revelation 13:8, one of the verses I cite the most, it says that God, the Lamb who was slain before the foundation of the world. So it was a predestined plan.
The lamb was slain. Is that a reference to Jesus?
That's a reference to Jesus, like how John the Baptist says, "The Lamb of God who takes away the sins of the world."
I mean, we're gonna stray into free will here. We're gonna.
Well, then you have an infinite regress of interpretation, because somebody had to be the first one to
who's the
read
moral authority on the interpretation?
Somebody had to be the first one to read it and understand it.
You realize the Bible came in after Jesus Christ, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
So I'll give you an
it's
example.
I have
I'll
to
give-
ask: can Jesus Christ give her the true message to someone and have that passed on through ecclesiology?
he said he
Sure.
would.
Okay,
But I'll
then
give-
wouldn't
let
that
me
be where
give-
the truth is?
Yeah, so let me give you an
Before the book?
example. Let me give you an example. So let's go to Matthew 19, where
But you're
there-
using scripture
Jesus
to now
is-
justify things.
Yeah, I can. So Matthew 19 has the story of where Jesus talks to the Pharisees, and they're talking about divorce and remarriage, right? And he says, "Have you not read that from the beginning he made them male and female, and let what God has put together, let not man separate," right? So he says to the Pharisees, who, by the way, were going to hell, which means unsaved people can read and understand the Bible. He says to them that they should read. And in Matthew 23, he says to the people, is like, the Pharisees, they sit in Moses' seat. Do as they tell you, but don't do as they do, which means that they could read scripture, understand scripture accurately enough to teach it accurately, even though they were lost men and unregenerate. So yes.
No, that's not how it works. The Bible is a liturgical document. It's not meant for the layman to understand.
I think that's an
interpret
assertion.
himself.
I think that's just an assertion that,
But where do you get your moral authority from? If you don't have an ecclesiology that's longer than 500 years, which Protestantism can't trace back further than that, because that's where Martin Luther broke off from the Catholic Church. Your ecclesiology
Martin
starts with
Luther isn't the founder of all Protestantism.
I'll give you another example.
Well, it was him and another fellow, as far as I'm aware of.
Protestant Reformation in Scotland. He didn't even know Martin Luther.
Yeah, I'll give you another example. If you look at Acts 17:11, it talks about how the Bereans check the words of Paul the Apostle to see if these things were true. And the Bible in that passage calls them noble for doing so. So if even an apostle himself is subject to the reading of scripture by the people who want to hear what he has to say, then it tells me that even an apostle is inferior to the reading of scripture.
If I read scripture, you read scripture, we both come up with different interpretations. Where's the truth?
How do you come up with an
And who
interpretation of what
determines
is written?
where the truth is found?
Can I ask you, if I read
You need a
Treasure
moral
Island and you read
authority.
Treasure Island, would we each come up with different interpretations? Will we both know who Billy Bones is? Will we both know whose treasure is buried on the island if we read the same book?
Presupposing the information to begin with, but
Well, you see, books are written and scripture is written. It's written to be read and understood.
Well, if
That's
you
how.
read the Constitution,
yeah, but if two
it's
different
literally meant
people
to be
can come up with
interpreted.
two different interpretations, then where is the truth? You have to be able to identify it. Truth has an identity. What is it?
Yeah, Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Okay. And the truth couldn't have been passed?
Through the Holy Spirit.
That presupposes
so what
that
you're telling me
presupposes
is
you need like
Jesus
an oral
Christ didn't
law.
give any information on how to keep everything of his commands as a one universal truth?
Why couldn't that be the Bible?
Because the Bible wasn't written yet.
Okay, so but
It was a collection of books that happened
I agree that things were transmitted orally, but now that we have the
several hundred years
Bible, now that we have the Bible, we know that that's reflective of what happened.
Do you know why?
So you're using the thing to justify the thing?
Do you know why
That makes
John
sense.
wrote the
doesn't the
Gospel
Bible
of
say
John?
thy word is truth?
Do you even
But
trust
you're using the thing to justify the thing.
Yes, because it's foundational. It's God's word, so it's therefore from God, linked
But
to
the
God.
thing
the
didn't
heart of
always
God.
exist. How did the faith exist before the book exists?
Because God's mind exists and God's mind produced it. Didn't you read 2 Peter 1:21? It's by the
So
Holy
it was
Spirit.
just this sort of immalleable thing that just happens?
It's from the mind of God.
The faith didn't always exist, though, did it? Because the Israelites were stiff-necked, and God had to punish them quite often due to their lack of faith.
I think that's a non sequitur.
It goes
That's
Judaism
applying two
into
different
Christianity,
things.
but
going
it's
on.
Well, maybe.
as a continual line.
It's a little different, but we can look to what happened with ancient Israel to see what's happening now with spiritual Israel. Correct?
No, because none of you motherfuckers know anything that's going on in the Middle East. I don't trust any single one of you to give an actual representation of what Israel is and all this kind of shit. I don't trust none of you.
Let's stick to the argument of how you're using scripture to justify your use of scripture.
And how does this relate to abortion? Just to ask.
That's a great question.
Bring it
The
back.
topic shifted, bud.
Because they're trying to justify their moral belief for why they think abortion is wrong, right?
So
That's true. I think Zach, we're on the same page, right? About
Everything is
abortion.
predetermined.
Well, to be
Zach,
fair,
we're
I
on the-
didn't appeal to religion when I first came on the panel. I appealed
Yeah, I wasn't trying to do that either.
to the morality of eugenics and the use thereof, and its use throughout history by the very degenerate and deplorable nation states, such as Germany during World War II, who is the lead propagator of that practice you call abortion, and it was a part of their eugenics program, which became popular in the United States after Germany's fall in World War II, and after
Okay.
Operation Paperclip, when all the German scientists and doctors came over here and got pardoned.
I could also
So
say
you
that
can
And
guns were
infiltrate the
used in
CIA
World War II.
and NASA and all these organizations. But yeah, go ahead, Russ.
I can also say that guns were used in World War II, so what, therefore we shouldn't use guns anymore because they were abused at some point?
Should we put all of our enemies in a gas chamber and gas them?
No, that's it's like a war
That's
crime.
eugenics. That was a form of Nazi eugenics. A war crime. Yes, eugenics is a war crime.
Right, but that's not an
Well, hang
argument.
on a second, one second,
It
Ghosty.
doesn't have to
If,
do with
if
religion.
one sec. If morality is subjective, what's wrong with putting your enemies in gas chambers?
Good point, bud.
Nothing. But that's not the
Exactly.
argument.
So congratulations, Ghosty. Congratulations. You're a supporter of the Third Reich.
It's our
Josh,
contract
that's a bit far.
together, like that we all value life, and it's our human experience that determines our morality and our justifications,
No,
our
it's force
values.
doctrine. That's your God.
No, one sec, Ghosty. If you
So-
truly value human life, how can you say that you're pro-abortion or pro-death penalty?
She can't
Because
constitute
death
as a
penalty
life,
is for
so it's
people
consistent in
that
her
I
position.
think have committed enough harm that they deserve that at that point.
Does that mean that their life loses value?
It's not even about if their life has value or not. It's a consequence for the fucking
Right.
disgusting actions they did.
But
yeah,
in order for the death
immoral
penalty to
actions.
be-
This seems like an inconsistency, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I used to have the same inconsistency. So I used to be kind of not pro-abortion, but I wasn't anti-abortion. Like I didn't really have a view on it because I don't have babies. But I think it was Easy pointed out to me that that's actually inconsistent with my view on the death penalty, which I'm against, because for reasons that are unknown to me, I value human life. And if I value human life and I'm willing to extend that value to like murderers and rapists and child molesters, then I should be able to extend that to everyone. And that includes unborn children.
Yeah, like I said, I don't value unborn children under a certain age.
Well, what's
for
your
development.
metric for why you don't value them? Is it sentience
It's
or autonomy? Is that a better word?
brain. It's like mostly the amount of brain development that leads to viability. Like
Well,
that's
if science can't determine exactly when that is, then how do you know when it's killing and when it's not?
Well, science can't determine consciousnesses. I'm pretty sure we do know when the 5 brain, like essential 5 parts of the brain.
21 to 24 weeks is when consciousness starts.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's guessed. It's not like completely.
Well, that's when we can detect the architecture that allows for consciousness. That's not the same thing.
So my answer is a time that is a little bit before that time where science
But
has
if
guessed
you
this
have
shit.
no objective standard, then when is it going to be killing versus it's a clump of cells?
There's not like a exact date.
See, there's
like
a problem
time.
there. It's now just up to your interpretation.
yeah, I just
whoever's
don't-
interpreting the procedure. So you have a problem if we can't have a universal standard for that.
Because to jump on to pile on to jump on to add on to it. That's the word. To add on to that, any woman at any time during a pregnancy could then just determine, oh, it's not alive, it's not alive, it's not alive, it's not alive, and then a week before or even a day before the birth, suddenly she thinks it's alive.
That's why we have laws for how long elective pregnancies should be legal.
Hold on, but then that's not allowing the woman to determine. It's allowing the state to determine whether that's personhood or not. So there would be the inconsistency of, well, if you're gonna give women sole control, sole determination of the quote unquote of the personhood of the baby, of the infant, well, that flies in the face of the state, the government imposing that imposing a set time limit. Who would trump who, basically? Who would have the ultimate authority of what determines the person of the infant inside that's developing? The woman or the state?
I mean, ultimately, science does, but yeah, the state will make a law for when is appropriate, what time period is appropriate.
But the state determines that personhood is 8 weeks, but the woman herself determines that the personhood is 16 weeks, and
that she values it.
Well,
she wants
it. And also science. If you're going to add science into the mix, science determines personhood at conception. So again, who would be the ultimate arbiter of determining whether or not the infant is a person? Science, the woman, or the state?
I'm not even worried about determining whether it's a fucking person or not. All I care about is that women have the choice to not continue with the pregnancy before a certain period of time.
Let me frame it in a way you would care.
All I really care about.
If we're in a birth rate crisis, at least could you give the concession that we should limit or eliminate abortion up until the point we're in replacement rate? Could you at least make that concession? Because at least from a utilitarian perspective, least amount of harm, we don't want to have to import foreigners, because then that destabilizes culture. So we want to keep people within the culture and giving their own values to their children.
I'm fine with. I don't see a harm from immigration. First of all, second of all,
it can't happen
I'm not
rapidly.
I'm not like a full utilitarianist person, but
everything reduces to that if you don't have religion.
I'm more about personal freedoms. Honestly, that's most what I'm not going to force people. I'm not going to force. I'm not going to force people to have children that they don't want because like the human race is ending.
It's all just about a subjective interpretation. That's the harm principle. It's all going to boil down to harm.
Sure, people not having babies might harm the human race, but it won't harm individuals.
It
But
will
what I'm
harm the
getting at,
human race, but it won't harm individuals.
It-
Are you saying
right.
that individuals would not be part of that human race in that sense?
Well, they're gonna
they
die. They're already born. They're gonna die no matter what. A human race following after them isn't going to affect their life. So
And in a birth rate crisis, there'll be less humans the longer that goes on. So
Mhm.
would you essentially be okay that at some point, if there just comes a time where there are no more humans, that's fine?
That's it.
Because-
That's
yeah, that's
inevitable.
nature. That's kind of nature, I guess.
It's
well,
kind
then
of
where are you getting your purpose from? If
Yeah,
it isn't to
why are you
make
here, in a
more of
sense?
us and progress society, which would be via us, because society depends on us, yes, then where's your purpose? Where's your teleology?
My purpose for my own life, or
Well, just
like,
humans in general. It's like it's just some malleable thing that
I'm a
you
human.
If we're all
decide
gonna
human.
die in the end, if we're all gonna die in the end, why even go through life as life in general?
This is the thing. You guys live for an afterlife. You guys care about what happens after death. I'm living for what happens now in the present. I'm not worried about what happens after
Hedonism.
death. My life is valuable because of I'm experiencing this now in the present, and that's what I value. I'm not valuing.
I would
the
argue
after.
though, if you don't have a way
has
to,
no meaning to you.
Hedonism isn't necessarily bad. Hedonism can be good. What if your pleasure? What if the pleasure that you're attaining to is providing for your family and being an upstanding member of the community?
Which can happen at this very moment, by the way.
Like that's hedonism.
Hedonism can surely align with what's morally good, but that doesn't mean it's morally good.
Right.
It's
But
just
it doesn't mean it's
materialism.
morally bad either.
It's just materialism.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it can be, because hedonism isn't about morals.
As opposed to what?
Can't hedonism being like
Well,
having a lot of
actually having
sex
a moral
or something?
standard that isn't up to you. You don't get to determine it.
What moral standard?
Ethics.
Christians don't have a
Virtue.
moral standard.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't, because when they're God told
literally
to
came from
kill a whole
God.
bunch of fucking babies, they'll go and kill a whole bunch of fucking
The
babies.
counter to Shiva.
When
counter to
were
Shiva would
Christians
be,
told to kill babies?
One sec. Why aren't all these drug addicts happy
Sorry,
people?
no, that's a fair point. They weren't Christians. I retract that statement.
Okay.
That was a wrong
All good.
statement.
All good.
A fun fact about Christians and
standard
babies,
comes
though,
from
and in
God.
Rome.
That was a
Himself
good catch.
came
That was a
as
good
man. That's our standard.
So one of my strongest fields of study is actually Christian history and patristics. I study this greatly. I'm very fascinated with Christians in the first, second, and third and fourth centuries. So check this out. Early on, while Rome was still at its reign, the pagan Rome, they would discard infants like they were trash. If they found no value in them, they just throw them away. Well, the Christians would go and collect those babies, take care of them, and raise them as their own. This started rumors among the pagan Romans that Christians were actually eating the babies. They considered us a blood cult, which is the most metal thing ever, by the way. Should be a Christian. But it goes to prove that Christians have always placed value on life and on innocence, even from the start of our religion.
Amen.
But we're the only ones that actually have a moral standard.
Do you think if Christianity was discovered like 10,000 years before it would be the same way?
Well, Christianity wasn't discovered.
I don't think it would make a whole hell of a lot of
Paganism
difference.
is a lot older religion.
If God is the truth and all truth originates from Him and emanates outward, then I mean it would still end up in the truth. I mean, so you can't change that.
Yeah, I just don't think logically it makes sense that they would just have
You're
all these new age random beliefs
You're saying
that
logic,
none of
but you
that
can't
none
justify logic. That's the problem. You're using
Then-
something you can't justify.
You don't have a metric as to how that logic would follow, other
I,
than it
so
just
you're
feels
saying
good to
because
me.
I'm subjective, I don't have a
You can't
justification
use
for
metaphysics.
logic.
You can't use metaphysics. You have to deny it.
I'm saying your metaphysics are wonky as fuck and don't make any logical sense at all.
No, logic
Well,
is
one sec. If they don't make
Logic's
logical sense,
metaphysics.
one sec. Where's the contradiction?
Who are you asking?
You're the one one that's saying you're making the claim it's illogical. Where's the
Yes.
contradiction?
Yes, God is something that is not proven, has no there's nothing true or truthful about this. It is a belief.
It is.
Is that a subjective opinion?
That others contradict. Yes, this is not. Are you going to tell me right now Christianity is a fact?
I can prove God to exist.
No, that God is real. That's a fact.
By
What I'm
his
saying
name
is,
alone.
you switched from a
Okay,
subjective
prove that-
epistemology to an
How-
objective epistemology by saying it's not true.
Prove that God being real is a fact.
Is it?
Okay, one sec.
subjective or objective?
Everything in the universe, Ghosty, everything in the universe is in motion, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so what caused that motion? That motion is constant. The atoms are constantly spinning. What's causing that motion? Something that's unchanging, correct? Because it's constantly in motion, correct?
Are you trying to say it's God?
Oh, there's a whole bunch of assumptions.
Yeah, the unmoved mover argument from
That's
Aristotle.
God of the gaps. That's taking something
That's
that
not
we
God of the
don't
gaps.
understand and saying, "Oh, it has to be God."
No, it's not. It's a philosophical proof. The fact that change is constant, this motion is constant,
Well,
which
real
means
quick-
whatever causes it is unchanging.
Teriak, what's your belief system's name?
I'm more than willing to call it God. It's the likes of Ghosty, and this is why I hate these people,
But not
because they're the ones that are saying, "Well, there's clearly there's a higher power, but I'm not going to call it God."
He's still playing on the fence about Christianity. He
Which
won't-
people are saying that, Tariak?
Okay, I just want to make clear that Teriak's
Ghosty?
argument's going to be way different than mine. That's all.
Yeah, no, because I can show physical phenomenon which they'll deny, like demoralization, which Ghosty denied.
They
That doesn't
associate all
prove
physical
God,
phenomenon
dummy.
with
Demoralization proves morality, dummy.
But based on what?
I would just
According
ask
to
what kind
who?
of
That it's an observable physical phenomenon.
You can observe immorality.
Meaning, I'm giving you a
According to
materialist
everybody?
argument for morality, darling.
No, Tariak, wait, Tariak.
She
It's
doesn't
a
attach any
physical-
moral weight to
hang on.
demoralization. She doesn't attach any moral weight to that idea. It's all materialist, probably, if she's atheistic.
I-
And if she's pagan, I don't know what it is.
Tariak, that's not a materialist position.
Well, she said
It's-
earlier.
it's a
She said,
position.
to be clear, she said earlier she's agnostic, so like she's not inclined to believe there's a God, but maybe
No,
there's
yeah,
a-
There are
I-
spiritual- I bet you believe that there are
Incredulous?
actually spiritual forces in the universe, but there is no quote unquote God, which is why you say you're agnostic, right?
Spiritual forces could just be something I don't understand, or it could be something bigger and something intelligent.
Well,
That's
how-
what agnostic means.
Well, how could it not be spiritual forces if you don't understand what it could, if you don't understand what it is or what it could be? How would it not be spiritual forces at that point?
Because it could just be physics and science and something that I don't
Why are you
get.
relating it only to materialism, though?
Yeah, it comes back.
Why
I'm
does-
agnostic. I'm saying
Hold
it
up,
could
hold up.
potentially
Let me
be
prove.
a.
You believe in things that are concepts, right? You believe in logic, right?
Yes.
Can you touch it? Can you
No.
measure it? Then why
No,
is
it's-
God such an impossible concept?
Well, because it's illogical. And
Language?
Oh, you idiot!
Ghosty.
It has an identity, an ontology.
It's
made
illogical.
up.
Stupid if you don't realize that.
It's made
It's
up.
illogical.
Just like our
Illogical.
language.
Prove that.
Yes.
Just like
Demonstrate
our
it.
language
No,
makes
no,
up
look, let him
words to
demonstrate
just.
Okay, one sec. Right, we accept. Everybody seems to accept that we have all these materials. Okay, what is causing these materials to be in motion?
Don't deflect. No, don't save him. Prove
I'm
God
not
is
saving them.
logical. Go.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we could. Yeah, I mean, I could do that using tag if you like, but I'm not sure that Easy would be up for that. I don't mind doing it. You know, Easy will confirm. I ain't scared of getting my hands dirty.
Using what?
You're using knowledge to start tags, so therefore you fail. Go ahead. Again,
Really? Okay, fine. So, on your view, God is.
I'm in the crossfire.
Oh man, I'm not okay. So
you have to ground
God
knowledge.
is the.
Ground your epistemology. Start.
What do you mean by the word ground?
Ground your knowledge.
Yeah,
How
what do you mean?
justify knowledge.
Look, if I ask you what you mean by a word, saying the same word doesn't give me more information.
How do you justify knowledge?
What do you mean? You justify propositions, not knowledge. Knowledge is a process. You don't justify processes.
So you're saying you just automatically have access to knowledge?
What type of knowledge are you talking about? Procedural?
Knowledge.
Propositional?
Information.
What type? There are different types. Phenomenological? Look,
How do you
I
get
know
evaluation,
that I know that I like coffee, right? But that's a
How do
different
you
sort
know
of
that?
knowledge Because
How do
it's
you know that?
because I do.
Because you do.
I like
Here, you got
coffee.
circular reasoning. Try again.
Because I like coffee.
That's circular
So
reasoning.
so when I drink coffee, the sensations are pleasant.
Is logic objective?
No, I don't think so. Well,
Well, then
that's
you
a good
fail
question.
already.
Hang on.
Again. Try again.
Well, you gotta let people finish. You gotta let people finish answering.
Stop being a fucking dick. I can be just as rude as you pompous ass. What the fuck? I'm happy to engage with you in good faith. Are you happy to do that?
Dude, you don't need a tone police, man.
Are you? Don't fucking tell me what to do, motherfucker.
Okay.
He's from the England, mate.
You can get mad all you want. It doesn't change it. If you can't argue,
You messing with a proper geezer, innit?
Tag says that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, and that without God, we can't reliably reason. Is that a fair assessment of Tag, would you say?
all information stems from God. All transcendental stems.
Sorry, can you answer the question I asked? Was that a fair representation of the argument?
You would
Do you want me to be more precise? Do you want me to break it down into premises and
all
conclusion?
transcendental, not just knowledge. All transcendental categories come from God.
Okay, fine. Prove that.
God is the truth.
Prove that.
Does
demonstrate
absolute
it?
truth exist?
Prove it. Demonstrate it.
I'm asking you a question. Does
No, you're making
exist?
assertions. You said absolute
It
truth
takes a
exists.
setup, you
Prove
fool.
it, motherfucker.
But if you could just
Prove
answer
it.
in good
Hey,
faith.
prove it, motherfucker. What's wrong with you? You made an assertion. Back your fucking assertion up. No, I didn't think so.
Are you gonna go with the line of inquiry?
Right, tag.
Does
Premise
absolute
one.
truth exist?
Does it? Demonstrate that.
I'm asking you.
Oh, is that a question? Oh, sorry. I thought it was a statement. My mistake. I apologize.
Does absolute truth exist?
Absolute meaning unchanging throughout time. No, I think truth is a property of
And we
proposition.
can't have the conversation.
Why? Do you think
believe
that
in
absolute?
an
Do you think that absolute truth exists?
God is the absolute truth.
Great. Demonstrate that. I'm open to it. Demonstrate
To
it. Show it
deny
to me.
absolute truth is a contradiction, you fool.
No, look. You're making the assertion God is absolute
To
truth. Yes.
deny absolute truth.
Are you
is a
making the
contradiction.
assertion God is absolute truth? Yes or no?
God has an ontology, and in that ontology, it
Well, no, that's not the question I asked. Did you just say that God is absolute truth?
yes.
Yes. Okay, great. Demonstrate that, please.
If absolute truth exists, he would be it.
All right. So now
He's the
you're
mind,
introducing
the
a conditional.
universal mind that grounds all
So now you're introducing a
life
conditional.
connect to each other.
So now it's a conditional. Now there's doubt. Absolute truth might not exist because you introduced the word if.
I could do
So
my
now
religion speed run again.
you're on much
Wait.
shakier ground. Now you're not so certain whether absolute truth
Does
exists
a
or
does a
not.
definition not require does a definition have to not be a conditional? I think I've worded that wrong, but does a definition have to not be a conditional in order for it to be defined? In order for it to
No,
be
but if you're making an
If you're using logic,
assertion,
if-thens work.
if you're making an assertion such as God is absolute truth, and then when you later when you're asked to demonstrate that, you then say, well, if God if absolute truth exists, right, then you have automatically weakened your position.
Something true is
quick,
provable and
Nihilist.
verifiable.
By what epistemic criteria are we supposed to prove all things by?
Yeah, because if the
I
definition
would
is going
like
to be
to know
off of
what
an
absolute
if-then
truth
statement, then
means.
every
Yeah, me
definition is
too.
called
Right.
every definition is called into question because you have to form a conditional in order to prove it.
Yeah, Tomahawk,
So you
the
can
confusion is
verify
basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to prove that truth is true.
Right.
So can
For
somebody
something to be
have the
true.
conversation
Which is why I
of
asked
God
about
in
which
the
is why I
first
asked about
place.
definitions and defining things, because defining things using conditionals, and that if a definition requires that it not be a conditional in order to be quote accepted as a definition.
Yeah, so if I'm submitting my evidence to the court of Shiva, what criteria should I be submitting it to, and how do I know that Shiva's court's criteria is justified?
In answer to the second question, you don't. In answer to the first question, I think it depends on what it is that you're claiming to know, right? Like, would you not agree that like knowing 2 + 2 = 4 is a different sort of knowledge from, say, knowing how it feels to do a specific sort of dance, like the tango?
I agree it's a different category of study, but that also begs the question of absolute truth, because in order to make the distinction, it must be absolutely true that those two are distinct.
Why?
Yeah, because they have an identity.
Because you even admitted to it. Your entire
an
example,
identity.
you says you would agree that this. Well, then if our agreement on something is irrelevant, then I don't know why you brought it up.
If it's
No, wait,
You haven't even tried to verify or prove your beliefs, though.
By what
Yeah,
standard?
what are you saying?
Why do I care what your criteria is?
Using that
Why
as
should I care what your
Criteria,
criteria is?
hold up, guys.
No.
Remember, I know you all can hear each other up here, but the chat doesn't hear you guys, and you guys won't hear everything each other is saying. Ghosty, you were saying something there?
Yeah.
The same way that we can verify and prove to our best ability that like the facts of science, the
So when you
facts
say
of life.
Sorry,
Yes.
go ahead.
No, that's it.
Oh, when you say verify, prove, and facts, do you mean objective truth?
Verification can be done through like getting other people to co-sign, to agree.
Argument.
So
Isn't
8 out
that
of
ad
10
populum,
doctors
though?
agree.
Like
Yep.
to
You
observe,
basi-
like to observe the same fact as others. This is
So-
how verification works.
Hold on. So
So
that-
it
that's
would be
the-
absolutely
that's-
true.
That's the 8 out of 10 doctors example that you see on advertisements everywhere that try to scam you. 8 out of 10 doctors agree that this will be good for you. That like Ozempic is the way to go for weight loss. So
it's not? Oh no!
I'm just telling you how like
just as an
science.
example.
No, we're talking about
if 8 out of 10 doctors. So I guess my question would then be, why are the 2 doctors who disagree, I guess, discarded in this case? If we're talking absolute truth, wouldn't it be 10 out of 10 doctors agree?
No,
I
but it might
mean,
be absolutely
science.
true that 8 out of 10 doctors agree.
Right.
Because the word absolute here just means unchanging throughout time, right? Like it's true a million years ago, it'll be true a million years.
No,
time.
because
science is
who is the
usually
president
debatable.
changes. So there are different conditionals. There are contingent truths, and then there are absolute truths that are transcendent.
Right,
Those are
but
not
it-
the same thing.
But
what about
it's
this for
absolutely
definition?
true that Donald Trump is president now, though, right?
Correct. But Abraham Lincoln was president and is no longer
Yeah.
president.
Although saying when I say it is absolutely true, I'm not sure that I agree that it is, but I'm just kind of saying I guess I'm saying that's what I think your position would be.
But you have to use absolute
Can
truth
we-
to justify that.
Yeah, well, I mean, but language is tricky, right? You've got to use we use it colloquially and sloppily, and I do as well.
That's why I wanted to clarify our language first. How do you define absolute truth? Where do you ground that?
Yeah, truth.
Because we all have different opinions on that. So,
but like as a standard definition, truth is what is. Like that should be everybody should be able to agree with that, because the distinction is truth is what is and false is what is
Okay,
not.
but is
That's one
it
of your
true?
catchphrases.
Is it true that the sky is blue, even though different like species won't see that color blue?
No, it's true.
Well, no,
that
because the sky's not blue at
The
night.
sky's black where I'm at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Currently, to me, the sky is black, and sometimes it is gray when it's cloudy.
I'm just joking
Okay.
around.
Or
But
sometimes you get red and
Right.
green.
So
and
here's
blue.
what is true. When the photons hit the cones in my eyes, I perceive a color that we call blue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is which is the color the sky is not, because that's the reflected wavelengths of light rather than the absorbed wavelengths.
For the sake of this conversation, sure.
Okay, that's fair.
Anyways,
So in terms of this, truth is what is. Like that's an accurate definition.
Conventional.
Like, otherwise,
I would
what
go for
does
that.
the word is mean? Find the word
Exactly.
is.
It's I mean it's
Yeah,
kind of
doesn't it mean
our
to be?
understanding of what
Yeah,
is
truth.
our understanding of reality.
I got a question for you, Ghosty.
Real quick, sorry, before you ask that question, chat, just want to remind you, you guys got a little over 5 minutes now. You got 10 more super chats to go to keep the show going, or else we're going to wrap it up. So get those super chats in. But go ahead with your question.
Do you think metaphysical categories are created, or do you think they exist beforehand and they're universal? So, such
Discovered.
as time, space, the mind, gravity, things of this nature.
What do you mean by universal as it applies to time and space? Like
They exist.
uniform?
They exist regardless of human intervention.
It's not.
They exist
I don't know
regardless
about
of contingent minds, is what you're.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know about a mind.
I
but-
would use the word objective.
Well, like mathematics, for example, do you think that was created or do you think it was discovered?
Mathematics is just our interpretation of physics, basically. So we are using numbers. We are using numbers to understand how physics and the properties of our universe work.
But math exists absent of physics, right?
Yeah.
And math exists
I mean,
absent human
we
mind.
put like the
Does
numbers
a
and
does a
stuff
tree
to
fall
it,
in the
but-
woods with nobody around, nobody knowing it?
Well, if I write two
does a bear shit or I mean poop in the woods?
If I write 2
question,
plus 2 on a piece of paper, nothing in physics has actually
Like,
happened
fell
except
away
the
from
writing
the
itself, right? It doesn't reflect a physical phenomenon of 2 plus 2 equaling 4 somewhere in space, right?
Yeah,
it's just a
Right.
reflection
And
of
it's a
constant.
reference.
That's what I mean.
And in
It
contrast
is
to that,
our
It's a referent.
It is our language that we use to break down how the properties of the universe actually work.
Actually, meaning objectively.
Yeah, it's a universal
right?
language.
Yeah.
Math is a
From
universal
our
language.
understanding, yes.
No, but actually,
And it's a discovery, not
As,
an actual event.
well, maybe actually as far as we can perceive.
Yes, that's
Because
what I mean.
we,
from our
we are limited
understanding.
by our sensory organs and our
if we
technology.
have if we have nowhere to know how, for example, if we're looking at probability and we have like a 6-sided die, we know we have roughly a 1 in 6 chance of any of these sides being landed on, roughly, right? It's because we know we have a limitation to the outcomes because we have a fixed standard by which to judge that from. But if we don't have a fixed standard by which to reflect on what reality is and the limitations of it, then how do we know how close we are to the truth of a thing?
Aren't there different systems of mathematics that operate wildly differently, but within their own system, they're perfectly coherent?
I have a rabbit too.
Oh,
It's
nice.
right over here. Sorry.
and to jump off of that, to add to that, in contrast to 2 plus 2 equaling 4, why does 2 plus 2 not equal 5 in that case?
Because
How
it
do we-
equals
why?
4.
But why though? How do we know
Because
that?
because we have symbols 2 and
Symbols?
4, and we also have other symbols which are operators that tell you how to manipulate the number symbols, and the relationships between the numbers don't change.
Where do we get that sort of understanding if not from some sort of objective truth? If everything is determined
Sure,
by people, why doesn't 2 plus 2 equal 5 at that point?
Because
we can have a whole bunch of people that just say 2 plus 2 equals 5.
When we were counting our sheep, and we counted 2 sheep, and then we counted 2 more sheep, we decided that was going to be 4. And then we have the number 4. And then when we count 4 sheep and then 4 more sheep, we decided that was going to be 8. And so that's 8. I mean, I'm using the term very, very loosely.
You mean linguistically, we decided to say 8 when we see 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2.
Yeah, over the course of thousands of years, however long mathematics
I have a question.
developed. Just one more point. If aren't there several different systems of mathematics that operate differently, but still within their own system?
I would
describe
not know
what
this.
it is
I only grew
that
up
they're
with
meant to
American
be.
mathematics, which happened to be Western mathematics. Which
Do American
I only
mathematics
know
qualify as
only
Western?
one mathematics, and that's the shit
I mean, we
that
use
I learned in
different
grade
metric
school.
systems, right?
So that would imply to me that mathematics is a type of language that we've invented, similar to English or French.
Sure, but even though they have like different units of measure, they still are describing roughly the same thing, even though they would have different cutoff points. Would you say that?
Not
So like Fahrenheit and Celsius. Water still freezes at some point, whether you're using Fahrenheit or Celsius.
Right, but so that would imply to me that an anti-realist view of mathematics is the most appropriate, because you can use different systems to describe the behavior of the same system. So you can use different mathematics systems to describe the behavior of the same physical causal process. Right?
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of that conversation I had a couple of panels ago when we were talking about Vosh saying, well, some say water, some say agua, but that doesn't change. But the point is that didn't change the actuality of
but
was going on
water
chemically.
That's the reference.
but water is a physical substance. Like we can
Correct.
see water, right?
Correct.
But we can't see two.
Let me
I mean,
see
we
what
can see right, and there's things that we can do in mathematics that we simply can't do physically.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I have 2 cups of tea, I can't subtract 4 cups of tea from the 2 I have to end up with -2 cups of tea.
Right.
But I can subtract 4 from 2 to get -2.
You're familiar with the problem of induction, right?
Vaguely. I've only just started reading Hume, so you know.
Okay, so I think I might have this wrong, but I think it's chapter 6 of Problems of Philosophy where he talks about the problem of induction. The classic example is if you're driving down the road and you see 10 red barns, you ask yourself, what color is the next barn going to be?
And you say red, right? Yeah. Is that related to the problem with causality?
It's related to the problem of the inductive reasoning system, because if we use the past being like the past in the past as a metric for how the future is going to be like the past, then we have made a fallacy, because the past is not a justification for how the future is going to be. So for all we know, if we don't have a transcendental, I would say God, to ground truth in, to give a constant, eternal, unchanging framework, then it's hard for me to see. I'd be interested in hearing what you have to say, but it's hard for me to see how you can know 2 + 2 won't equal 5 and that the nature of the universe cannot ever change.
Even further,
I suppose, like what I think the nature of the universe can change. There's no guarantee that the planet will be here tomorrow.
The nature of the universe is change, Shiva.
But
the very nature of it is change.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
What I mean is, the planet Earth can be gone, but the universe would still be spinning in the exact same way with the exact physics. I wouldn't say like when I die.
But you can't say that though. As a Christian, you cannot say that. You can't assume the uniformity of nature at all.
Of course I can.
Because well, no, you can't because of miracles.
Was given by God.
How could you not be
because
able
of miracles?
Miracles?
Why? Because of
miracles presuppose the normality of the laws of physics.
Exactly.
Right, but at any point, God or one of his proxies, an angel or Jesus. It depends on whether you think Jesus is God, but I'm not going to get into that. Like at any point, one of them could upend the natural order of things. Like they could turn water into wine or water and water.
All you've told me is that reality is the nature of reality is dependent upon God, which is the constant anyway.
The whole thing about
right. So it's not uniform then. So you also can't say.
No, I didn't say
that the universe is.
No, one sec.
It's mine to answer.
Yeah, okay.
It is uniform if God says it's uniform until he.
Oh my God! Threw it away. You threw it away. Your examination. What you need to do is you need to point. You fucked it out the window. You fucked it out the window. Right. What you need to do. What you need to do. One sec. Let me answer. Let me answer. Okay. What you need to do is. Yeah. So what you need to do is yes, the nature of the universe is that everything physical is in constant change, but whatever is causing that constant change is itself unchanging, which is what the Christians call God.
How do you know?
I don't use change as the.
Because why is the change constant? How can you explain the change being constant, Shiva?
I can't. Consistently
you can explain it if there's an unchanging standard which transcends the physical.
Time.
Yeah, but okay. Let's assume that,
the only way God time is possible is if there is a higher power like God.
Now you've tripped up because you've moved from you can explain it using God, which you can, to this is the only possible explanation.
Impossibility to the contrary is I think what he's doing.
Yes.
That's not an argument.
Why is the change constant?
Yeah, it is actually.
The reason why it fails as an argument is because even if first of all, you would need to be aware of all possible contrary views in order to make that claim. And secondly, even if all of the contrary views were impossible, that doesn't mean that your view is true. It just means because yours could also be wrong, right?
No, Shiva, because there's only 2 possibilities. That whatever's causing the change is itself unchanging, or itself is changing, which means that the change would stop.
You're the
And that
one to
doesn't happen.
decide that's
No,
correct.
what I'm saying is that we can see that does not happen.
How
Ergo,
do you
like I
get
said,
to-
we eliminate that possibility, which means there must be a transcendent, unchanging,
See, that
divine
is
intellect,
literally God of the
et
gaps.
cetera, et
It's
cetera.
just something you don't
How
understand.
is that God? How is it God of the gaps? I've just
Because
explained.
it's something you don't understand that you're just assuming is God.
It's not that I don't understand. I've explained that it's literally impossible for it to be otherwise.
How is it impossible?
No,
to
stop
be
with the
otherwise?
ontology. Stop it. Because I've explained that if change is constant, right, that means that it must be whatever's causing change must be constant itself. It's
All right,
unchanging
no,
itself.
I see where you're going wrong. You're seeing change.
Yes, because one sec, Shiva. Because if you're to say that transcendence is itself changing, that means that the change we would see would stop.
Why?
Because change is unchanging. That's a physical, observable event.
Because if it
But
did
change-
change,
Okay, do atoms all of a sudden stop spinning?
You have to let people respond at some point, Tariak. I think the mistake that you're making is treating change as a kind of thing or a substance or a process in and of itself, and I'm not sure that's the case. I mean, because presumably we wouldn't be saying that, say, the fusion in the sun is the same thing as you walking down the street. That the same principles are involved, or is that what you're saying?
They're in the same system.
That's I'd need to think about that. Yeah,
Exactly. You should. And same thing
I
to you,
will.
Ghosty, and same to you, Vigilante.
It's basically.
Wait, Teriak, are you saying they're both physical phenomena? Is that what you're saying?
What you mean? Both? Yeah, both are physical phenomenon.
Walking and the fusion of the sun, both physical phenomena. Is that what you mean
Yes.
when you say they're the same? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I get shade. I haven't said anything in a few
I would
minutes.
say that the what vigilante?
I said, why did I get shade? I haven't said shit in a few minutes.
No, because I was accused earlier saying that like I hate women. It's like no, like I hate the mentality that Ghosty has with the same mentality that you have. This whole like atheism bullshit.
I hate your mentality too.
I'm not even
so
an atheist.
I don't
And
know.
I welcome the hate. I welcome the hate. That's why I'm Loki the leprechaun, baby.
Going on?
I'm not even an atheist. That's why I haven't really gone in on. Like,
Yeah, so you have no issue with atheism is dead, right, Vigilante? Atheism is dead. Do you agree?
Atheism is a bad position because you can't ground anything.
One sec, don't let him run. Do you agree with this? Atheism is dead. Say it, Vigilante.
Generally speaking, yes. Like the denial of
Alhamdulillah.
God, the denial of God in of itself is kind of retarded. The only reasonable
Don't say
version
that-
of atheism is agnosticism.
Wait, no,
I'm just
no,
like-
no, wait. Atheism isn't saying there are no gods.
Well, no, there are two versions of atheism. There's
Gnostic and agnostic.
And this is my problem with the Buddhists, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Shiva.
Atheism.
Hey, I'm
only
not going to apologize for
valid
following this
version of
inferior
atheism is
religion.
I wouldn't expect you to, Shiva.
I
That's
just
why I
don't
love
believe
you.
in something that I don't have evidence for, and that's all it comes down to. That's
Are
why I'm
arguments
agnostic.
evidence? Are arguments evidence?
Yeah,
Not
they can.
Or
necessarily.
can they be is a better question.
Yeah, of course they can.
They can be used as evidence.
Well, hang on.
No,
Look,
that's
look.
not the question. Can they be evidence? Can arguments be evidence?
I-
Can they be used? But can they be evidence?
If they're right,
How do you know they're right?
So you're saying
Based-
under the correct
based on
conditions of
the-
the premises being true.
I get.
Well, he wants to know how they're right because right is an objective claim again.
Yeah.
things need to be proven and verified, and
How?
there needs to be evidence for these things by
is all
showing
objective language.
evidence.
Circular.
What you're at least saying is there's an operating system for it, right?
How would it be right? How would you know that what you're saying, the evidence that you brought to the table, is correct? How would you know that?
Windows XP is trash.
I mean,
Old
again,
Dev Rev.
this is my whole thing. Everything is subjective, but this is our best, not implications, but the best evidence we have. Yeah, our best understanding, the best evidence we have to understand something. Yeah.
I don't
without,
think
like, assuming.
I don't think that's saying
Yes,
that
by
everything.
observing.
I don't think that saying that everything is subjective is particularly coherent. for example, if we take color, colorblind people experience, say, the color green or red differently, right? And that's their subjective experience. But the wavelength of light that's entering their eyes will be the same for everyone, and that's objective.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
Like,
mean, like
even-
our perception of reality is going to be subjective to our subjects, literally.
That doesn't deny
So
that
like,
there's
even the meaning of what facts mean is subjective because we can all interpret facts differently. So like
Okay, but
everything
those are
to an extent is
interpretations. The interpretations can be different, but the facts themselves, the actual
Yeah,
facts
they are
themselves,
objective
they are
themselves.
unchanging.
So, for example, is
Some of the
subjective
facts have
experience
changed
objectively
over
real?
time, but
Is
Can,
subjective
can I actually
experience
try to
objectively real?
gap a
updated.
bridge here again? Let me try to gap a bridge here again because I'm hearing Ghosty say there is objective facts. There's things that we don't have access to, and like a good analogy, I think she even said this earlier, is like something like germs. There's an objective fact of like germs like that can spread a certain way, but we can't see it without a microscope. So until a microscope was invented, right, what the germ actually is, we didn't know the objective truth to it is. So I think she's saying there is an objective truth, but we live in a box basically that we can't see all of it.
We are limited to our actual physical beings, like capability to understand and comprehend using our five senses. That's how we understand the world around us.
Also,
when
speaking
you
of
look through
things
that
unseen, the cool thing about scripture is it says that we are made, that the things seen are made of things unseen. And that was something discovered way later after the scriptures were written.
That's the whole point of faith, is that you believe that things will happen outside of them physically happening within life. You're the whole point of having faith is that even though it hasn't happened for you physically, that you could not observe it happening in real time, you believe that it will happen, and therefore it is in a sense happening. You just haven't seen it yet.
In fact,
But that's
Ghosty,
faith.
your-
That's exactly what I wanted
Ghosty,
you
your
to
whole
admit.
world
This.
is built off
No.
of faith. If there's no objective standard, then you're operating off of faith that your subjective standard is actually true.
Will be
And
the
you're
one
able
that
to
comes out on
operate
top
within
in
it.
that sense.
I am operating off faith in other humans that they are not completely lying to me about reality.
But how would you know
Exactly,
that they're
though.
lying
You
at
have
that
to rely on other minds to ground your mind.
I don't
Yeah,
know
but
if they're
doesn't
completely
everyone
right. They could be completely lying. There could be a screen in the
But so
sky,
why
which
is
I
it so
highly doubt. But
inconceivable
like,
that
No,
God-
one sec, Ghosty. Your counter there should be no. I conduct an experiment and then I get the same output that they're telling me. That's how I can verify.
I can't experiment in the space, in outer
do you mean you
space. I
can't?
just have to trust.
Hold
No,
on.
you
So
can.
you can't. If someone says that gravity isn't real, and would you just go based off of them saying, "Oh, gravity isn't real, therefore I guess gravity isn't real," or
That's
you
different
wouldn't
from proving like Jupiter exists or something like that.
I mean, you can't take
That's
this
something
bottle
I
and
can
just say, "Oh,
verify.
gravity's not real." Oh shit, gravity.
That's
is
what I'm
real.
saying. That is something I can verify for sure. But
But
there
you-
is certainly science out there that I have to trust in history and other people.
So you can't you yourself do an experiment to prove it for yourself. You have to rely on someone else telling you that it's true.
have you
I
done
don't
an
have
experiment?
I don't have the means to prove that like the bottom of the ocean is actually X feet deep. Like I don't
Alright,
like
Ghosty,
yeah,
what
I
about-
have to take someone's word for that.
An easier
For
question
example,
for
we
you to
can't
answer
prove that
would
black
be-
holes exist. Black holes are technically just a theory.
We have photographed one.
A better example would be your material reality that you live in, like your microphone. How do you verify its existence? Or do you? Do you just presuppose it's going to work?
Wait, those are two different questions. I verify its existence by observing it and touching it and noticing that you guys can hear me. Yes. I don't presuppose it's gonna work. It might be broken one day.
Does
No, but the key thing is your
the
observation.
scientist-
Yeah,
Yes.
you're
Have
observing
you
that
guys?
Yeah, but
have you-
observations can be tricky sometimes, right? Like
How-
our eyes
How
can
would they
deceive
be
us.
tricky?
Which is why we test those
Like,
observations,
we might
correct?
not have understood that,
Well, I'm saying that-
humans need oxygen to breathe because we weren't able to see it until X amount of years ago. We
What
knew
if I
that
told
we
you it was
breathed, but we
nitrogen?
didn't know it was oxygen.
What if I told you it was nitrogen?
Have any of you
buy a car
ever
presupposing it's going to work, otherwise you don't buy the car, right?
have any of you ever read any Wittgenstein?
Yes.
So you're
No.
admitting that you operate on faith every single day in everything that you do. That the
Well, I mean, I test
material
drive a
reality you
car.
understand is going to be consistent.
Hold on. You test drove. Why would you need to test drive if you just say that the salesman tells you it's going to work? Why even test drive?
Because I want to make sure for myself that it works. I don't understand the point you
But
guys
you
are
don't
trying to prove
verify
here.
everything in your life either, though. When you buy the
Can
microphone,
anybody?
you don't verify.
How would you? How would you?
I just want to say, I think you guys are going to a point that's like, makes not really sense here, because like she said that she doesn't have the means, as in she can't afford a rocket to go, and doesn't know how to go to space to verify what's in space or go to the bottom of the ocean. But these things you guys are bringing up is like little simple things that you can just do yourself. Right?
Yeah, I think what we're getting at is, do you know that the human mind is capable of knowledge?
Do I know that the human mind is capable of knowledge?
Yeah, I know it sounds circular, but there's a hypothetical which I could say that we have a brain, but it does
Yes.
not map at all with reality and does not reflect anything else at all.
We can hold knowledge.
Okay, so you believe that there is a relationship between the human mind and the universe that we live inside?
A relationship? Sure.
Okay, how did that come about? I'm curious. What do you think?
And it will
Our
lead
consciousness?
back to it will lead back to the abortion
Is
debate. By
but
the
is
way.
consciousness
That
the
will-
same thing as the brain?
No.
Really? What is consciousness? I'm not
Consciousness
saying
is
I have an
something-
answer. By the way, I'm curious what your answer is.
From my assumption, like I don't know either, but I'm assuming consciousness is something that comes from the brain, but it is not exactly the brain. It's a result of brain activity.
I definitely believe that the brain plays a part in consciousness because part of consciousness is awareness, right? And so we're aware of each other's presences, and I actually think that part of our consciousness is also our conscience, which is how we make value claims about each other. So, for example, I don't have to, if somebody tells me about a person, I don't have to be, meaning a human, right? Then for the sake of this conversation, then I don't have to wonder if they have value or not. I already know by faith. I would assert knowing by faith that they have value as a person, which is why we're having this conversation about abortion anyway. We're having contention of priorities of value. Would you agree with that statement or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I ask how you get knowledge through faith?
Yeah, because if the foundation of any epistemology is circular and you're grounding that in something that is circular, no matter what your view is, like say I took a piece of paper and no matter what your epistemology is, you write X to denote the foundation of truth, and then you try and justify X, right? So if you justify the foundation of truth by representationally taking an arrow that starts from the X and then circles back into the X to point to the X, most times that is a vicious circle and logically invalid. But in the case where the foundation of truth is the foundation of truth, it's circular, and yet in that case it would necessarily be true because whatever the foundation of truth is, it is necessarily self-justifying.
I mean, that's an interesting phrase, foundation of truth.
Yeah. Yeah, because
I mean,
the foundation would mean that it gives you a framework for how to interpret things, how to understand things. Because
it starts from somewhere. It has
right.
to
So you would
start from
agree that
somewhere.
different people have different starting points for how they assess what a thing is and how to understand a thing and how to interact with a thing. I think we'd all agree with that. So if you're a Hindu, you might not eat certain animals, and if you're a Christian, you have no problem eating most animals.
Right.
Right.
Bacon.
Yeah.
Doesn't
well,
faith and
Acts
truth-
chapter
oh, sorry.
10 would have something to say about that. But go ahead, Ghosty. You've been very patient with us, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Oh no, are you done? Yours?
Yeah, I'm done.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna ask, isn't like faith and truth or even knowledge kind of contradicting though?
No, because when we talk about faith, we're talking about something outside the scope of something we can fully
we can observe. We can physically
yeah,
observe.
we could. You're right. We can.
And faith be justified.
Yeah. So when we talk about faith, that's about something that it is non-contingent, right? So most things in the universe are contingent. I I depend upon not only God creating me by bringing my parents together and all that kind of stuff, but even the world we live in is contingent upon whether a God decides that it continues. The world will keep on spinning when I die and when you die, and people will keep on living. And so the world's not contingent upon me, but whatever you believe whatever you believe that reality is, it's contingent upon something grounding all of it and making it all together. Not only making reality coherent, but making it harmoniously work together: the physical and the metaphysical and the spiritual and the moral.
Even outside the whole God thing, you need food in order to live. You need nutrients. You need sustenance in order to continue to exist in any sort of normal plane of existence that would be what we call
Anyways,
what we would call
I
living.
don't want to interrupt.
What about the
but I am
afterlife? Do you
going
need
to
food in the
head
afterlife?
out.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Have a good evening. God bless
God
all.
bless, sir.
I
Love you guys.
Okay, dogs.
God bless. Thank you for coming up.
Dogs.
Yep.
Night.
Take care, bud.
See ya, dogs. You mentioned you mentioned the afterlife, but at that point you're admitting a transcendental concept, basically, to where you would then be, in a sense, admitting that.
I think she's just curious about her beliefs.
Yeah.
You curious about my beliefs? I mean, I believe that they're...
So she's asking. It's just curiosity. It's not an argument. She's just wondering.
Oh, okay.
How you vision the afterlife. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Have
Do you need
looked into
food?
Christianity?
I don't think you need. I don't think you
Have you read the Bible?
Yeah, have you looked into Christianity at all?
I was raised Christian, but not seriously. Like, not in a serious family.
So give me 1 second. I'll actually give you a passage of hunger in the afterlife. Give me 1 second. 'Cause I gotta actually get my book.
I was raised more. I was raised on Christianity as well, but sort of fell out myself. But
And he's differentiating hunger from the ability to die.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
because I just want to go back to, because like Ghost, you were saying it's like, well, like I take the science, or like the scientists on faith when they're telling me about the solar system and all this kind of stuff. What makes you take like that on faith, but you don't take what the church says on faith? Like, for example, about morality.
Or
So
even
you
science
can-
in terms of abortion, where they say
can-
like, go ahead.
You can read about it, and like they are showing evidence, and there's like lots of research backed up into this.
But the Bible does the same thing.
I don't
Literally
think
the same
they
thing.
show evidence. Like
What evidence does the Bible
a
show?
scientific book
So
would.
check
It
this out.
references
Like,
itself.
It's more like a
It's
history.
a historical reference as well as prescriptions and God's message.
Certain
And,
aspects of the
That's not
Bible that
evidence.
are
in
viable.
Revelation 7, we do have a
Viable.
clear picture of the afterlife for believers. And I usually like reading a lot of this to get the context across. But this is when a great multitude is seen before the throne, worshiping God and the Lamb. So one of the elders came to John and asked, "What are these which are arrayed in white robes? And where'd they come from?" So, and then John responds, "You know." And then the old man says this, the elder, and I'll start at 14. "These are they which came out of great tribulation and have washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. Therefore they are before the throne of God and serve him day and night in his temple, and he that sitteth on the throne shall dwell among them. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, neither shall the sunlight on them, nor any heat. For the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and shall lead them unto living fountains of waters, and God shall wipe away all the tears from their eyes." That's our promise.
So they are still being fed, but by what is feeding them again? What was the?
I wouldn't look into that too much. It requires an interpreter.
I will say Revelation is the most difficult book in the entire Bible, so it's very hard for me to secure for me personally
You need a church father to help you.
Well, being fed by the Lamb, especially in
I have a
heaven, is to be sustained by him.
I have a question real quick. Just like my own, just for my own personal curiosity here, because you mentioned there, Ghosty, like you accept like some historical evidence. So like, do you Do you like accept like Jesus was a person?
Yeah, he
Okay.
existed. I just don't accept him being like a prophet or something like that.
Or divine or anything like this? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
May,
I was just
may
okay.
I
I was just curious.
May I ask? I'm a former science major here. What
You're
what
very
is it?
you're very soft, by the way. I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I can try turning them up a bit. One sec. How's that?
Any better?
Oh yeah, much better.
Much better.
Okay. As a former scientist, engineer, what makes you think you believe in the science versus, say, a faith-based belief?
Well, like kind of I was saying earlier, they write about this. They provide all of their evidence in research, in books, in studies. It's verified by other scientists. There's a lot of equations, math, whatever that goes into this.
But over time, science has always proven wrong 100%.
Science evolves, yeah. So
Yeah,
again,
that's
it's
one of
our
its strengths.
you're right, and it's our best understanding of the reality, which sometimes gets updated, our understanding, or corrected.
But the biases of the science background. I mean, you can't get written, you can't get proof, you can't get any attention if you have a belief in God. In fact,
That's not true. The majority of scientists believe in God.
There-
About 51%, according to an American survey of the Institute of Sciences.
you won't get published. They can have a belief, but they can't influence their work on it. You have to be through the
Even
Christian
though-
Science to have that happen. Trust me, I know. But what I'm saying is, if you believe in science, you have to have faith in other men, right?
Mhm.
And if you believe in the Bible, you have faith in God. Now, I can
Well, more
see
importantly,
like,
some science doesn't even follow the scientific method, like psychology.
what is that?
I'm sorry?
What is psychology? What is it?
Valid question.
Yeah, fair.
See what I'm saying, though? There's no-
Psychology is a valid field of study. Magicians have known this for decades. Because psychology is just a study of human behavior. It's not psychiatry.
Pattern recognition.
It's man's behavior.
And you can manipulate
flesh.
people's behavior.
Well, we know
and-
what psyche means, right? In Greek,
the mind, is it?
the soul.
Oh, the soul. Right. Okay. Well, as we know, etymology doesn't equal definition. So,
Well,
you know.
I
I
agree.
guess to-
I'm
to-
just
to-
still like
To bring- I guess-
pharmakeia. You know what pharmakeia is in the Greek, right?
No.
Witchcraft.
Oh, is it?
Pharmacy.
There's some crazy guy on YouTube that Talyak really likes that claims that early Christians were all drug takers. What's his name? Ammon
Yeah,
Hill.
Ammon Hillman. Yeah.
Yeah, have you heard of this guy?
No. It was the Christians were banning all the drugs. The ancient Greeks were
Right, okay.
like that's where we get like pharmacy, like pharmakeia. Like it was literally like magic what they were doing, but like combining all these like weird like animal products and all this kind of shit together and herbs, and it would give like these like antidotes for these remedies and all this kind of shit. That
And that's
literally
what
the people
medicine
called
kind
it
of
like this is
is.
witchcraft.
So
Medicine is kind of like a healing potion.
Alchemy was
That's
early
way witchcraft
science.
with healing, but that's
Yeah, exactly.
Witchcraft was used often for healing. Anyways, go ahead.
It
we don't
was
have to
it
do
was
this.
used. I'll say that much.
It was herbal.
Alchemy was early
Witchcraft, you mean
science.
professional
Yeah,
seething?
alchemy and herbs. Yeah.
It was in the herbs.
So
It was
I want to bring that back to
That's the
to
kernel.
the whole abortion thing. If science basically tells you that it is a unique quote unquote organism to the point where they would call it a baby, call it an infant, at the point of conception, why would a woman then decide that it's all of a sudden not a person if science will deem it a person at the point?
Science doesn't call it an infant. There's
Science-
there's a bunch of different words for the different stages of a developing fetus, but they don't. It's
But
not
they
like
all
referred.
they all kind of point back to the fact that it is a child,
Human.
that it is the
It's a
offspring.
human.
It's a human, and it's
Yeah.
the offspring of two different humans. Therefore, it's not. Therefore, it would.
You just gave it value by admitting it's human, though.
Yeah.
Christy.
In your opinion, that's not my
No,
opinion.
by your standard,
But-
you use the word.
But science,
it's human life.
A human that is not developed to like
why do you
16
give it
to
a
20
sign of
weeks is
value?
not valuable to me.
Wait, does
One sec.
Is a Down syndrome? It's a Down syndrome person valuable enough for you?
Give them value. If I say there's a cup on my table, I'm not giving the cup value because I'm recognizing there's a cup on my table. Come on.
You're
The key distinction here, Shiva, is that she's attributing different value depending on what the humans like. So, for example, as a Down syndrome person, should we not value them because they're not as high IQ as the average or whatever?
I'm not telling others what they should and shouldn't value. I'm not doing that. I'm giving women a choice to make a decision to carry an abortion or not. I'm not telling you to value something or to not value it.
Okay. Would you be okay? One sec. Would you be okay with a woman that says, "Oh, I got an abortion because I found out the kid was going to be Down syndrome"?
I personally don't think that's right, but I'm not going to take that right away from her. I know there are some people who think that's a okay thing to do.
Here's a dilemma.
I have a real quick question.
Also, not in like the third trimester or something like that. I mean, like early on, because you can.
You and most women
find
think that way, considering all of the elective abortions in this country and in most of the West. I'll just say that. You and most women think that same way, where it's like, which leads to actually a question I had far before all of this, which was, a whole bunch of women. You say a whole bunch of women feel bad about having an abortion, but if most of the abortions that happen are elective, doesn't that really mean that they don't really feel that bad about it?
No, of course not. Like, emotions are multi-dimensional. You can feel bad about something you're doing, even though you think it's the right or best decision for you. It can still be something that is emotionally triggering.
Josie, I have a question.
Real quick, sorry guys. I just want to ask a real quick question. Well, it's like twofold. First part's a yes or no for like everyone on the Christian side here. None of you think that human rights come from God, right?
I do.
Oh, so you would say that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Human rights.
How about everybody else?
Define human rights. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so human rights would be anything that God confers to people in his moral law that ought not be violated by others. So, for example, thou shalt not steal is an affirmation of property rights. Thou shalt not kill is the right not to be murdered. It's murder, actually, not kill. You're
thou
more
shalt
precise.
not murder.
Okay.
All right. I just said that.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's fair. Just to quickly follow up, everybody else, how do you guys do you agree or do you think
we are humans? I won't say that.
Only
we have
if
a
my
right
priest
to be.
I would say
defines
yes.
that for me.
A DOMS is what it's actually called. A form of Adam.
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I'm just wondering for everybody on the Christian side here,
right, okay, yeah.
if well, you could answer too. If you think that rights come from God.
No, I don't think so.
If
I
they
don't
do
know
exist,
what
they
human
come
rights
from
do.
God.
So okay, we got some yeses, some nos. Okay, so what I was gonna ask here is if human rights don't come from God, what is the reason that you have to believe that some humans shouldn't be intentionally killed based on age, size, dependency, capability, whatever?
Science tells us that single cell organisms is life, yet they don't consider a fertile egg life. It's an oxymoron.
No, I think they do consider it life.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's not alive.
If it's alive, then it's murder. I mean, it's that simple.
Okay, then should we not kill animals? Should we not kill animals?
Well, guys, we're going away from the question though. Like, I can even if we just all disagree, it is murder, right? Why is it? What reason do we have to believe that some humans shouldn't be intentionally murdered? based on some type of
Well,
character.
see, the Bible doesn't law an abortion. There is no law for that. We shouldn't have a law for that. We should have a society that would promote life, and you wouldn't need such a thing. If you follow God's rules, we wouldn't have this problem.
Well, it's easy. You're asking the non-theistic people on the panel, right? Or the non-Christians on the panel how they ground the rights, right? Or no?
Well, no, because like, and like I'm surprised a lot of the people on here said some of the answers they did. Most of the time, like rights, the idea of rights, I would say, but just I know a lot of Christians would say that you don't get rights from God, right? Like that's just not how it works, right? So if
people
you
have
don't
that in their
get rights
theology.
from God, what is the reason that you think we shouldn't murder certain humans? Like if we don't have a right to life, why shouldn't we murder humans?
That is a
Depends on
fair
if you have an
question.
objective standard that says you can't.
What would be the objective
people
standard
do.
at that point? What would be the
Your
objective
priest
standard if it's
informing
not
you. Your priest informing you on the faith.
a priest informing you? So at that
Because you
point,
need an interpreter of the Bible. So
You do
otherwise
not
it's
need an
objective.
interpreter of a Bible. That's the Satan talking.
What I mean,
Then
what
who
Christian-
gives you the
what
authority?
Christian-
One sec. Let me ground. What Easy's asking is anybody who does not ground human rights in some sort of like divine intellect or some sort of higher power, aka God, how do you justify not killing humans?
I don't like it.
It's
I mean,
it's
I'm a
social
moral emotivist.
contract.
So that's kind of what it boils down to. I either like the action or I don't like the action, and then based on that, I say that's either good or it's bad. Colloquially,
which leads to why I guess, and this is going into, we don't have to go into this because this is a separate topic entirely, which is why Islam is taking such a foothold, because, well, I guess they think so, and why also leftism has taken such a foothold as well, because, well, they don't really value life to the same degree that Christians and people who think God, who
do you think
base their
Muslims
morals
don't
on-
value life?
Hmm?
Do you think Muslims don't value life?
Well, they certainly don't. They certainly don't value death in the same way that Christians do.
They
don't-
value 72 virgins more than life.
I value life.
Well, they value other Muslims. If you're not Muslim, I'm not sure they value you.
You would value
That's
Ghosty.
okay.
You would value life, but you wouldn't. You don't consider. You don't consider a baby in it during development to be life.
I do
You don't-
consider it to be life. I am just okay, and I prefer the benefit of the option given to the mother.
Well, hey guys,
Like-
I gotta head out, but it's been great.
God bless
Ghosty,
you.
thanks
Yeah.
for being so patient with us, and
Yep,
you have a
thank
great
you.
rest of your time here.
God bless you.
Hey,
Thanks
I
for
want to
coming
talk
up.
with you more.
See ya.
Have a good
Take
one.
it easy for
I
examination.
guess in